live on in the memory of every European fan. And of course, highlights from the LEC 2022 season.
Ooh, that's going to be a fun one. In the middle lane, 4-time defending champion Perkz, looking to make a 5th one here today. I know that Ocelot had a lot of confidence in his team in the dressing room earlier on today, and now we are getting into game 1.
We are indeed. Copenhagen, help me introduce game 1 of your Spring Split Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, let's set the scene. G2 versus Fnatic. All-time records are in favor of G2 Esports. 16 wins to 11. This is the first time they meet in a finals, and Deficio, we've had the pleasure of seeing these two organizations over many years, but this is the first time they meet in such a pivotal series.
Yeah, and a lot of people look at last year as the year where we would get Fnatic versus G2, but Fnatic never made it into the final. This year, however, whenever they play G2 Esports, they've won 2-0 in the regular season. Both games, funny enough, were with G2 winning early, but then Fnatic coming back late. This game here, there's a lot of focus now on especially the AD carries.
Yeah, because down in the bottom lane, Rekkles, he has his comfort of Tristana. He's a guy that's willing to play and pick it. He's so confident in how he's able to execute it. And Hjarnan, during the regular season, did not really show the strongest of performances. Coming into semifinals, he really did step up. We heard a lot of praise from the other members of G2 saying how much he was able to carry the team. And now they're both on hyper carries. Both these teams are going to rely on them to be the big damage threats later on.
And before we get to the point where the AD carries can take over team fights, we look towards mid. We saw there with the graphic, we said it already coming into it. This is the matchup that's undecided for us. We cannot predict straight away if Caps will beat Perkz or the other way around. A lot of it's gonna come down to Jankos and Broxah. Broxah in the semifinal camped the mid lane, killed Jizuke from Vitality so many times. And it was not something we've really seen before. I want to see if that's the playstyle again for Fnatic, because they got the early damage from Karma.
And I love the development that Brox as a jungler has made over the last year, because you think back to when he initially joined Fnatic, he was this cool playmaker on champions like Lee Sin and Jarvan. He wasn't afraid to make those crazy plays, and over time, he kind of moved back from that, kind of filled this role of just being that supportive jungler. But recently, we've seen him grow into this, I can work with Caps, we can be an extremely strong duo, and it was a big part of their success in the semifinal.
It will indeed, and of course, if you want to see how Caps and Perkz do in that lane, check out the POV stream. This is one quick reminder, Riot Games 2. Heard a few complaints yesterday about being very grayscale. We'll see if that'll be any different today, because of course we've touched on that 2v2, and we'll see how Jankos will impact those lanes. Jankos definitely a standout player, first time in the finals, and already being a little bit invaded on. If you look at the minimap, Broxah sitting just behind him on the Gromp, and he's going to be challenging. There's not a lot of support from Fnatic, though. You can see first to move was Wadid.
One of the big issues with Zac is he does use a lot of his own health to clear through the jungle, so you can always feel confident invading onto a Zac, knowing that you have that health advantage, and with Rekkles and Hylissang getting that early push, Broxah was able to get in, get a bit of vision, get that insight as to where Jankos was. Looks like he's going to go back to base and do his first buy.
Now, it is interesting we have so much scaling on both sides in the first game. Yesterday we had a lot of aggression, early compositions where junglers were ganking left and right. This one is tank versus tank in the jungle, tank versus tank in the top lane, and same for supports. So there's a lot of focus on actually just kind of playing a little bit safer early and get a few items, get a few levels, except for just around mid. It seems to be the only lane where we could potentially get some 1v1 action.
And of course, playing the first game of a potential 5, feeling your opponents aren't playing the slightly, I'm going to use this term, and correct me if I'm wrong, slightly easier to execute team compositions, a little bit more linear than maybe some split pushing styles that we've seen in the past. It's a good way to break yourselves open into the game, and we'll see what Bwipo and Wunder can do as they will scale up and eventually become more impactful in the later stage.
You know, and it's interesting as well because I had an opportunity to chat with Bwipo a little bit last night, and he was telling me a little bit about all these top lane matchups and how confident he feels on champions like the Cho'Gath. And right now, with Wunder on that champion, they may be looking for a gank up top.
All right, Jankos, the First Blood King, looking to live up to his namesake. Stretching strike connects, will pull
Oh, nice.
Bwipo back, that's very nice. Elastic slingshot comes in, gets the knockup, first blood on the cards, Bwipo's gonna go down and G2 strike first.
Wonder on this Joker theory at the counter pick. Yes, he's on a tank, but he's still able to do very well in this early laning phase. Because not only is he currently winning on CS, he had a lane that was pushing against him. Jankos timed that perfectly to appear on top side, and then they gank the young rookie from Fnatic.
It is so difficult for Sion to play into this matchup. He cannot deal with all the sustain that Wonder's able to throw out, and as a result, he set up the lane nicely. They get this early kill. Jankos is the one that strikes first.
Exactly as expected for a man with that sort of title. I love that 8-1 win-loss for the Braum. For Hylissang, we'll talk about that in a second, but just a well-executed gank.
Now for Broxah, he invested vision towards the bot side. He wanted to keep an eye on where Jankos was, but for Jankos, he knew that there was little vision towards the top side. Bwipo was overextended, and it became an easy first play.
And I love the fact that he connects the Q and then he waits. The flash then comes out and then he pulls his move and actually smacks them together. So suddenly Bwipo cannot escape. He ends up going down. That's important for G2, also just the mental edge. Bwipo is the young rookie, the guy replacing Soaz, who's sitting with his injury, unable to play. And it's the first time this man is stepping on a big stage. There's a lot of pressure on him, despite it being a Wonder favorite matchup from the get-go.
You know, and it's funny because when you talk to him, he says that there's little to no pressure on him. Because
There's
he feels
always
that
pressure.
He is the underdog. No one's expecting him to perform. So he can just play his style, he can do his thing, and he feels like a lot of the blame isn't going to fall on top of him because when you're playing with Caps and Rekkles, you're not supposed to be the star anymore.
Now let's see what sort of counterplay Fnatic have on the cards. The root will connect onto Perkz. He's still got Cleanse and Flash available. Winter's Bite from Hylissang flies a little wide, and Perkz holds his nerve, realizes there's no threat, and easily walks away.
Rekkles left in the 1 versus 2. G2 aren't quite quick enough to find any kind of punish, and Jankos will end up going back to base. But this is something that you do often see a lot from Hylissang. He likes to roam around the map. Deficio, you mentioned it in the draft. He is a playmaker, and he's definitely very confident on champions like the Braum. Very early on into the game, already looking for those roams.
Taking a look down at the bottom lane. We've actually not looked too much down here. It's been a bit of a farm fest. 60 CS for Rekkles. He's got back to pick up his Berserker's Greaves. Hyanen's already picked up the BF Sword in that matchup. And small advantage for Hylissang and Rekkles, but they're getting to that point where ultimates are available and some plays can be made, because I remember Hylissang from playoffs, his Braum was extremely aggressive.
Yeah, and that's the thing we can see from him. As long as the team can follow, it looks really good. Gotta see what Jankos is up to after successfully ganking the top lane once. For now, it is just pure vision and continue farming. We'll find a few more wards on his side, but Rekkles Tristana is the one I actually want to talk about real quick. Because a lot of people are like, why is Rekkles so good at Tristana? What is he doing that's so special? I mean, first of all, he's just extremely good at playing team fights, which is where Tristana can shine. Second of all, she has a jump. She can be very aggressive in her positioning, and he can use that to find an opening for the first kill that gets him a reset, and he can just pop off completely. And it's very hard to then stop him.
It certainly is, but he has to get to that point. And one of the things you can also praise Rekkles for is, regardless on how bad the matchup is, he always seems to come out very healthy during the laning phase. You only have to look at his CSD record to identify that Tristana is typically a weak laning phase champion, but Rekkles never makes it look like that.
And I want to see if Fnatic in this game want to actually do what they do sometimes with this Tristana, lane swap with it later. Let's see what happens here, junglers.
Oh, Broxah's gonna get jumped on by the Realm Warp. Oh, beautiful ultimate! Stops Perkz the moment he arrives. And that's the mechanics that Broxah showed up with on the EU LCS stage. G2 do not find a second kill.
G2, they're trying to be proactive though, looking to punish Broxah as he's moving through his own half of the jungle. Realm Warp being used very early on, and unfortunately G2 are not able to find anything, so Fnatic continuing the stall. Remember, a lot of this composition revolves around Rekkles. He is one of the main damage dealers. When you aren't on this Karma, you're going much more towards a poke support role rather than a big damage dealer like Ryze.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Karma players still build a ton of AP. It's not the old like Athene's Ardent
Of
Center
course,
rush
yeah.
instantly. It is like you get your tier, you fully stack it, you upgrade it. Death Cap comes in fairly quickly as well, and you get a ton of AP in the mid game. So your poke damage is insane, but as you highlighted, Vidius, once the actual fight breaks out, when it's 3 tanks and a supportive mid laner, yeah, it's about the AD carry.
And when you got Rekkles on your team, you absolutely want it to be about him. All right, let's take a look.
Jankos.
Jankos with another gank. Gets the Chilling Smite down. Stretching Strike connects once again. Pulling Caps backwards. There's the Let's Bounce. That's going to deliver Caps to the mid lane. Caps survives a hell of a long time. Double Caps escaped. How did he do that?
Caps actually gets out of that situation. It looked like such a well-executed gank from Jankos, but Cap survived.
I was convinced he was going to die 3 separate times. He's cheeky enough to even teleport back to the mid lane and even get some damage
Going
down
for a trade,
onto
Trevor.
Perkz. Gets the root down.
Even
manages
gets
to
the
blow
cleanse. He was worried because he saw Broxah coming in from the flank. He knew that if he didn't get out of this situation, he could be in dire straits. Caps, beautiful execution from him.
All the action early, it's Jankos setting it up from G2's side with the Zac. It's what we often see when Zac gets picked, doesn't get shot down in the early game. He's so active at finding different ways to appear in these lanes. I think Jankos, man, yeah, for sure, he was like, we got it. Double flash to try to finish. I think Caps just shielded himself in time to stay alive towards the end. So 2 big summoners blown on G2 side. Of course, the same for Caps.
So 10 minutes into the first game, G2 with a small gold lead, nothing to speak of. CS differences also negligible. Only Reckless with a small lead. He's picked himself up that BF sword after returning back to lane, and towers have not necessarily been chipped a whole lot, so we're definitely into this mid to late game team fight, team comp style.
But look at Fnatic. They've taken control over the bot side river. You would imagine that their initial goal is to go towards this Cloud Drake, an objective that if you get in the early game, does give you that extra bit of movement speed, makes these movements a little bit easier around the map.
What we typically see from Fnatic, though, when Reckless gets a few items under his belt, is to start playing more towards his lane. Tristana is still one of the best at taking down early turrets. He has the attack speed to actually get a few hits off and then back away. We already saw Broxah down here. He just recalled. If Caps can push in the mid lane, he can roam first. Perkz should always be able to match, though, with the Ryze ulti. So it makes it a little bit easier for G2 to defend against Fnatic's potential siege in the bottom lane.
Just keeping my eyes on what Jankos is up to. We talked a little bit in the draft about how he could look to set up a lot of ganks around the middle lane. So far, he's found 1 successful gank. And given that there is no flash, I feel like a repeat gank in that area of the map would make sense. This time, I would expect Caps to not be able to get out.
We see one of the problems for Fnatic is warding around mid to protect him. Jankos is not spotted at the moment, coming from that top side. Caps is playing very safe. He's okay for now.
He didn't pull a trigger to Fischio. Jankos very active in the early game. We've seen multiple ganks while he's only secured 1 kill. There's a replay of the mechanics at the bottom of your screen. Just really well played.
Yeah, so keep an eye on the shield. It was used initially there. Karma gets also, I believe, the heal off of the W as well. And then just as they flash in, the shield just comes off cooldown once again. Good management of his abilities to get the most out of that situation.
Question. Didn't even see.
Oh, Broxah even body
blocked it.
blocked. Holy,
Whoa.
that would have actually killed him as well.
Whether that was intentional or not.
We'll assume it was intentional.
Awesome. That was awesome. Broxah saving Caps' life. Now, I have a question for you, gentlemen. Broxah has been silent for 12 minutes on that Sejuani. His team is still even, 600 gold behind. That's not a whole lot to speak of. When does he start activating for Fnatic? I know we've talked about the Reckless 2-item spike. Is it really just that simple?
I think for him, if you look at G2's summoner spells, it is almost impossible to set up a gank of his own. There's cleanse in the mid lane, there's cleanse from the enemy support, and that support can also eat his AD carry in case he's the one getting hit. So it's very difficult for Broxah to be active. His job is mainly just to keep up in farm and experience, and then try to get vision down to spot where Jankos is going. But that does give some control to G2 Esports at the moment.
And that means they get the dragon. There's no contest here. If you look at the vision from Fnatic, there's nothing to spot it out. So the first dragon of the finals, the Cloud secured amid some golf claps here in the Royal Arena, and Jankos has the potential of another gank, but there's some respect from Reckless and Hylissang. They back away.
This is a very classic game 1 of a final, where both teams are taking a little bit easy. No one is going for something completely crazy in the early game. Of course, also with scaling on both sides, the way you want to play these compositions is technically just farm up early on. The top laners are trading a little bit, but not a whole lot should happen from it, seeing as there's no junglers nearby.
So we're talking about scaling. We're heading into the mid game. Do you prefer one team scaling over another? To Fischio, what do you think?
Oh, I think with Tristana for Reckless on one side, but a Jinx on the other one, it gets very evenly matched. The problem, of course, for Fnatic is that Karma's own damage, because she only has one real big damage ability to use, is definitely not the same as a Ryze. But if Karma with her utility can make sure that someone like Reckless gets enough time to actually kill the front line of G2, then that might not matter at all. Jankos is trying again, though.
Yeah, a little bit opportunistic as Caps is able to use that movement speed to escape, throws down the shield and the E and clears out the wave, still holding his own I guess it comes down to playstyle then, because of course you've got the Feast on the side of G2, so they have a little bit of an advantage in that Baron pit.
Yeah, and also, just touching on that Feast around, we got to look at Hylissang in the middle lane. Once again, looking for another row.
All right, let's take a look. Perkz has already sidestepped Hylissang's Winter's Bite, and both of these mid laners, man, they are not going to give up easy kills. It has to be earned, it has to be taken on this stage, because neither of them have made missteps just yet.
Look how immaculate the farm is as well. 14 minutes, 50 seconds, and we're already cresting 160 CS across all of the carries. But it's fascinating, you know, we are here in the final between both G2 and Fnatic, something that many fans were hoping for, and for a while we weren't able to get, but now it's here, and you just have to imagine the pressure that's on some of these shoulders, because for G2, something that Ocelot said at the beginning of the show was there's a lot of new players for G2 on their side. The first time they've made it to the final, Jankos' first final, he had that semi-final curse that he was dealing with for such a long time. Hjarnan and Wadid, the new bottom lane that were coming in for Sven and Mithy. So much is on the line for so many of these players to live up to G2's long championship record.
And I mean, Hjarnan stepped up last weekend. All split long was a little bit of a second fiddle to the rest of the team. It was Wunder and Perkz show a lot of the time. But in the semi-finals, Hjarnan's Jhin, as you mentioned in Picks and Bans, and just his performance all series long, really exceptional. He's going to need another outstanding performance because of the seriousness of the matchup and, of course, his opponent.
So now we've just passed the 50-minute mark. You can see some of the main key items have been completed, and I feel like both teams are looking for a fight.
Well, they are indeed. Rekkles is the one that starts it. He goes forward with that rocket jump. Hylissang splits up the team. He's already thrown down that Glacial Fissure. Let's bounce. Pulls back two. This is a bad fight for Fnatic. Hylissang's already down. Rox is running for his life, and he'll get dropped. It's a double kill for Hjarnan. Raining down the rockets onto Fnatic as Rekkles and Caps are running for their lives. Jankos gets two, pulls them back with the stretching strike. Defensive flash from Caps, and G2 find another, the third of the fight. It's a whitewash, and G2 are crushing Fnatic.
Fnatic started this fight here. Rekkles jumped in first, but then it was G2 reacting instantly, and they knew they could win it from the get-go. 2 kills now onto the Jinx. We just had a slow early game. Everyone just matching farm. When we talk about the scaling, we talk about a Jinx, she's now getting fed.
Now it's Hjarnan and Wadid that go up to clear out the control ward, but Fnatic are in a position where they think they can collapse. It's a 3-on-3 initially, but then look at the Ryze ultimate and the TP coming in from the flank. G2 just react quicker, and Rekkles is forced out of the fight from the get-go.
And also with Perkz matching with that Ryze ult, we talked about that earlier, how he can just follow to one of the side lanes, and he's there instantly. And this Zac pick from Jankos as well, setting up so much CC. They all need to pull back 2 members of Fnatic so they can't flash away to safety. So far, the Zac has been huge for G2 Esports.
And now that is a 3-0 fight for G2 Esports. They've gotten a very solid early game lead, and a lot of the gold is funneled into Hjarnan. Defisho, you mentioned it. Trevor, you were just talking so much about he is an individual that eyes are on. Hjarnan versus Rekkles, the battle for the better Swede. So far, it's Hjarnan that has the advantage.
And let's see if we can keep it up, of course, because G2 have got that 2,000 gold lead. They've got a 4-kill advantage. But no towers have fallen, just that single dragon. The map is still wide open, and that is standing gold for both teams.
And we're just kind of waiting for another one, like the one we just saw here. Another big team fight, but both teams are fully committing with everything. Now, of course, the TPs will be on cooldown, so it might take a while, unless Jankos wants to do something. They have their winning bot lane with the Jinx. They're already on the way to pressure the turret. Fnatic looked for another pick, but Perkz had his flash.
Yeah, he did have to flash out of that situation. Always means that there's another potential gank opportunity. But while all that action was going on, Hjarnan was just beating his way down onto the turret. Will secure the first objective of the game in favor of G2. And now you would imagine they're moving up towards the top side, where we actually see both top laners having a bit of a back and forth.
Yeah, they're fighting a fight between 2 turrets, in fact. And Wunder might be in trouble as Broxah is leaning that way. But as it stands, the arena here in Copenhagen is being brought to a standstill. There's a lot of Fnatic fans here, and they're going to have to rally behind the squad, who are falling behind as we get to 20 minutes.
Now, the one thing I will say about G2's comp is they do have a lot of magic damage on their side with the Cho'Gath, the Zax, the Ryze. You can see early magic resistance seems to be the name of the game for Fnatic, as Jankos looks for another gank.
All right, he's flashed in, uses the Let's Bounce. Realm Warp will deliver Perkz into the mid lane. Glacial Fissure buys some time from Hylissang. Now he's the man that's in trouble. That Unbreakable will eventually break when 4 members are running you down. Perkz gets his second of the game and turns the attention to the mid lane tower. There's no defense from Fnatic.
It's another play set up by Jankos. He's the one going aggressive. It looked like he was all alone, but then instantly, Tahm Kench ulti and Ryze ulti and 4 members of G2 show up in that mid lane. Yanin and the rest of the team, they're going straight towards the Rift Herald.
G2 utilizing both these globals to very quickly move from lane to lane and punish the slight mispositions that Fnatic are setting themselves up for. Hylissang gives away his life for his mid laners, and it will allow G2 to secure the Rift Herald.
Some of the big picks we looked at coming into the matchup was things like Ryze and of course Tahm Kench for with the, because they offer this global here. Rekkles is going all in.
Oh, Rekkles is engaging once again. Jankos waiting on the sidelines, but look, Wunder is taking so long to go down. Glacial Prism will buy some time. Devour from Wadid capes him alive to escape.
Fnatic are really trying to get something here. Rekkles jumps forward again, but he's not strong enough yet to take down a tank. Let's see the play from before. This is a 1v2 initially, but this is why Ryze and Tahm Kench are so good, because now you can send multiple members to the mid lane.
So easy to collapse. Good ulti there from Hylissang, but then he becomes the target. He does have his flash available, decides not to use it because he thinks that the collapse is going to come down regardless. It means he will still have that later if he wants to go in for one of those flashy plays that Hylissang loves to make.
And early we looked a little bit at the team fight set up between the two teams, as we often talk about with these big hyper carries on each side. It's all about killing the tanks first.
Yep.
When you have a Cho'Gath Feast on one side plus 2 damage dealers in Perkz and Yanin, who are very good at just killing a front target, that's going to be superior compared to Fnatic's comp, which is a lot more focused on Rekkles alone, just trying to find one target to get that kill. And it's going to take longer for Rekkles to kill a tank compared to G2.
And I feel like that if Fnatic want to be the ones to have favorable setups in these fights, they need to utilize the poke that Caps will have once he completes the death cap. Fisher, you talked about how you typically do see a lot of AP being built on these mid lane Karmas. If you don't utilize it before the fight, his team fight value is largely diminished.
Yeah, and I also think we might see an Ardent Sensor come in from him, even though it's not the pure AP build, just because he needs to buff up Rekkles even more.
Of course.
So that is definitely a potential choice for Caps. That could be very smart.
All right, we'll keep our eyes on that itemization. Still have to finish that death cap, gentlemen. And while we're looking at the map, G2 using the Rift Herald very effectively. Already taken the top tower. It's 3 towers to 1 in favor of G2. Nearly 4,000 gold lead for the defending champions. And they're off to a very strong start, led by Jankos' early game impact. And the question we had, gentlemen, will the teams be leaning into their strong side, playing around their weak side? For G2, pretty obvious answer for Jankos. I'll play all sides, because he ganked everywhere.
Now, what's interesting about this is when we had Rekkles and Caps on PGL last week, something that they said was that in the past, G2 struggled to close out games. And it was often that G2 would draft these compositions where they'd have a carry top, they'd have the carry mid, and that they would find a lot of early game advantage because that's what their comp allowed them to get. But then they struggled to actually end things when their composition wasn't really designed for team fighting. This time around, G2, they actually have a good team fighting composition. They found themselves with an early game lead. And this time, I don't think Fnatic can just rely on the late game as they have done in the past versus G2 during the regular season.
Yeah, going to be very interesting to see the decision making, because now the Baron is an objective. Keep your eyes on that mini-map, as vision will become so important in setting up and playing around that objective. G2 Esports, they still maintain control right now.
Yeah, they're really far ahead in this game, also because their carries are the ones getting all the kills on their side. Wunder will struggle to battle against the cannon minion.
The most epic of all top lane battles.
Yeah, 2 banner of commands in the game already, both top laners. And actually, you talked about that early season games, Vedius, on how G2 got ahead early and then Fnatic bounced back. Take a look at the gold graphs of exactly how that looks.
And as Vedius highlighted already, G2 in these kind of games didn't have the superior late game against Fnatic. But it's different in this one. They have a Jinx on their side. We know Cho'Gath is so good at killing front lines in these big team fights. So G2 Esports are not going to get outscaled by Fnatic. And with them having this goal lead, as long as they play correctly, they shouldn't actually give Fnatic a chance to get back in the game.
That's the big question. Can they out-team fight Fnatic? Even though they have a pretty significant gold advantage at this point, they have a very solid composition. Fnatic, you can never underestimate them when you get into that 5v5 scenario.
Absolutely not, especially when Rekkles is on Tristana. Taking a look at the items, though, a little behind. Eye-Edge, Shiv, and Zeal for Rekkles, going against the Hurricane and Rapid Fire Cannon for Hyanin. Void Staff picked up for Perkz. So he's going to be hitting like a truck in these next team fights. You see the Realm Warp will deliver some problems for Bwipo, who has consistently been the target throughout the majority of this game already.
And G2 should get full mid lane control. They have the superior AD carry, they have Tahm Kench as well. You can sit there, save Yarnan if he's too aggressive, or use that Tahm Kench ulti now aggressively to the sides. So it's very hard for Fnatic to play the map. They actually have to just concede the side lanes against the Ryze and the Cho'Gath, and it becomes all about the Baron. G2, they're starting it now. Let's see if they want to turn for the fight.
Find out. Teleport's coming
can just
in.
finish-
by
they're
gonna rush it, they're gonna rush it.
Instant Smite is available. Baron is already secured. Brox is now in the pit, but he's left alone. Glacial Fisher comes down as Wadid is going low. Gonna get knocked out by that seismic shove. Here comes
it's a big one.
Bwipo! Fnatic may have found the fight. Jankos is going low. Cell division not yet popped. Bwipo's already killed the backline. Flash for the
Reckless!
Fnatic are chasing. They're trying to cuss G2. They've done it. Perkz has got one back. This is a messy fight as Baron will only be on a few members. Jankos has escaped with his life, and Perkz will be looking to run down. Gonna try to survive, but in a 3-on-1, it is a matter of time, and your MVP will close it out with Hylissang.
What a huge fight for Fnatic. We were just talking about how you cannot afford to underestimate them in the 5v5, and G2, they were just grouped up in that Baron pit. It made it so easy for Fnatic to get the collapse, get the damage that they needed, and while they did not secure the Baron, they secured themselves 4 kills.
Well, let's say it one more time here. Perkz' ult is not available. Otherwise, you normally kill the Baron and ult out with the Ryze and the entire team. But here it is now means they're stuck in the Baron pit. And look at the bottom of your screen. Caps and Reckless are completely untouched. The only members taking damage from Fnatic are the tanks in the front. And this suddenly means that G2, despite being ahead in gold, cannot win the fight.
Oh, and then you're just setting up so nicely for Reckless. He had the pentakill in his eyes, and while he did not get the last hit, he was able to help his team secure the winning fight. Only a single member walks away with the Baron on G2.
And it's very big to highlight that before this Baron was started, Perkz used that Ryze ult to try and catch out a Sion. A little bit too over-aggressive, wasn't even close to actually getting him. That meant it was on cooldown, but when they rushed the Baron, just think about it, they burn the Baron, they 5-man Ryze ult out, Fnatic never gets these kills.
Chasing the kill ends up hurting them, but G2, they've grouped up. Only one member with Baron, it's Jankos, 1-0-5 on that. Zac playing exceptionally well. The siege is on, and the tower has already fallen. Keep your eyes on the minimap. Bwipo has got that unstoppable onslaught available, but not the greatest angle of entry.
He went to push out the bottom wave, hoping that that minion wave can take the tower as G2 just group up in mid. Fnatic don't feel confident to take the fight right now. 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the Baron. Fnatic could look for a fight, but Jankos is looking for one of his own.
That fight we had before here should be the most favored Fnatic fight we will get this game. One team is stuck in a Baron pit and they can't turn on your carries. That should not happen again. G2 are still in control, despite giving over some kills to the enemy AD carry. They're looking for another engage with Jankos.
The tension. The Alexis Jung shot. Jankos is not fired just yet.
This is apparently not bronze solo queue where you face check everything.
You've got
Top
to
tier quality.
You've got to show respect as well, but also Jankos has to be smart about his engage, because while he can create that kind of a distance between himself and the enemy team, the rest of his team can't always follow up on that. So he has to make sure that everyone else from G2 can follow up if he gets that kind of an engage.
Definitely the case. I mean, G2, yes, they're still in the lead. They got the gold from Baron, which means they are close to 4,000 gold up. Almost exactly, in fact. But taking a look at itemization really quick. Quick Silver Sash for Reckless. Keep himself alive with his 3rd damage item and the Zeke's Convergence as well. Locket of Iron Solari, so there's some tools there. And as we crossed 30 minutes on the clock, you're starting to feel that ticking time bomb of Ryze plus Jinx.
I think a lot of AD carries would not go QSS here.
I agree.
You have a lot of protection around you, but I've seen Reckless do this before when he's on mobile AD carries, because it probably makes him feel more confident in playing aggressive and being in the front. So it's a defensive item built to allow him to be more aggressive. Jankos is going in though.
All right, Let's Bounce is available. It's going to get rooted down. Just use defensively. Jankos pulls nobody back. This is a good start for Fnatic. Hylissang jumps onto the front line using that shield.
Oh, they got Yarnan!
Some time. Yarnan is down! Reckless dunks him! It's a double kill for Fnatic, and they've got the advantage.
Bwipo comes up huge, gets a knock-up onto Hyanan, and the rest of Fnatic collapse. They have their eyes on the Infernal Drake, and they secure themselves another teamfight win.
Oh, Fnatic, that was a big one from them. It was even fighting, but we saw Reckless get a ton of time to hit the front end of G2 before we got any fire back. from G2 Esports themselves, and suddenly it's Fnatic in control.
Gotta track what Wadid used his consume on, because that was going to be the primary target to keep Hjarnan alive. G2 ended up with a negative Baron power play as Fnatic have come back into this game strong.
G2, they were waiting for Hjarnan's flash to be ready, but it wasn't up for the fight. And then without the Tahm Kench there, because he devoured Wonder to try and make sure he stayed alive, it suddenly meant that Whippo with the big knock-up can actually destroy Hjarnan.
Just before that fight, Ardent Sensor also picked up by Cap, so all the tools to play into the Fnatic camp. That gold lead is dwindling. Gigantic crits onto Hjarnan as the tower is now being focused. 4 towers to 4, and Fnatic are clawing this game back from the early game deficit they found themselves in.
You know, and it's funny because we talked about how G2 have this team fight composition. They shouldn't fall prey to the mistakes of the past where they get these early leads and then they end up losing them. But let's keep our eyes on Wadid. You know, because he's going into the fight. The initiation starts from Jankos. The ulti from Brox actually lands onto him, but he thinks, oh no, I have to keep Wonder alive because he's getting chunked down by Rekkles. But then he realizes, the actual carry that I need to protect ends up getting caught. And Fnatic are very quick to punish.
Gentlemen, can I just bring up a graphic we saw a little bit earlier that reminded me of how G2 and Fnatic games went?
And this is exactly what we were just about to talk about, right? The fact that G2 got this early lead, and in the past, their composition was a large reason as to why they ended up falling behind in the late game. But now, Fnatic are just finding these opportune fights and putting G2 in these situations that they're always the ones coming out behind them.
But if you're G2 Esports, you can still mentally reset, tell yourself you have a great late game comp, you still have a Jinx on 4 fully completed items at 30 minutes. You can easily win the next few fights. Fnatic have gotten the advantage now, but that can swing right back to G2 Esports in the next team fight. Baron is spawning soon. We know with the Cho'Gath Feast, they can rush it down, either Ryze ulti away them, or look to turn for the actual fight. We have to see in the next one, because we know if Rekkles gets caught, or if he's not allowed to deal damage, Fnatic, they won't kill anyone.
Yeah, definitely the case. And looking at the vision setup for G2, there's a couple of wards actually pushed into Fnatic's territory. So a little bit of early vision is 10 seconds away from Baron. Thank you, observers, for highlighting that one. And G2 still playing defensive. It feels like Fnatic have had to play into the darkness so frequently because of the fact they played from behind from the early game, but they haven't made many mistakes. They haven't overstepped or been punished despite the lack of vision.
No, they've been the one punishing the small mistakes from G2. The lack of flash from Hjarnan, Wadid using his consume on Wonder to keep him alive, and then Hjarnan being slightly out of position, allowing Fnatic to get that punish down. Now they're going for a play in mid.
All right, Hylissang's going to use stand behind me. Jumps up, gets the unbreakable. Gigantic shield teleports in the back end from Whippo. Flame Chompers might buy some time. Jankos is already going low.
Hjarnan's dead!
Hjarnan is dead again with flash and heal available. Whippo's looking to find a little bit more. A flash forward from Hylissang. Gets a Winter's Bite as Wonder gets shot down in the back end. The kill picked up by Rekkles. Wadid not going to get knocked up, but it doesn't matter. 3 kills to Fnatic.
And this is the worst timeline for G2 as Baron is alive. Rekkles and the crew have their entire team alive, but their eyes are set on that middle inhibitor.
They got some minions coming. I think they want to go straight for the Nexus here. Rekkles on Tristana can kill these turrets so fast. Another option is just mid inhib and Baron. But with 20 seconds still on Hjarnan, Wonder and Jankos even longer, they're looking for the finish.
The death timers are so high. Perkz has to put on his blue suede dancing shoes to deal with 5 members of Fnatic. Wadid's going to help out for a little while longer, and Fnatic are chasing. It's Rekkles that gets another, the 5th of the game. And despite losing early, despite falling behind, Fnatic fight back and strike first in the Spring Split Finals. They've not finished the game yet because Hjarnan and Perkz, they're trying to...
Hjarnan!
How did they do it? That was my win moment. But Hjarnan will not go quietly. He's flash forward, continues to chase.
Gonna get the reset.
Looking for the rocket.
It's
Cho'Gath!
Here comes Wonder. Caps gets taken out. It's Hjarnan gets a triple kill, and we're not done.
Oh my god, G2! They're able to get the base defense. Hjarnan, when it mattered most, comes up clutch, and only Rekkles walks away alive. Baron is up. Did G2 now try to go for the end?
They're going straight towards the mid lane at least.
No,
Perkz is
no
here.
way.
Jankos is trying to stop a recall. He doesn't find Rekkles, sadly, so Rekkles is back in base.
Holy moly, G2, they're going to tank up the inhibitor turret. Keep your eyes on those death timers. 10 seconds.
They
for
can't,
Boxer.
they can't.
Rekkles is already alive. G2 realize the folly and the braveness. They've peeled back for a safe Baron.
So they can still go for that Baron. Yeah, they have Feast available and everything, but it looked like it was over, and then Yanan shows up. Fnatic were splitting between hitting Champions and the Nexus, and this Jinx in the late game got enough time to get their first kill, and suddenly the Jinx pops off.
G2 now walk away with a 5-man Baron after getting a successful base defense. So at this point, Perkz, you think he's going to die at this point. You think, oh no, there's nothing they can do, but just look at the damage coming out from Hjarnan, hitting onto the front line. He then changes his focus onto Rekkles, and as Hylissang and Broxah try to defend him, they end up getting shut down.
And we have to remember, both Nexus turrets died, as we just see Hjarnan here get that last kill onto Cap. So if you are G2, you're constantly thinking, okay, there is a chance they pop a Karma, speed up, and Fnatic just rushes into this base if Fnatic are caught, also if G2 are caught out of control. But for now, they are still sitting with the base behind them. Fnatic are starting the Infernal Drake, and G2, they're not contesting, they're not risking anything.
Gentlemen, 2 Infernal Drakes for a team composition that does have slightly less damage built in. Could help out, but just how much? It's 35 minutes on the clock. It's an even gold game, and there are super minions pushing into G2, but Baron-empowered minions pushing towards Fnatic.
Let's see what Fnatic trying to do here. There's 1 outer turret left on the side of G2. They're currently hiding in the brush here with the tanks. I think Perkz will get noticed. Fnatic will know exactly what's happening. Jankos checking. What a great first game. This is exactly what we wanted.
Please give me 5 of these. This is exactly what I want to shoutcast. Exactly what we want to see for a split final.
And to illustrate, this game could still go either way. The gold is dead even, but we're at a point where gold is going to mean less and less. The Baron is in favor of G2, but they do not feel confident enough to really leave their base when there is an exposed Nexus. The team fighting of Fnatic so far has come out on top because they've been the one finding those opportune fights. Crunching down on G2, who are trapped in the Baron pit, punishing the Flashless Hjarnan in the middle lane. Can G2 finally find themselves a successful fight? One that doesn't involve their Nexus on the line.
For now, they're trying to stack even more armor because they know it's all about the Tristana hitting them in these fights here. Even Perkz going towards Ninja Tappy. Chain Vest on his side. Both AD carries are leading the charge in terms of damage as expected. Of course, as we highlighted before here, the Karma does actually deal some serious damage with her poke. She's just not great in the really like the quick fights where it lasts like 5-6 seconds. She only gets off 1 Q. She doesn't really add anything else after that, but long, drawn-out fights with a lot of poking and continuing to buff up the team, she adds a ton of value.
And then, of course, there's the AoE shield as well. Mantra E, unstoppable onslaught from Wunder. He's going to be jumping in. Wunder not going to be the target just yet. Gets knocked up by Bwipo's. Bwipo's now running away. Stretching Strike going to be a little useless as the Glacial Prison buys some time. Still nobody caught. Extended long team fight. Exactly what Caps' Karma's looking for. But it was just enough to dissuade G2, push them back. This Baron buff has not equated to a lot.
No, G2 are just using it to defend for the time being. Just try and buy time for their inhibitor to respawn. Wait until they're in a state where they're in a better position to try and force some of these later fights.
But we keep seeing the team fights. Again, it's all about killing. Whatever meat shield is right in front of you. There's going to be a big blob on the side of G2 or a massive dinosaur, and you just hit him. You just try and kill him. And on the other side is this zombie dude, and of course, Broxah riding around on a wild animal. And it seems weird, but your job as an AD carry is just to kill whatever is right there.
You know, and we talked about how Wunder's ulti could be huge in helping that because it is the true damage. He will be able to chunk out a tank pretty significantly. But the other big thing in favor of Fnatic is the movement speed you also get from Caps allows Rekkles to reposition and pretty much play as aggressively as he wants. Fisher, you talked so much about how he, as a player, loves to carry. He loves to be in these highlight moments. And when you have the support that you have from this Fnatic roster, you can't afford to just sit there and rest on your laurels because he's going to be looking to get into the backline and threaten whoever he can.
And I really like that Rekkles is going Essence Reaver in this game. They're giving him more cooldown reduction on this AD carry just because so much of his damage comes from him correctly activating rapid fire. Just click the Q when you know you have a bunch of time to actually hit the tanks, and lowering that cooldown can be huge for Rekkles specifically in terms of how he can actually kill a tank on G2.
Hjarnan picking himself up the Blade of the Ruin King to help a little bit with the shredding through the front line. We'll see how much of an assist that will provide him with as G2 right now defending their base. Fnatic is a 5-man group. They have set up a slow push in the top lane. I believe the wave is pushing ever so slightly in favor of G2 towards the bot, but Fnatic are the ones with priority over them.
Oh, Fnatic all of a sudden have been in control. They've taken charge of game one, thanks to a series of team fights. If you looked at the first 20 minutes of gameplay, you think G2 have this game in the bag. If you look at the second 20 minutes of gameplay, you think Fnatic are gonna have this game in the bag. And now as we get past 14 minutes in game one, a big team fight, a vision blunder, a setup around Elder or Baron, which spawn in roughly the same time, is what is gonna determine the victor of game one in our finals.
G2 still hiding around, hoping someone maybe face checks against the Cho'Gath. Not happening. G2 will look at this game and be a bit sad about some of the fights that happened 15, 20 minutes ago, where they actually were in control, but they were forcing and they were trying so hard to catch out someone like Hylissang. He's the Braum, he's the support. You end up overextending, going for him, and Fnatic punished them because of it. But because we had that big play at the Nexus from Yanin, there's still time for G2 to win this game. Almost dead even in gold. Double Infernal, however, for Fnatic's side.
And take a look at that 9th tower picked up by Fnatic. If you have just joined us, look at the minimap. Exposed Inhibitor and Nexus. G2 were able to defend their Nexus, much to my surprise, because of Hyanin respawning and helping out Perkz. But G2 are dancing on a razor's edge as Fnatic continue to pressure them. Right, 58 seconds for Baron, 40 seconds for Elder. Some vision in G2's territory for Fnatic, but neither of them have set up significant steps towards either objective.
It's really important to keep an eye on the vision control, because Fnatic, by having all 3 lanes pushed up, they could maintain control over G2's half of the map. But with all the vision that they've now restocked themselves with, they can look to get mid-priority and start playing around either Elder or Baron.
You have to remember some of these AD carries in the late game. They can solo the Elder Drake. They have the lifesteal and the attack speed to just sit there, and while the rest of the team are keeping the other ones busy around mid, it is something we always have to look for when we have this stalemate around 2 big objectives. On the side of G2, they might look for something. Fnatic jumping in as well.
All right, Hyanin sold his boots in favor of that Phantom Dancer. Let's see what damage he can put down, or if he's caught out. Glacial Prisoner teleport to the back end. Fnatic, they've already got the passive from Jankos. The fight's not done yet. Rekkles is being tried. Focus down from Perkz. Perkz flashes away defensive.
He's next.
Rekkles gets him. Turns onto Innocence. That's a double. He's not done yet. Firing away onto Wunder, looking for more. Winter's bite tags Hyanin. Wunder survives for a few seconds longer. The bomb explodes. It's a triple. Has
He's going for the penta.
Spring Split MVP trying to find more. Doesn't want to go toe to toe. Shot back and forward.
He's gonna kill it. That's the
Rekkles
penta.
is going forward. The quadra. The penta kill for Rekkles.
Reckless! What a hero for Fnatic! The superior AD carry comes out on top, and they're going for the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, in 42 minutes, Copenhagen, are you not entertained? Fnatic take game one.
And this game showed exactly why Reckless are the MVP of the Spring Split. And while I can definitely see his thought process in terms of the late game, how there are tools for G2 to win it, just based on the performance of the teams, we have to say Fnatic's late game is just going to be superior with how they're performing and how especially the AD carries play.
And it's kind of because of this man. Yes, we've said his name a lot. We have been repeating it. But when an individual gets 1.4k damage per minute in a single game, it's kind of hard not to highlight that.
It's ridiculous.
51.7% of his team's damage. And now, in his defense, his mid laner was playing Karma, but even then, his poke damage was pretty significant. It wasn't like he was a slouch in that game either.
You don't need to defend him. I think he's happy with it.
But, sorry, yeah.
And of course, that's exactly the reason why he ended up picking up that Spring MVP. You can see his KDA 13.5 over the split, high CSD. We'll catch up on the gameplay as it pans out. Important to note that he was the MVP with 86% of the votes.
Oh, what happens here?
Weepo, the rookie, trying to stop this invade, ended up blowing his flash very early. So Jankos and Wunder with a small advantageous play.
And last game, we had the first blood in the top lane. It was Jankos who ganked Whippo and shut him down on the side. Can look to try and do the same thing in this one. If they can get Wunder further ahead in his lane, that is huge. He's on a carry now. He's on the GP. They early pick it for him in the draft because they know Fnatic would otherwise just ban it away in that second phase. So this is really going to be the big game for G2 Esports. It's a great composition for them. It's how they want to play League of Legends, and now it's time to execute.
Eyes are going to be on Jankos to see if he can get an early game lead. Though on this Olaf, Fisher, you talked a lot about how G2 have a very strong mid game with the composition. The Rage Blade Power Spike, the Trinity Force from Gangplank. You need to be finding those early advantages. if you want to be snowballing that mid game.
And the question I'm going to have is how pivotal Karma will become during the course of this series. Game 1, Caps had a fantastic game. For Perkz, it's his first Karma of the split. And of course, you can see how it'll work, how it'll benefit the composition. But every time you have these best of 5 series, you have this mini meta game that will evolve. How much will this champion become impactful? Of course, it will depend on Perkz and G2's performance, as the early game is already slightly G2 favored, thanks to that invade and the pressure on Bwipo.
Yeah, so much as well in terms of Karma's success comes down to how well the carries around her can perform in the fights. She buffs them up so effectively with the movement speed. She's hard to kill as well, and she does offer a lot more value than you expect in the late game.
Oh, for sure.
But you still need then your AD carry or your top laner in this case to be the main damage dealers if you look at the entire fight. And that's why it's not just on Perkz to perform, it's on Yanan and Wunder as well.
And you mentioned briefly Wunder up in the top lane. He will be one of the main damage dealers. This Yanan takes a lot of damage from Rekkles and Hylissang in this early laning phase. But Wunder, he is running the grasp on the Gangplank, something that we've been seeing develop a lot more really all across the world. It gives you so much more sustain during the laning phase, and from talking to many pros, typically this is actually a really rough matchup for the Gangplank. Players like Wunder even told me that, like, due to the changes to grasp, it just gives you so much more sustain. You start stacking the procs on the minions, and then you hit your opponent with the parlay, you get a bit of health back, and it just basically means that during the early laning phase, you can get through it with a fair amount of HP.
Well, look at the CS there, Betty. It's 24 for Wunder to 11 for Bwipo. Bwipo, of course, got pushed out of his own jungle, so definitely feeling the pain and feeling the pressure already.
Doesn't help that he lost his flash either at level 1.
There you go. But what does that mean for the rest of the game? What does that mean for the rest of the series, of course? We touched on how, in theory, this is where G2 should have a very sizable advantage in the Wunder versus Bwipo matchup. A lot of pressure on Wunder to actually step up and help carry this game with this Gangplank.
Exactly, and also a lot of pressure on Jankos to perform on the first pick, Olaf. This is the pick where, if you ask any jungler in the E-World CS, they say, yeah, Jankos on Olaf is so scary. He's the best performing player on that champion, and needs to be able to actually carry his team here. Perkz already winning early trades against Caps with the Karma, and Jankos is looking for something. He's trying to be active. We'll just have to come in and help push away.
Yeah, we saw the Spell Thief Ignite from Caps. Thrown down onto Perkz. It's an even CS game as Caps is already going to teleport back to lane.
here.
Unsealed spellbooks available for both. The Impale comes out as the Chilling Smite lands onto Broxah, and that means Perkz flashless. That is an opportunity.
Perkz wanted to try and sidestep the E coming out from Broxah, but the hitbox is a little bit wider than he was initially anticipating, so just respect flashes. Doesn't want to get stunned up with the immediate follow-up that could have been there from the Sleepy Trouble Bubble from Caps.
So just the burst damage actually coming in.
Yeah.
Kind of surprises you how much damage it deals when Skarner finally stuns you and then smacks you in the head. Broxah and Jankos just looking at each other. Jankos will get a bit of poke damage on him, but Wadid is actually on his way.
All right, Jankos hits him with the meat, keeps throwing out the undertows. Some support was coming from Wadid, but there's no further follow-up. Caps Paddlestar waiting in the wings. And it's an even start. Both junglers a little more active, but Broxah is responding to the pressure that Jankos is putting down.
I'm glad we've just moved up towards the top side, because this CS discrepancy, I mean, ooh, this could be good.
Oh, good flash from Wunder. Early level 6 for Bwipo. Means he's going to get the Gangplank flash down, but it's a gigantic CS discrepancy. As you mentioned, it was 20 just before the graphic popped up.
Yeah, so thanks Stats for bringing this one up. You can see that he does have a winning record, but it is still a little 50-50, because one of the big things that G2 have found during the regular season is often they get these early leads, especially with the Gangplank, and it's usually because they play through topside.
All right, Bwipo's flash is still on cooldown for a few seconds longer. Undertow into Reckless Swing plus the Cannon Barrage. Bwipo's going to get taken out. Not yet! The shield comes up, and Jankos, the first Blood King, not going to do it. Finally gets picked up. Wunder even had some support from Perkz and Wadid. Everybody came up to play, but it's Jankos that secures it.
Yeah, we did swap to TP to join in as well. Hylissang tried to save his top laner here. It didn't work. Bwipo getting punished once again, and second game in a row we get first blood from Jankos in the top lane.
And Wunder now in a fantastic position for G2. Oh, this could be bad for Perkz. He does have the cleanse.
Bubble trouble, not done yet. You have to jump to the top lane.
Wait, Hylissang,
Barrels
gotta be
come
careful,
down.
my
Hylissang
friend.
level 4 versus level 6. Winter's Bite comes out.
He's baiting
He's
it.
running very low. Here comes Broxah. Chilling Smite and Flash available to him. Gonna use that ultimate. Catch him down. Broxah bites back.
The support bait here. Hylissang staying top lane. Meanwhile, bot lane, both AD carries are just sitting 1v1, but Wadid is on his way to try and push Reckless away. So much action towards the top side just because everyone wanted to help.
The ultimate trap card there, Hylissang, pretending to be the naive support. But this is where it all kicked off. Bwipo, he does have his flash here, but he recognizes that the moment Gangplank gets his ultimate, he's not really getting out of this situation. He wants to keep them around, given that the TP was coming in. Maybe with Hylissang, he can get out of this situation, but unfortunately, it was not quite enough.
And now, despite Hylissang actually setting up a kill after this, I really do not like that TP. I think it's so rare you actually end up saving someone. That could have been back to your bottom lane to further try and get Rekkles ahead, or at least guarantee Rekkles a good laning phase. But of course, seeing as we did were matching TPs, ended up being the same. And this is just a quick replay of what happens if you get baited by a support.
And I really want to give some praise to Hylissang. His Braum has been phenomenal in the postseason. His team fight impact was huge. His decision-making has been great. And he's one of the Fnatic players that you rarely talk about because there's so much more star power, because of the story of the organization. And as it stands, Hylissang's having a good start to Game 2 here in the finals, waiting out their kill, helping Broxah get further ahead.
It's one of the quote-unquote curses of being on the Fnatic roster where, because so many eyes are on stars like Caps and Rekkles, often the other players can be regularly overlooked. But Broxah, so consistent in his performance in the jungle. Hylissang, always willing to make plays, and you always had that Soaz effect during the regular season where even if he fell behind, you knew you could count on him during the later game, and you hope that coming into playoffs, he passed some of that knowledge onto Bwipo, who's been very solid so far.
And you talk about the top laners falling behind on Fnatic being a thing we've seen a lot. It's why this matchup is so interesting, because it's just the opposite on the side of G2. They can never afford to have Wunder falling behind. They need him to always do well in the early game because they put so much focus on him. They put resources into him. GP as a carry is fantastic once you get further into the game. But early on, he doesn't add you that much outside of what could be important, his ulti.
Right.
But that really gives you a lot of value if you're like lane swapping a lot, or if you're playing towards bottom lane. They're not doing that. They go top lane to further gank for Wunder.
Yeah.
So a lot of it's just investing time into him, and then hopefully later in the game, when GP finally gets his items, he will pay you back.
Well, with the assist and the additional CS, Wunder's currently 500 gold up over Bwipo. There is a little bit of challenge here on the Ocean Drake from Wadid and Hjarnan.
And here's where we have to remember that GPO could be important if a fight breaks out, but all of G2 backs away because Perkz was not allowed to move close to the river. Caps actually zoned him away, landed even some more poke on the Karma, so good control from the mid laner.
I also think the concern was the difference in TPs. You can see Bwipo's is up and Wunder only just coming up now, and while the Gangplank ultimate was available, if Fnatic had 5 members, that fight was always going to be a difficult one for G2 to win. So just showing respect, now Fnatic get themselves the early Ocean.
Yeah, they do. That's going to help them out for this extended laning phase, or however long the laning phase plays out to be. Still an even game, just that single objective separating the two teams, and both junglers going to be looking for some opportunities.
Now, we're looking at a couple of differences in terms of itemization in the middle lane from Perkz. Last game, Caps went for a very early tier, went for the Seraphs, and then followed up with a very early Death Cap. Instead, Perkz going for a little bit more utility, going for the Athene's Unholy Grail, and giving those stacks opportunities as the gank happens up top.
All right, let's see. Where is Bwipo going? Can he
Flash
buy
still down.
enough time? Wunder's gonna get out of range of that onslaught, and Flash already used. Impale should lock him down. Not yet killed. Finally gonna get taken out here as Bwipo and Broxah, they've chased very far. Park's gonna look for a reply, but in a 1v2 and only Athene's gonna need a long time.
Oh, let's
He's
see.
now all of a sudden in some trouble. Those crystal slashes can combine the CC, but Fnatic get the second kill.
Oh, Wunder just needing a few seconds on that flash. He saw Broxah on that control ward in the top lane, so he knew he was coming. He already ran away from that turret, but Sion ulti is so good at just driving by a turret, chasing down someone in the long lane, and then they get onto Wunder and secure a kill. So 0-2 on this GP, still ahead in CS. But we've got to remember, without the Klepto, the insane amount of gold generation we used to see earlier in the split is definitely nerfed a bit and changed a bit.
And Wunder, he tried to show respect, but it was far too easy for the engage to happen.
Oh, that flash, man. We're talking like 2 or 3 seconds
Yep.
by the time he dies.
And look, there's no TP on mid, no TP on support from the rest of GG. Oh, Caps! He just solo killed Perkz!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to an international event as Cap smacks Perkz.
Oh my word. Caps! He just claps the current reigning champion of Europe.
We need to see a replay of that. We need to see exactly how that played out. Because we've
Oh my
seen
god.
those
We've
zone
got to get the
plays
face
before.
cam of Caps in that. He has to be so smug. Getting a solo. Well, right now he's not smug. It's already happened.
There's a
soon.
question I sometimes ask in moments like that. Is that what Tilt is made of? Because what a play. As it stands, Fnatic extend their gold lead, and this is exactly how it happened.
All right, so Perkz still feeling fairly healthy. Assume the Caps will land some long-range poke straight into his
You're kidding
face.
me.
There we go. On
So that's where the
Perkz.
initial poke happens, and
the
then he
bubble
follows
right
up with
after.
the sleep. And because I believe he didn't have his cleanse available, not sure when he used it, but as a result, he couldn't get out of that situation. That was the reaction that we wanted. What a great solo kill for Caps.
Now if you're G2 Esports, your top lane has died twice. Your mid lane on the Karma here, known to be so good in the early laning phase, just died due to some very long range and a great engage from Caps, almost hiding that little bubble when he was actually landing the initial poke damage. So Perkz didn't flash away from it and he ended up going down. It's bad for G2 Esports solo laners. They're down in gold as well in this game.
Oh, it's so great to see Cap stepping up and building this rivalry with Perkz, which has been growing over the last year and a half, especially on a champion that Perkz was really trying to campaign for and show off on.
It's not the first time we see Caps solo killing Perkz, however, when they face each other. Very first game where Fnatic played against G2 and it was Caps on the stage. He did the same thing. Rise against Syndra back then last year, and he continued to try his best. Perkz, of course, found more success with his team, but in this 1v1 matchup, he's currently losing.
Yeah, absolutely the case, but there is an important thing to take note of, gentlemen. Rageblade picked up by Hjarnan, as well as Trinity Force on the way for Wonder. I feel like that one-item power spike is potentially on the way, especially with an Athene's from Perkz buffing up Hjarnan's Varus.
Still waiting for that Trinity Force to come out from Wonder, though. And with the Athenes, like that poke damage isn't going to be as impactful as it was for Caps in game one. So we'll see how Perkz continues to tailor his itemization. Will he just go for that full support route and build towards the support item second?
There we go. Ardent Sensor, maybe.
Ardent Sensor, that's the bad.
I got you, brother.
I was expecting to see Jankos be a bit more proactive around topside. Oh, Perkz,
no,
he's
no.
going asleep.
Dun, 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 dun. Let's stopwatch was used. Now there's going to be a turnaround. Flash forward from Perkz. Here comes Jankos. Portal jump by some time. But here's Broxah. Caps has escaped with his life
Oh,
as the
missed it.
unstoppable onslaught comes out. Now all of a sudden, here comes Bwipo. He's looking for Perkz. The defending champion about to go down. Pops the plant. And Perkz is still running for his life. The fracture into the impale. Bwipo bites one.
Caps was so low. Where's the GP ulti from Wonder? You gotta use it here to assist your team when they're fighting in the other lanes while you're just farming. Caps had no flash, could have gone down. The axe sadly just missed from Jankos, and just as we talk about that, we actually see a bit more trading top and bot lane as well.
Oh, is that a teleport? That is a teleport. I think Caps is going to be the one that's looking to arrive. Here comes Reckless. Hylissang as well. It's a double TP as the Paddle Star will not smack anyone. Double TP is used for an opportunistic play. Fnatic maintain a 1,800 gold lead.
And remember what we said coming into the game throughout the draft. G2 have a very strong mid-game composition. They can force a lot of plays once they hit these item spikes. And
Hold
speaking
that
of,
thought because Bwipo is about to get taken out. Chilling Smite for the assist, and Wonder will be donated the kill.
This is what I wanted to see more of from Jankos. Try and get this GP further ahead. Player on the top side. There was a problem for him earlier that TPs would be available on Fnatic and they couldn't just tower dive the Sion yet. Not enough damage from a GP. But now the Trinity Force is here. That's big for him. And Jankos needs to keep being active because this team, they need him. And they need him so much.
oh, Perkz constantly playing on the back foot. But let's look back at how this was set up. You talked a little bit about it, Deficio, the Gangplank ultimate. Note that it is up and available, yet not used. Perkz flashes in aggressively, trying to set up Jankos to get the kill. He doesn't feel confident enough, though, to go for the dive, and as a result, it ends up being a 1-0 in favor of Fnatic.
Of course, chase down Perkz in then, and yeah, it was available for the entire fight here. Caps would have probably died if it actually would have hit straight onto his face, but for now it is still G2 Esports trying to get back in this game, trying to abuse the fact they've actually completed one full item on GP and Varus.
And to go back to the discussion we were having earlier on, G2 with this strong mid-game spike, with their itemization, they haven't been able to find that early lead. You talked a little bit about it, Deficio, where we want to see a little bit more from Jankos in this early game. While we've seen some gank attempts, it has been Fnatic that have been finding these early game advantages.
And it's not criticism towards Jankos specifically, it's just because without him, none of the lanes seem to be getting much of an advantage on their own. And if they can't abuse this mid game to get further ahead, then Fnatic are going to be more than fine with just the scaling on their side. Reckless gets closer to his items. Caps already on Luden's Echo, one of the best Zoe players we have, and he's already popping off.
Yeah, and of course, you've not really seen Hyun and Reckless in their dual lanes a whole lot. Even on CS, one item apiece, Hyun making his way towards that second item as well.
Yeah, and this is where the Varus will have the advantage over a Sivir. Sivir's item build is very expensive. When you go Essence Reaver first, you desperately need your Zeal item to get more crit, to of course give more value from Essence Reaver, and later the Infinity Edge. So it takes a lot of time, and this Varus on Rageblade should be superior. So G2 can now play to bottom side with the GP ult as well, if Wunder wants to use it.
One of my favorite things about damage like that is hearing the crowd go, oh! And when you're in an arena this size, the flash forward Impale will set Fnatic up, but the reply from Jankos is good. Portal jump comes up from Caps, they've traded. Jankos takes down Broxah. G2 now turning the fight around. Bwipo teleported into the mid lane. He finds himself between 3 members. He's about to run down. The ultimate gets interrupted. Wunder body blocks it. Now Bwipo continues to run with the shield up. Nobody's going to jump in just yet. Sleepy Trouble Bubble will not get procced. Wunder's not done, and he won't find anything more.
Well, G2 didn't want to keep chasing it because they were afraid some of the damage from Caps could actually have killed someone.
But I love the play here from Jankos. He was hanging around the middle lane. Perkz buys enough time, and it is the jungler for G2 that comes up clutch, preventing Caps from snowballing that lane out of control.
And while all the fights are happening mid, Yana with the Rageblade, as we highlighted before, he's taking control of the bot lane. He's getting a bunch of damage on the turret. Reckless is back in base now, so even more time for Yana and Wadid to make some plays. And if they get the bot lane turret and unleash the Tahm Kench to constantly move around the map, that could be huge for them. Wisely now, though, backing away, taking a good recall for themselves. Should be very close to wit's end.
And we still have a laning phase. No tower has fallen yet. 20 minutes in, even on gold. Getting to the 2-item power spike. Zeke's Convergence has been picked up for Broxah, and you can see him in this replay going in on Perkz.
So this is where it's really good from Jankos, flashing into just constantly body block from Perkz, who's able to land the W just before the ultimate goes down. We saw Wadid also trying to roam up into the mid lane. Does get interrupted from Hylissang. This would have confirmed another kill in favor of G2. Unfortunately, they don't feel confident enough to commit because Caps, he does a great job of using his abilities to just zone away G2 and prevent them from committing onto the top lane.
How important is it that Wunder and Jankos don't have their flash? We'll look into that in a moment. Once again, Bwipo finds himself under some pressure. He's just stacking that armor. He's even on...
Oh, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, 20 minutes, 9 seconds on the clock. Wits End plus Rageblade. It is decimating the HP bar of
Look at Broxah, look at Broxah.
Broxah's nowhere near. Hylissang's inside the pit. 2,800 hit points. Battlestar comes out. Wadid takes down Hylissang. Baron is down. 1200 HP. It's secured by G2, but at what cost? Bwipo, roar of the Slayer, takes down Wadid. And now Fnatic are trying to use Zombie Bwipo as a front line. Caps and Broxah sitting on the back end, buying time for Reckless.
Fantastic call from G2 Esports. They recall from the bot lane. Reckless goes back down there to just farm like he normally wants to do. And suddenly G2, 2 items on the AD carry. They strike at a 20-minute Baron.
And this was the mid game that we were talking about. G2 with the decisive calls. G2 with the confidence to go for the early Baron again. Fnatic do not find the fight. G2 find the kills and they equalize the goal.
And unlike game 1, where G2 started the first Baron of the game, they didn't get punished on the way out. Managed to make their escape, and they take control of the game. They will lose 2 towers in the process, but with Baron buff, they may be able to unlock more.
Yeah, if they can just get all 3 out of turrets here, seeing as they can push into different lanes, especially around Yanan, who's so strong on the Varus. It all starts with the trade top lane, but look at the dual lane from G2. They just run straight from base to Baron. Rageblade is fully stacked now. Yana dealing a ton of damage, even though we're only 20 minutes in. And Fnatic are not able to do anything to stop the Baron itself. Great lane swap, great call from G2 Esports.
And of course, as we jump out of the replay, we're straight into a Fnatic fight. They've taken out Wadid. I don't know how that happened. Here comes Jankos and Wunder, though. They need to get something back. Chain of Corruption misses, but the barrel and the hail of arrows take down Caps. Hylissang gets bopped by a parlay, and G2 are not done yet. It's a 2-for-1 trade. They're looking to secure another tower, as they've already dropped one during the course of that replay. Bwipo's trying to use that smash to buy some time. Unstoppable Onslaught used defensively, but he's burst down. Yawnen has a fully stacked Rage Blade, and he is angry, hammering down on Fnatic. Another tower falls, and G2 pull ahead.
And this is why so many people show so much respect towards Jankos' Olaf and wonder when he is on a carry. These two play so differently and have so much more of an impact. Look at the flank from the duo as they come in from the right-hand side.
Take some time here. Wadid and Yanin trying to just stay alive for as long as possible. Wadid, as a good support, will give up his own life for his AD carry. And now we have the engage coming in. And Wonder managed to connect a great barrel combo, dealing a ton of damage onto Caps. And this is why they allowed this GP here to just sit and farm in the top lane if you're G2. It's why they said we can wait for Trinity Force and your second item to be completed, because then we get plays like this from Wonder and G2 Esports.
So now G2, they fell behind a little bit earlier, but with a great Baron call, they've reclaimed control over the game. They're getting back some of that global gold, utilizing the spikes that they have now hit, but they need to be able to close things out. We've talked so much about this when it comes to Fnatic, how well they can close against this team.
It's still crazy that 5 minutes ago, Fnatic were ahead 1k gold. They were the ones doing great. Capson just solo kill Perks, but quick turnarounds, good fights with Jankos involved, and then a great call for Baron, and suddenly it's G2 Esports with the goal lead and still a massive AD carry here. Yanin wants to get close to these turrets here. He wants to fight.
All right, let's see if they can find it. Still 16 seconds on that buff as the tower is being chipped away. Hyanin got himself stacks on that Rage Blade. Here comes Perks flying in from the side. The 5-man stack of G2. Couple autos away from finishing off this tower. It will eventually drop, and G2 escape with the objective.
And I want to use this opportunity to talk a little bit more about Jankos, because this is his first final. For so long, this guy has yet to have the opportunity to battle to be called the best in Europe. He's always stumbled when it comes to that semi-final spot. And now alongside G2, coming into game 2, when things look so bad, he is the big facilitator. He is becoming the big carry, and he could be the reason that we equalize this series.
And we saw the focus on him in the draft. The moment Olaf was open, instantly they lock it in for him. Fnatic on their side wanted to remove the Fiora pick from Wonder instead of that jungle champion here from Jankos, and he's been showing up.
And I remember you saying to Fisher, we need to see how well he plays. 4-0-2.
Also want to see Fnatic ban it.
Showing up, and that's exactly the implication. We'll see how that changes as this game plays out. For now, though, I am going to permit myself one quick stat, and I will not do any more. That was the fastest Baron of the split, and 2018 secured at 20 minutes and 23 seconds.
But that was actually a good stat, and normally your stats suck, so those were a little bit different.
Okay, I'll find you one that sucks, and I'll still count it
Now he's
later.
going to look for Cloud Drakes, Officio. Good job. Well,
as it stands, though, G2, they got great advantage, 4 towers out of that Baron. They've extended their itemization and their gold lead, and this is where their team composition strengths are really going to shine.
yes. The question is, how will they look to try and force these fights? Will they even try and force fights? Because you still have pressure on the side lane, which Fnatic is trying to shut down.
Wonder's going to flash away from the Sleepy Trouble bubble, but with the help of Broxah and Weepo, it is just a matter of time. He finally gets taken out as the rest of Fnatic arrive. They dove 2 towers for that one, and they should be able to take it out.
Yeah, well, G2 got the outer turrets with the Baron, they got a lot of gold for themselves. They're not that far ahead in terms of the carries. If you look at Sivir here for Reckless, like 300 CS at this point, almost completing his Infinity Edge, and Fnatic, despite being down a little bit, they're still getting a kill here, and they're trying to get more.
And I just wanted to bring this topic of conversation up because, oh, look at this, engage
Let's
from
take
G2.
a look. Sleepy Trouble bubble connects onto Hyan, and he's already able to escape. Fnatic cannot find a lot more, but keep your eyes on Caps. Flying the damage in with that Paddle Star Portal Jump combo. Firing from the sideline, and he's not going to help Fnatic get the tower. But they take advantage, and despite being behind in gold, are taking towers.
We said it game 1, we're going to say it again game 2. Fnatic team fighting. They proved in game 1 that they are one hell of a team fighting team, and when you have Reckless playing on the Sivir, when you pair that up with a Braum, Fnatic still have the ability to fight as the game progresses.
Well, we need to see G2 now respond properly. There's sadly not a Blade of the Ruined King yet on Yanin. He's close to it. We'll probably go back now and get it on the next one, and then once he completes 3 items on his side, they can try and use that to burn down the front line of Fnatic. But sadly for them on the other side, this Sivir here was sitting with just that Essence Reaver earlier, and it was going to be a lot of time before Reckless could be a carry. 27 minutes in with 310 CS. He's on 3 items.
It's also going to be much harder for G2 to take this next Baron, because number one, Fnatic is going to be more aware of the rushing power and potential that G2 do have, but also when you play against a Zoe around this Baron area, it becomes so hard because she can just hide in these pockets of darkness, constantly throw this poke out that can just chunk you out low, force your members back, and then instantly you're the one with priority over the objective.
G2 still needs to be able to do something around it. Use it to force a fight with the Great Varus ulti maybe and turn it against Fnatic. They can kill that front line if they have enough time. Fnatic, of course, will try and do the same against G2. It's a lot squishier, this game, compared to the last one, because it is a GP top lane. There's Fnatic with the control around the Baron. This is going to be the biggest fight, though, for G2 in the game. If they can actually win it and further snowball, they can close out the game.
Well, Fnatic not going to give G2 the chance to start it. It's a Fnatic initiation.
But this is good.
Corruption is starting to split the turn for G2 as they're pushing Fnatic backwards. Cap still trying to fire off those Qs on the side lane. Gets chunked out by Perkz, and nobody has fallen yet. The tension escalates as the Sleepy Trouble bubble pulls just ever so slightly short.
And Jankos, he body blocks the initial engage, utilizing his ultimate so that neither Fnatic nor G2 get the optimal setup, but now Hylissang, he does have the flash.
Does this mean G2 can push into Baron control? They managed to challenge
They're gonna
in
try.
the area. The teleport's going in.
Yeah, they have the Karma Shield coming in as well, so they can actually stay pretty healthy around Baron itself. Let's see what happens with Fnatic here. We have TP coming behind.
Double TPs. Caps is coming in from behind the pit, and Whipper's going to be inside the river. He's instantly running for his life. There's no ultimate available. Wonder needs to find the powder kicks. Puts one down. Is interrupted by Hylissang. The damage hasn't come out yet. And the multi-man knockup. Fnatic have got themselves 3. They're looking for a quadra. Not going to find it just yet as Caps is hunting Wonder. Johnny gets run down, stunned down.
He's going again!
For Reckless. Are you kidding me?
Insane! Fnatic in the late game team fight. They just keep destroying G2. It all starts with Whipple TPing in behind. It looks like G2 can maybe kill him, but he turns it around, and then we kept talking about how this Sivir was farming. She was getting items. 3 is enough for Reckless. He gets another pentakill.
Oh, while all eyes are on Reckless, you have to give so much praise to Whippo as well. Let's see how this fight kicks off. They have the double teleport. Whippo comes in from behind, whereas Caps comes in from the front. They're trying to get this collapse down onto G2, and they're funneled into this choke.
And this start is fine for G2. They get 4 stacks in the Rage Blade so quickly they can deal a bunch of damage to Whippo, but Wonder can't get in with the barrels. They keep dying, so he's actually not adding any value. And then the knock up into insane AoE damage from the Sivir.
So good setup into an immediate follow-up from Reckless. This time he was able to secure himself the pentakill. Wonder could not have an impact, and we say it time and time again. Fnatic and their team fighting, you can never afford to underestimate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I did not want to do this, but I will. I will hold that thought, actually, as Caps bows to Reckless. We jump back into the action. Fnatic have picked themselves up an Infernal Drake, and they're diving all the way forward. G2 are routed and running for their lives. Jankos forced to flash over the wall. They're not done yet. Reckless has got one. Hell, every time he gets kills, I think another pentakill is on the way. But G2 are able to escape with their lives. Fnatic with the gigantic lead, and they're pressuring G2's base.
Fnatic now with so much control. They have a minion wave bot, they have a minion wave mid. They have G2's base in their eyes, and they want to take everything from the reigning champions.
Oh, what a performance from Fnatic, despite the strength of G2 Esports. Now, for Fnatic, they still have to press through the final objectives. Shut down the defending champion. Shut down the 4-time back-to-back winners. The new look, of course, Perkz the only returning member. And this Karma 034 is not enough in the game.
Exactly, super tough spot for G2. Tried to set up everything around Jan and on the Varus. Succeeded for a while. But then the big crucial team fights they had to win, they lost it, and it was that pentakill for Reckless. This is that play we saw just before.
And again, look at Whippo and his engages coming in from the flank, getting another crucial knockup onto the AD carry and preventing Yharnam from having an impact. While Reckless is completely untouched on the backline, he is free to just shred through whatever target is in front of him, and Fnatic find themselves another successful fight.
You're G2 now. You're way back in the game. It just feels like Fnatic needs to make a massive mistake against you. someone like Reckless or Caps needs to get caught out instantly in the fight, because Jarnan, he's now behind in items, despite being so far ahead earlier. Broxah and the rest of Fnatic want another kill.
Yeah, look at the damage. Of course, that unstoppable ultimate from Jankos will keep him alive just a little bit longer. The Sleepy Trouble bubble will tag Wadid on the way out, but there's no follow-up. Fnatic knock over their 6th tower. Look at the gold swing. It was only a few thousand in advantage for G2, but it's nearing the 10K mark for Fnatic. We're nearing match point.
And again, it's the worst feeling if you're G2 in the way you're losing, because you have these advantages. You have ways you can win the game.
Yep.
And then when you walk into a big team fight, you just see the enemy AD carry pick up 5 kills, and you're like, oh, okay, we lost that lead instantly. Everything we just did for the last few minutes to build this advantage is now gone.
The one thing is important to remember as well, leading into this game and leading into all of the trash talk and the hype, G2 were the underdogs. G2 were not the favorites in this matchup. So many people anticipated this level of performance from Fnatic, and maybe it's even better than anticipation. Look at this, the chain of corruption slowly starting to spread. Defensive flash from Bwipo as Fnatic are trying to push 2 lanes at once. Caps takes out the top lane tower. The rest of Fnatic pushing into the mid lane. Jankos got a decent amount of MR and HP, so he's not going to get insta-gibbed by those paddle stars, but it doesn't matter because Fnatic, they've broken open the base.
Can Wunder find an opportunity to just chunk a member of Fnatic out? He still has a lot of gold. He does have 3 items. It's going to be so difficult, though, for G2 as they look to defend their base.
All right, a couple of ultimates available, but not going to be enough. The tower falls. And whenever you see an Olaf running backwards with the ultimate, you can understand the situation. Fnatic very happy to take 1 inhibitor, very happy to take a 2nd inhibitor on the precipice of going 2-0 in the Spring Split Finals, and they're doing this one by the numbers. Gonna push down to the bottom lane and take the inhibitor as well.
Gotta break the spirits here, see if they can actually get a fight. G2 currently still trying to be very defensive. Fnatic looking for something.
Man, it's about sending a message. Fnatic are saying, screw it, let's make 3 pentakills. Let's see if they can find one for Caps. He's got a paddle star kill already. Manages to find himself a double. The rest of Fnatic playing defense. Hylissang catching every single shot with that Unbreakable. The Nexus is being knocked over, and Fnatic are deconstructing G2 Esports. The defending champions go down, and Fnatic are 1 win away from a title.
And while we talk a lot about the AD carry damage coming in from Fnatic, the entire setup around the fights is actually the most important thing to look at. The Braum and the Sire.
Fnatic's level 1s have been unique all split long, and this time around gets an early advantage.
Very true, and also hard to argue against what Dylan Falco, the coach of Fnatic, just said there. G2 Esports have not been able to close out with the advantages they've been getting, but by bringing more engage, now bring more carry potential for Perkz with the Cassiopeia, maybe this is it. It needs to be what G2 can actually use to snowball with.
And for G2, this is a very rare instance. They've never been in this situation, but look, the ward spots Fnatic out.
Level 1, level 1, level 1. Here comes G2! Hylissang forced to flash, burning down with the poison. Summon heal will buy some time. How many summons? 1, 2. Bottom lane uses their flashes for Fnatic.
But now G2, they want to take away this red buff as well. They want to start off with a very early game lead. Reckless gets spots out by the ward. Let's see, more action.
Oh my word, it hasn't even stopped. Perkz and Jankos trying to push away Caps. Red buff is the focus right now.
So not only did G2 actually get the summoners here, they managed to deal a lot of damage onto both Caps and Hylissang, giving a lot of advantage over to G2 Esports early on here in the laning phase.
So where will Jankos look to take now? He's going to steal away all of Brox's bottom side jungle. Given the amount of damage that Perkz was able to get onto Caps early on as well, he's already taking control over the middle lane. G2 off to a fantastic start, but now I want to see Jankos continue with this proactivity. No flash down in the bottom lane. That is a Janna. And with the Zac, this could be a good angle for G2 to look to try and capitalize on.
Always have to look at how much experience you lose, however, when you're the one invading and staying around. Perkz got a little bit late to his lane, but there is a big mini wave hitting Caps' turn.
Level 2 gank top?
Okay, there's no flash on Wunder.
And this time round, it's Wunder that's being ganked, not Bwipo. Brox is going to look for some CS. Remember, Wunder forced to use that flash much earlier on. Gets caught up by the CC, 250 HP. The shield keeps him alive for a little while longer. Volcanic Rupture comes out, they knock down. Flash forward from Bwipo. He gets minion blocked, and it trades 1 for one. Compliment to the creeps.
Good gank there from Brox in the top side, trying to punish the flashless Wonder, but he's able to get the outplay. He's able to trade it back. Bwipo uses his flash, and he loses his life. G2 still hold on to the early lead.
And what an exciting start to what could be the deciding game. Here's a replay of that gank.
I would actually love for Whipple to not use his Q here to try and land the knockup. Just let Broxah set up the very easy stun, and then you charge up your first Q, so Wonder never gets close to his turret. But now, because he actually missed the first one, this is the second time he's doing it, and now it's under the turret. And sadly for him, it is G2 minions.
Oh, unfortunate for Bwipo.
He does get the cannon, though. Bright side for that.
Oh yeah, but it's not the same patch on live. It's not worth quite as much, Phidias.
Look at bot lane though. This is exactly what G2 wants with this early Karma pick here, with the Sivir, and why they're giving Reckless Tristana. They know it's gonna suck late game, but it's gonna suck no matter what they're playing against on Fnatic's side. So now they just want to try and win the bot lane as hard as possible.
And G2, they have pressure bot, and look at where Zac is on the mini-map. Hanging around topside, clearing out his Krugs. They know where the ward is, but we know how so far this series, Jankos likes the gank top, and with a flashless Sion, this could be the next opportunity for G2.
Yeah, of course it's so important for Wonder to step up as well. Look at this, 4 minutes in, by the way. The bottom tower is being obliterated by Hjarnan and Wadid. A lot of damage coming down as Hylissang moves forward. He's already used that Ignite to try and push Hjarnan back, to try and stop the damage being dealt to this tower.
Hylissang still sitting without flash. If he gets hit by some quick poke from G2's bottom lane, he might go down, but now it is Skarner moving down to the bottom lane. It was noticed by the ward, so they actually the full information of where Broxah will be on the map, and you can see G2 instantly step away from the turret, move up mid to see if they can actually find Skarner.
Blue buff still hasn't even been cleared out from Jankos yet. Broxah dropping a bit of deep vision to keep an eye on where Jankos is and what he's up to. With how low that bot tower is, there's always a risk of a potential 4-man roam forcing to take a very early objective and then start moving the Sivir around the map, which is ideally what they would want as we see another trade in middle.
Ooh, trading back and forth, flash from Caps. Perkz is going to win that one out after he landed the damage.
This is what we wanted to see after the last game, where it was Caps controlling the mid lane, Caps shutting down Perkz on that Karma. He couldn't have any impact in the game, but on the Cassiopeia here, he's in a matchup where if he's playing well, he can try and shut down Caps, and it's a good start from him, getting that early flash. Hylissang shows himself mid as he's just been roaming.
He roams on every champion, but regardless of what it is, he's like, I can gank this lane.
Now, let's see what Hylissang can actually do to help out. Remember, it's flashless Caps. And I want to go back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier. Wonder being one of the main important players for G2. He's going to find himself the recipient of another gank. Level 1 invade into his Tribush, and now Brox has repeatedly shown top.
That, of course, is a way for Fnatic to get further ahead. Meanwhile, around mid, Caps without that flash. Jankos hopes to catch him now.
Let's find out. Jankos, stretching strike, finds one. Caps is able to break the range, and this time around, Jankos will not pull him closer.
I knew Broxah was on top side, but they will find each other again. A lot of early action happening here. Also, Wonder getting level 6 is huge, because it's a lot harder now to tower dive Ornn with that giant AoE ulti.
You can also see that Wadid has moved up towards the middle lane. Ideally for Perkz, he wants to go back, pick up that tier so we can start stacking up and then reach that point where the Cassio gonna have so much damage when she's got around 2 to 3 items fully completed.
Now, of course, still the goal for G2 is get down this bot lane turret here. It's so low already. We're just 6 minutes into the game, and it's under 50%.
Look at the CS differential already being built up for G2. In the bottom lane specifically, it all started with that level 1 invade, getting those summoner spells out from Reckless and Hylissang. You also give them the pushing, winning 2 versus 2. Ban away the Braum, give Wadid the Karma, and just allow Hjarnan and Wadid to have constant pressure. Reckless is now suffering in this early game. This is exactly what we wanted to see in the draft.
Yeah, and I'm honestly really surprised about the Janna pick as well from Hylissang. Typically not the kind of champion he favors. It doesn't really help too much here for Reckless in the early game. And late game, champions like Ornn are really good against Janna because of their very long-range giant ulti that he uses to engage. Janna's own defensive ulti to knock people away doesn't really do a lot. Zac can also become untargetable. So it's actually really difficult for Hylissang to execute this champion, and it's not providing enough for them in the early game. As we can see, they're currently losing this bot lane turret very early on.
Now, control has just been placed in the rear brush from Wadid. They know that they want to set up a potential gank or counter gank towards this bottom side of the map. So Wadid preemptively making sure that they have control over the bottom side, and you can see both junglers posturing around.
I mean, look at the damage onto that tower. Hylissang's down to 200 hit points as Hyana and Wadid continue to step forward. Boomerang Blade goes out. Not going to find the damage, but Jankos jumps in with the Elastic Slingshot. Rekkles manages to buffer that rocket jump flawlessly. But with Jankos showing his presence, the tower's going to be the focus. A couple of extra autos here from Hyanin will take it down for tower first blood very shortly.
You can see mid laners trying to roam down, help out their respective teams, but Perkz is the one that got into the river first. Zones caps away. That means his ulti is not available, and G2 secure the first tower.
Exactly what we talked about in the pick and ban phase. Punishing this Tristana early game with the pushing bottom lane. Smart to early pick that Karma on the side of G2 and then able to move it around. They will get an Ocean Drake as well, adding even more value here in the early game. And they won't even lose too much from it because it's just Rekkles sitting bot lane at the moment. Top lane, Wunder respects that he might get killed, but he doesn't know, of course, that Broxah and Caps are doing their own blue buff and not actually ganking the Ornn.
I like the respect there from Wunder. Playing back a little defensively. He doesn't know where the enemy jungler is. He's paranoid about a potential dive. So he's going to back a little bit, take the damage to the top tower, and interestingly, we're not actually seeing the swap from Hyanin and Wadid towards the top side. They just want to kind of keep some of the pressure onto Rekkles and Hylissang.
I mean, this gives them the opportunity to push in the bottom lane even harder and then move towards mid, rotate up with Perkz, and then actually swap to top side once Rift Herald spawns. It's still going to be a minute.
That's very true.
Because they're so early in killing a bot lane 30ers. They still got plenty of time to further snowball here with their draft.
All right, talking about snowballing, G2, they've got this advantage already, and the first big item sort of for Perkz after the TI is picked up the QSS immediately. What do you make of that?
Well, I think it's interesting because yesterday, what we saw from Splyce was a very early gank in the middle lane when basically Xerxes picked up the Skarner, he ran mid the moment he hit level 6, and he just camped that lane. He snowballed Nisqy very effectively, and Perkz showing like, I can see how easy it is for you guys to gank me. I do not want that to happen, so I'm going to get this early defensive choice.
Allows him to potentially continue the snowball, having the defensive ability. It's plus 1,300 gold for G2. And of course, the game now has slowed down somewhat from the chaotic start. Rift Herald has spawned, and I'm looking at Hyanin and Wadid's positioning. They were pushing towards mid a moment or two ago, placed a couple of wards just behind the Dragon Pit, and now they're back down bottom.
Yeah, the goal is now to just get the push on bottom side so that when they go to top lane, Rekkles needs a bunch of time before he can actually push the lane back and threaten this bot lane turret. So G2 can take a top lane tower and a Rift Herald, and all Fnatic gets in return is eventually a turret. And that obviously, again, further snowballs it for G2 Esports. Right now, Hyanin, great advantage in terms of items in the early game. Rekkles is trying to get attack speed so he can push the lane. Good start from G2 Esports bot lane.
And of course, the man on your screen right now, Wunder, the only man that's been really sort of kept down and held back. Let's talk about Wunder and his impact for G2 Esports. All split long, he has been one of the carries. We've looked at the focus that the team has placed around him. His gangplank at the previous game, while it was good, it wasn't enough to carry because the team didn't facilitate it enough. What does he have to do on this Ornn over these next 10 or so minutes, Vinny?
Well, I mean, over the in the early game, his responsibilities aren't going to be that big, but he will be one of the primary engage tools as we're seeing an engage in the river.
I never get to go story time as all of a sudden Broxah is going to be the focus. He's going to get burst down, a lot of damage. Flash over the wall from Jankos. He's going to get caught up by the Impale. Now Perkz is looking to shut down Hylissang. Throwing out Twin Fang after Twin Fang, but G2 unable to find the kills. Fnatic escape with their lives.
Yeah, 2 flashes used right there from G2, both Wadid, and then Jankos tried to follow over. A little bit of an awkward moment when he tried to ult onto Broxah, but actually completely missed it. Meanwhile, top lane Caps is roaming.
All right, Caps, Realm Warp's going to come out. The threat alone will mean Wunder instantly flashes away, but it's a trade again where G2 are winning the bottom half of the map and Fnatic continue to win the top half.
Exactly that, quick shot. They had so much control over the top side river. This gave Caps a very easy avenue to just walk up towards where Wunder was and see if he can set up a gank. While he doesn't get the kill, he will force the flash, enabling Fnatic to play towards that top tower as the game progresses. 2
games ago, we talked about how the strengths of the teams could be leaned into, and let's look at this. Rift Herald has been started by Fnatic.
Yeah, that should not be allowed. G2 Esports should control the top side at this point here with how far ahead their AD carry is. And of course, G2 are on the way to stop Broxah from doing this after pushing in the spot lane. As we mentioned much earlier, push in the bot, then make your move on the map so you are far ahead of Fnatic in terms of when you can actually get to an objective. And that's exactly what they're doing. Now Rift Herald will go down eventually. Let's see if Fnatic actually wants to fight for it, because it's Currently 5 members of G2 topside. Caps is sitting bot lane.
I feel like it would be very risky given the item differential between the two AD carries right now. You can see that Reckless has been struggling. You already talked about how he funneled a lot into attack speed, only sitting on the pickaxe versus the BF sword of Hjarnan. I'm sure G2 would be more than happy to take a fight.
And because Broxah was trying to kill a Rift Herald that he was never going to complete before, it actually means he's not on bottom side fast enough to instantly force Wonder away. He's running, he's trying his hardest. Because right now, if you're Fnatic, you give up top side, but you control bottom lane, and they're gonna do it. Broxah did make his way down towards it, and Caps and Hylissang will just eventually take down the turret.
It's good to see Wonder not overstepping his bounds. Multiple times this game, his lane has been under pressure. He is not at risk of being dove. Broxah moved into the pit. We've already seen the Rift Herald being popped in the middle lane. Broxah and Reckless now going to try clear out this wave as quickly as they can, and a potential fight will ensue. The boop onto the tower goes down as the Impale will pull Wadid backwards. The Orn engage comes out from the mid lane, and Wonder has already picked himself up a kill. The tower falls as well. The Karma falls in the background of the fight, and things are getting a little messy. Fnatic pushing into the red side of the map. G2 are now on the retreat. The Petrifying Gaze will stun down Hjarnan, but not enough to continue. Now Perkz forced to use the cleanse and the flash. Jankos charges the slingshot but does not pull the trigger, and G2 are running, chasing for their lives. Perkz now continues to get choked and pulled down by Caps. Rune Prison waiting for the proc, looking for Caps. Can he get in range? Hjarnan's able to waddle to safety, and messy fight, but Fnatic get the kill, G2 get the tower.
Exactly that quick shot Fnatic. They felt the need to force the fight when G2, they were in a better position to take that tower down, but Fnatic had the ability to flank. They were able to come in from the angle. They tried to get the collapse down onto G2, and they were always in the better position from the start.
Also, the biggest thing was, instead of it being the AD carries fighting each other where G2 are winning, Caps got to join a fight. He was already sitting with Rod of Ages, and Perkz was just sitting on tier and QSS for the fight itself. So the Cassiopeia couldn't really add a lot of value, and Caps, on the other hand, managed to actually return a lot of damage towards G2. This is the initial engage.
But notice the target focus there for Broxah, because he goes onto Wadid, they squish your target, easier to kill, and then Jankos dives in to save him. This means that G2 is very overextended past the tower line, and Caps can get in for a very easy flank. He then deals a lot of damage, but Fnatic don't want to hard commit yet. It's only when G2 split apart that they feel confident enough to continue the chase.
And all of G2 so low at this point. Have to just back away. But obviously Caps still being here, able to flash in and secure another kill. So massive for Fnatic. They get their mid laner in the fight here. I see bot lane, the turret actually did go down from before. And Fnatic trying to even out the gold.
Dead even once again between Fnatic and G2. Considering how strong of a start G2 did have, you would expect them to have a lot more control over the map, but it is Fnatic that are answering back, and a lot of it is coming off the back of Caps and Bwipo.
I mean, G2 wanted to continue playing on the bottom side a few minutes ago and didn't want to completely snowball towards the top lane. Took some time before they got there, and once eventually moved over, they got the mid lane turret with the Rift Herald, but then you lose this fight, and that suddenly slows down your entire game. Perkz now, no flash.
Oh, he gets caught up by Bwipo. There's the engage coming down, and Perkz will get taken out. In the ensuing fight, G2 are still running for their lives. Fnatic have got themselves the positional advantage. It's not done yet. Caps is now under threat as Hjarnan and Wadid are trying to run him down. Gonna get rooted down into place by that focused resolve. Caps continues to get smashed down as Hjarnan flashes forward for the kill. Fnatic, though, get the tower.
Fnatic again with a good play around this mid lane here. Perkz is being set even further behind. He's down 40 CS already. Hjarnan, however, is doing a great job on his own, trying to be the carry G2 needs.
G2 end up trading pretty effectively with Fnatic, but when you think about how much more Fnatic are gaining, G2 constantly struggling to find an edge. Now Bwipo, he does not have flash, 4 members on their way top.
Yeah, and of course he teleported to this tower. G2 have thrown more resources. Wonder and Jankos coming in to help out. Let's Bounce is not available. The tower is very low, but there's not enough minions to work with. Bwipo's going to get chunked down by 4 members of G2 Esports. The kill is secured by Hjarnan. The 4th of the game, it keeps the gold close, and they can continue the pressure on the tower, while Fnatic, they get deep vision in the bottom.
And there's nothing else for Fnatic to try and punish G2 with. They don't have any pushing lanes. You see Reckless trying to steal away some of the enemy jungle camps, but that was a bit of a misplay there from Bwipo TPing up top, but this is where things really kicked off for Fnatic.
Yeah, this Fnatic team that was so far behind earlier in terms of how quickly they could make plays are now able to actually set up and dive in that mid lane with Bwipo just moving in, and the no flash onto Perkz. Lost it, of course, earlier. Meant that he was an easy target for them, and important to also get the mid lane turret. Luckily for G2, They have this Swedish AD carry in the top lane. It's not called Reckless, it's called Hjarnan this time around. And he's actually able to get some kills.
I'm curious as to why Caps tried so hard to stop Hjarnan and Wadid from regrouping with their team, because his whole role there was to just stall, prevent them, and instead he ends up giving away his life. But perhaps he didn't need to.
Yeah, and of course, Bwipo, TP'd up top. It's just trading blow for blow as Fnatic takes one back, G2 responds. Still an even game, and G2 are now grouped once again in the mid lane. Wunder does not find Reckless.
No, one of the big things we said coming into this game was Perkz needs to step up. 0-0 right now, down 50 CS against his lane counterpart. The dude that has won 4 splits back-to-back right now is struggling to have an impact in this series.
And look at the item differential between Reckless and Hjarnan. While Perkz is struggling, Reckless is even further behind, still working that Infinity Edge. Hjarnan's got himself that Essence Reaver and Rapid Fire Cannon, and Fnatic will be able to take the top tower with the help of the minions. Realm Warper by some time. Caps will just break the tether and escape with his life.
He was the only player on Fnatic pushing forward. Everyone else was sitting far back in their lanes, but he was so confident in his ability to use the ulti out and then ghost away from G2 that he managed to kill this turret. And this entire early game, which was all about pushing the bottom lane from G2 Esports, it's stopped, it's over. It's going to be all about the fighting now, and that only benefits Fnatic, because they were the ones bleeding turrets, but not anymore.
Oh man, so Fnatic, they're keeping themselves in this game with that lifeline. G2 still marginally behind. We still see those chaotic plays back and forth, and Perkz, you cannot count him out. Vedius, you were talking about the legacy, you were talking about how long he's played. And specifically, I just keep thinking back to those Cassio performances last year. I keep thinking back to Niski's Cassio performance yesterday. That champion is a game changer, especially once he can ground his opponents and prevent them escaping from a potential onslaught from Ornn and Zac.
And while that's true, you have to recognize Caps' performance in this series as well. 2 levels up over Perkz right now, 221 farm. This guy is not going to give Perkz that opportunity, especially as Fnatic look to gain control of the bot side of the map.
And it's Fnatic with the late game scaling who is now dictating the game. They're the ones deciding where the fights are going to happen. They're the ones pushing towards the turrets of G2 Esports, because we're seeing Caps and Bwipo just consistently shove down these lanes, and G2 are forced to just defend. They wanted to be the proactive team, especially around Hjarnan, but they're not able to at the moment. They're going to need a big fight when Hjarnan is on 3 items and Reckless can't match it.
I will say that G2 still do have a pretty good late game team fighting composition. You have a really good engage with the Zac and the Ornn. It's just about those setups, which very often we've seen Fnatic really struggle to give G2 those opportunities.
And I 100% agree. I agreed also in game 1, but Reckless Tristana is here.
Yes,
and that's the one where both saying we're not going to win that late game. They still have a chance, 100%.
From a compositional perspective, you can see it, but from a player perspective, you always have to kind of look at Reckless.
But it's just time to prove us wrong if you're G2 Esports. If you want to get this all the way to game 5,
yes,
you have a good draft, you have an AD carry with 2 items already, 2 kills on his side, and they can look to fourth place with so much engage and mobility.
And the pressure is on G2, because for the first time in 2 years, they're on the verge of being knocked out. Bwipo rushes in with the ultimate, decides to pull that one, cancels it ever so slightly. And G2, they're still sitting around the Baron pit. They're going to throw down a little bit more of an engage. Stretching Strike will pull Bwipo back, but there's just not enough damage to take him out. Reckless, Hylissang, Caps, they turn around. Jankos is going to flash defensively, and now G2 are routed and running for their lives. Ornn ultimate may turn things around ever so slightly, and the damage is going on to Perkz. He's not taken down. Finally out! Perkz finds the kill! That's a second. It's Wadid that takes out Bwipo. G2 are keeping their series hopes alive, but how much more can they secure?
G2 Esports finally find a successful fight over Fnatic, who have been dominating this series in the 5v5. They have their eyes on the Baron. With Cassio and Sivir, they will take this very quickly, but Broxah is still alive. He's playing in his hometown, and he wants to secure this Baron for Fnatic.
Oh, G2, they pull away from it. Jankos was very low, so just in case a fight would break out, he would die very quickly. And G2, they win the fight. They might even get Hylissang.
Let's take a look. Hylissang just trying to interrupt. Actually pulls the Howling Gale short. And gentlemen, that was a great example of the engage power that G2 still have at their disposal. They found the carry, they killed Caps, and they won the fight.
I actually feel like this was Fnatic being the team to try and force the fight, because they were the ones that had priority over mid. You can see that while Jankos does go in, it is then Fnatic that's in the better position to get the chase down.
And normally here we would see an Ornn ult come down with Jankos flying in, but all the Fnatic members were too far away. This is the important part. Cassiopeia is so good once she gets in with a grounded effect onto Caps, so there's no way for him to get out the moment he gets CC'd. And this is something they can continue to do if any of the carries are stepping forward from Fnatic. Zac and Ornn together, plus the grounded effect from Cassio, should be enough to lock them in place.
Caps now does have TP. Fnatic should be aware that this is going on. And it is going down relatively quickly, but G2 have to be so careful.
Oh, the fight.
All right, Bwipo, ultimate is going to not get interrupted. G2, they peel away. Baron has been stopped. A couple of ultimates becoming available for Caps. He didn't pull the trigger. He's still pushing bottom lane.
Yeah, they have to start the Baron again to at least force the TP from Caps here. Let's see what happens. They go for another fight.
Members of Fnatic, they're grouping up. Here comes the call of the Forge God. It is not redirected. There is no knockup. Hylissang is now zoning away the G2 members. And Caps, he's pushing onto the inhibitor turret.
Exactly. Fnatic are just buying time for Caps to do work in the bottom lane. G2, they're not allowed to get themselves the Baron or the TP. Fnatic are taking everything.
Bwipo just before here, he managed to knock up Wunder so he couldn't actually connect onto his own ulti and secure a kill for G2. That was a huge play from the Sion, and now we have G2 looking for another fight, but all of Fnatic, they're just running away from them.
Fnatic can taste the title. They can taste MSI representation. And Caps still holds on to that teleport. So does Bwipo. And the 2,000 gold lead will be exacerbated by a Mountain Drake. So Fnatic, they can look to push those towers and play around those objectives as we continue to scale in the mid to late game.
And it's important to note that G2, when they started that Baron, their goal was not, we need to rush this down. It's because Fnatic is running this double teleport setup, and you can't really have the Cassio go and match the Ryze because she's only running the cleanse. It becomes a lot harder for her to follow when Ryze is putting that kind of pressure. So if they drag him towards the Baron, then they can equalize it and they can force Fnatic into a situation where it's 4v4 and then one-on-one on the side.
So we're waiting for the next Baron setup. It needs to be a successful one from G2 Esports. They cannot afford to lose a big 5 versus 5 team fight. They're going to fall too far behind in gold. They won't be able to come back. This is going to be it for G2. Set up the lanes, get your vision control around the Baron, and then get ready to take the big fight. Sadly for them, Yannen is not sitting on Edge just yet. He's getting very close, however.
Yeah, definitely going to complete that third item. It's Infinity Edge Static Shiv for Rekkles. Is he backing? Yes, he is. Deathcap not yet completed for Caps either. So for both parties, some power to go up. But 3 items on Hyanin is massive.
It's the perfect time now for him to try and carry a team fight and for G2 to try and force it. Jankos has been looking for some engages, but every time he jumps in, it's Fnatic returning so much damage onto him that he has to escape instantly. We need to see that Ornn ulti from Wunder come in with the engagement from Jankos.
My eyes are entirely on Caps. This guy is level 15 right now. He's working towards his death cap. He was a big part of Fnatic's win in Game 2. That Zoe performance was fantastic. And now on the rise, he is once again outpacing Perkz. His impact in these fights is going to be crucial, especially if he makes the same kind of mistake of overstepping and allowing G2 to get the quick shutdown.
Talking about overstepping, Hylissang and Bwipo, they've got about 20 seconds left before those flashes are available. You have to wonder to yourself, is that when Fnatic will feel a little more comfortable maybe setting something up? Rockstar dances with death as he looks Yannen down the barrel and then backs away, but G2 are so committed to the vision and trying to control this Baron pit.
And they're not able to get enough control. Like, Fnatic still have plenty of wards around it, and Caps still sitting bot lane. Instead of going 5-man to Baron and forcing a TP, they send Wunder back to defend. And Fnatic maintain control around the river.
Rekkles insta-buys himself a rapid-fire cannon, so now both AD carries are at 3 items. The big differential between the two AD carries is the range advantage that Tristana will have over Sivir. And while she can do a lot more AoE teamfight damage, the single target range advantage that Rekkles will have could be a big determinant in these later fights.
And of course, the third item for Caps, being the death cap, has just been completed. So significant advantage over Perkz right now. Flashes are all available, and you can see Fnatic very bullish. They just push into G2's territory. They're playing this 1-3-1 relatively well. Bwipo's been sitting top lane for what feels like a very long time. And of course, Caps with teleport, he's been pushing down in the bottom lane for at least 6 or 7 minutes.
And if G2 start the Baron, we have to remember the TP takes 4.5 seconds to channel. That's a lot of time for G2 to pop Sivir ulti, Ornn ulti, Zac engages, and try and kill a target before Caps shows up. They have the engage to do it. They just need to start the Baron to force Fnatic to actually come and fight them. And it's happening now. Let's see when the TP arrives, or if it will even channel at all.
All right, Bwipo is taking some damage from Hyanin. The Baron continues to get chunked down on the back end. It's down to 50%. Caps has not yet pulled the trigger. He's shoving. Keep your eyes on that bottom left. He has the Call of the Forge God. That's going to knock up Hylissang. He's running for his life as the Stretching Strike pulls him backwards. Defensive flashes. Caps has not teleported yet. Hylissang is now down. Fnatic committed for the inhibitor, while G2, they only get a support kill.
Fnatic accept the fact that they're not going to win the fight, so they will just trade it for an inhib instead. Caps is still pushing as 5 members of G2 are hanging around the Baron.
If G2 mess this up, it could be the game, it could be the series, it could be the split. Caps continues to hammer away on the Nexus turret. The Baron is not yet started.
Interrupt.
Yeah, no flash, no
It's
flash!
playing PvE. Hjarnan is stuck inside the pit, but Fnatic have not committed.
Baron's gonna
Caps
kill him.
continues to push on the Nexus. Baron is going to take down Hjarnan, but Reckless gets the last hit. Fnatic are winning everything.
They got the Baron now. Caps is still pushing here. It's only Wonder who recalled. He's gonna force Caps away, but now Fnatic gets everything.
Jankos, is he going back to base? He's not even going to try and steal, giving this away. Oh, okay, he's still hanging around.
Watch the HP, watch the HP, 2,400. Not being burst down yet, Stretching Strike inside the pit. Jankos, no flash available.
Caps is still in the base. He's
on
still trying
cooldown.
to do it.
This is insane! Jankos goes inside the pit. The Baron goes down to 1,200. The Smite fight is won! Fnatic gets the last hit. They take
TPing into
out
the base.
Jankos, and they're pushing in for the win. Fnatic are about to do it. They've got minions pushing down as Wonder is trying to stall, trying to use the Call of the Forge God. And Perkz, the last remaining member of G2, will hold firm for now.
Trying to defend, but 5 members of Fnatic already pushing for that mid inhib.
Gonna take that one down with Baron empowered minions. Super's in the bottom lane. Fnatic will not make a mistake at the Nexus again, like game 1, like many years past. And they back away to close this out safely.
Fnatic could not have played that any better. So much patience, so much good decision-making in what was a high-pressure scenario. G2 were around the Baron. They were saying, come, teleport to us, come fight us. And Caps was like, no, I know what the better decision is. I know how I can turn this in our favor, and Fnatic pull it off.
Problem also for G2 is they're too eager there to just pull the trigger. They can stay at that Baron for longer. They can force Fnatic to get closer to the Baron bit before they turn. It was just 1 or 2 members walking in to poke and jump away instantly, which is why Fnatic could continue to kite back, which is why Caps had so much time in that bot lane. G2 did not feel like they could stay in the pit, even though they had the chance with 5 members saying, look, if they stay longer at the Baron, more members will come close, but they try and engage when 3 members of Fnatic are already far away from them, and Whippo is ulting away at the same time. That's why they can only get 1 kill, and why Fnatic actually winning out on this trade.
Now Fnatic grouping up towards the top side. Both bot and mid have been taken down. Super minions are knocking on the doors of G2's base. Hjarnan left to wave clear. There's always the potential for the severe stall, but with the amount of pressure that Fnatic have been putting down, it's a bit of a stretch.
Oh, that's the case. 10,000 gold, Vidius. The Cassiopeia Sivir is definitely a threat, but it just doesn't feel like it's going to happen. It feels like Fnatic are going to do it. They are going to take down G2, the first team to defeat G2 Esports in 2.5 years. Fnatic with Baron and 1 minute left, pushing into the top inhibitor. Here comes Call of the Forge God, but it is not synchronized. It's not partnered with Jankos, and Caps once again is pushing in the middle lane. He's not with the team because he doesn't need to be. The inhibitor falls in the top lane, and Fnatic are on the precipice of making history. 3 inhibitors down. The last Nexus turret falls, and the final fight. Jankos is impaled, pulled backwards. He's killed, taken down by Reckless. A rocket jump forward as Caps takes down Perkz. Wonder follows broadly thereafter, and Fnatic will turn their attention to the Nexus. Fnatic topple G2 and are your spring split champions. Are you kidding me? They are diving for the triple kill. Fnatic rule Europe.
Fnatic have done it.
Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
They are out there, waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
안녕하세요. 저는 젠지 롤팀에서 원딜을 맡고 있는 룰러 박지혁이라고 합니다. 적어도 그냥 최소 10시간 이상은 매일 하는 것 같아요. 울트라 기어가 화질도 되게 좋고 나노 IPS 1ms/s이라서 이제 시야각이 좀 넓은 것 같아서 게임하기 좀 더 편한 것 같아요. CM보다는 좀 IPS가 더 색 표현이 되게 정확하잖아요. 그래서 약간 화질과 속도 이런 두 마리 토끼를 둘 다 잡을 수 있는 것 같아요.
Esport is not a sport.
Hey guys, it's not a sport.
Okay, wrap it up. It's not a sport.
It's over, no goodbye.
Not a sport? Huh? Who gives a shit? Welcome back to the LEC. Get ready for the match of the week in the battle.
far as we search for the light in the dead of the night. Feel that rush, feel the tide. Can you feel this newfound change? Only yourselves are here again. Feel the rush, feel the tide. 'Cause here begins a newfound strength. Find yourselves out here. We won't be the same again. If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eye? Could you walk away this time? Do you realize, do you recognize it's never over? 'Cause we all face the fire as we search for the light on the edge of the night. Feel that rush, feel the tide. Can you feel this newfound change? Only yourselves are here again.
Take one.
Is this on my left side? Because my left side's my good side, so, or I guess it's my right side because the camera's reversed. So can you flip it?
So Dracos, tell me, why is this final so important?
I mean, I think it's pretty simple when you look at it. You've got Rogue, you've got G2, you've got Fnatic. It's just exciting.
And Ender is even back from the US, isn't he?
Oh wow, Ender's back? Is he? I had no idea.
It's been a year since Reckless with My Heart. Was that the last time you guys saw each other?
Oh, wow, that's weird coincidence. Yeah, I guess that was the last time we saw each other.
Do you still follow Reckless now that he's in the LFL?
En vrai, je m'en fous un peu. I mean, no.
So why did the band break up, actually?
I mean, that's a tough question. How do I?
For the last time, Dracos, we are not doing another Reckless song.
But the fans love him. No, stop. You're obsessed with him in a stalker kind of way, not the good way.
Guys, I'm not obsessed. I just think I came in like a Reckless ball is a great idea.
I'm done.
I'm out of here.
Guys, no. Come on, Reckless ball. It was gonna be a hit.
Creative differences.
Yeah, this weekend is gonna be so hype. And it's really all thanks to Vedius setting this whole thing up. Yo, is that you?
Yo,
Vedius,
how are
what's
you?
up?
Oh boy, man, how are you?
I'm doing great.
That's good,
I'm doing
man.
great.
You look good.
Thank you. You too. I like.
Oh, hey, are you happy to be back?
Oh, I'm super excited. I've heard that, we're going even bigger. The fans are gonna go wild, like a wildfire.
Oh, yeah. Benny, dude, you cracked me up. You cracked me up.
So happy my buddy Vedius invited me back for it.
Wait, what? I never invited Ender. He's the one that emailed me.
So good that you guys
Dracos.
Oh, it's so good that you guys are both here. Yeah, good to see you. Good to see you both. Look, I'm not gonna lie to you. We're pretty tight on time, so we're just gonna go straight hair makeup.
What are you wearing there?
We gotta get you in the hair and makeup ASAP. Yeah, it's super important. Okay.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay.
Eyes front. This whole process gonna go real quick.
Dracos, why aren't there any mirrors?
Look, man, the technical difficulties. Okay, they're not working today. I got the idea here. Okay, nope. Just trust the process, there, kiddo. Okay, wait, hold on, just a little bit more here. We're gonna go on that side. I'm really excited for what I have planned for the guys. I think they're gonna love it. Okay, guys, come on.
Dracos, it's very dark in here. I can't see anything.
That's fine. That's fine. Oh, wait, here. Hey, ready? We're just gonna turn around. Camera, okay? Okay, guys, brace yourself for the best finals ever.
Dracos, is this just an excuse to get the band back together?
Guys, come on. We never even really broke up.
Oh my God, your eyes.
Your lips. Guys, it's gonna be great. Come on.
Dracos, the emo phase is over. We're done. I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore.
Guys, come on. We got everything we need right here. Think of the fans. Think of Reckless.
I literally crossed an ocean for this.
You gotta feel kind of sad for the guy, though. And for myself. Wait, I think I'm just sad in general.
You gotta take that shit off.
Oh, yeah. That'll help.
Line. I'm seeing the fans, but I'm not hearing them. So I hope that gets fixed because the whole point of this is that they're back, but I think they can hear us, and I hope that they're cheering. Unbelievable. My name is Shox, and I'm joined by Ender and Dagda with Brogda. Broxa joining us this weekend as well, and we're super excited to welcome back the fans to the studio. The players will be playing in front of them today. It is the first time in over 2 years, 757 days to be precise, that we have fans in the studio. And Romain, he is dressed for the occasion.
Oh, he's looking fantastic. The fans are looking great. We got the skirts back here too with Carlos. It is all guns ablaze in there too with the muscle man himself. And I'm just so excited, like, to see the teams, to see the fans back in the studio. Finally, it's been killing me, and it still hasn't fully clicked for me just yet how insanely hyped today is going to be.
Dagda, thank you so much for joining us. We're really happy that you can join us for what hopefully is going to be 2 5-game series.
Yeah, I'm so excited for this, especially like LPL being delayed. I was like, please, just let me see what the LEC has to offer. And I mean, you've lined up a banger.
Yeah, no problem. We just, we got you in since you have nothing to do now with the LPL being moved. So let's talk about last weekend, because G2, they took the lower bracket by storm. They went 6-0, and they eliminated both Vitality and the Misfits. And before we dive into how impressive that all was, I do also want to say goodbye to those two teams, right? Dagda, Vitality, the hailed-in super team, unfortunately couldn't make it work in time.
Yeah, I mean, it looked really good for them when they were playing against G2. I mean, they got these early leads, 5,000 gold, and then mid-game decision-making just fell apart, constantly getting picked off in side lanes. It just felt like Vitality really couldn't get themselves in order when it got to that mid-stage.
Yeah, and in a way, this series sort of like perfectly encapsulated how their split went, right? Where you can see the individual talent on the roster, but the mid-game problems were persistent throughout the regular season. So many times they threw away these massive leads, and to sort of see it come in like game 3 especially for G2, I feel like that Vitality roster has to take a good long look at themselves after their performance of the split.
And I think even the surprises that we saw in that game against G2 as well. I mean, Broken Blade getting the better of Alfari in that top side, he was popping off. It just really felt like we never got to see Vitality kind of get themselves properly set up. And I mean, for a super team, as you say, that you had such high expectations, to see them drop now just feels sorry to see.
Yeah, especially that game 3, wow. Yeah. But we have to give it to G2, right? They overcame Vitality, and then they went straight into another best of 5 over the Misfits, and that one is so hard for me to talk about because Misfits, they obviously had a great regular season, right? They made it to the 3rd place, but Dagda, nothing of what worked for them worked in the playoffs.
Yeah, it really just never came together. I mean, obviously the whole plan coming in from G2 was we're going to focus Video. We're going to take this guy down. You even saw it with that Game 1 draft, right? The Rumble, the Jarvan being there as well. They were focused on we're going to kill this Zoe. We're going to put him in the dirt and make sure that he's not able to have these magnificent performances that we've seen in the regular split.
Yeah, and in a way, this was like the worst stylistic matchup Misfits could have gone against, right? Heavy mid focus, top side focus against a struggling Herit. So it's sort of hard to like look at Misfits and go like, yeah, figuring out some way to adapt and overcome G2. It didn't end up happening, but still, I think the building blocks of a fantastic team were there for Misfits. They showed it all split long, and I'm very excited to see what they have for us in summer.
I think it's good that we look at it that way. They had 2 rookies on the lineup, right? They replaced their superstar jungler with Zlatan, who had a great regular season, but couldn't quite make it work as much coming into the playoffs, and I think that goes for all the players, to be fair, but that doesn't mean that they didn't perform and deserve that 3rd place coming out of regular season.
Yeah, because I think you look at that series versus G2, and it wasn't like one player like underperforming like in the jungle or whatever. Like, it is how G2 played as a team, and I think it's that cohesion in a best-of-5 series, being able to, you know, focus on a lane, punish mid lane, and sort of carry that through with like support roams, jungle ganks, all that stuff.
And it actually felt like the first time in playoffs I got to see, well, G2, right? Because in the Vitality game, they really struggled in Game 2 and Game 3 in the early stages, but this was G2's playground. They came in with a plan, they were able to execute it well, and as you say, playing through that mid-jungle, playing towards top side, getting picks, that's what G2, I wanted to see from them all playoffs long.
And that's why they now find themselves also in finals weekend, right? The lower bracket buff in full effect. Fantastic. G2 versus Fnatic today. But first, this season, we've added a new name to the rich history of EU mids, a player who challenged previous generations like Caps, Perkz, Humanoid, and Larssen to new heights. We are excited to reveal the 2022 Spring Regular Season MVP.
We run on the edge. 1 kill down, that's the Aphelios. Genji trying to run away, but he's just being jumped on. The face melters that we talked about, and it's going to be 3 more kills. Make it 4 for VTO. GenX trying to go back on top of this. Cernus goes in with the Shuriken flip. The Indian exhaust down, but 2 kills going straight over to VTO as they try and make this one work. Will he get a 3rd? Yes, he will. It's a triple. Who knows it can happen? The hook, line, and the kill. We run on the edge.
Kimi now coming in as well. They've blocked it. They're looking to pick off a single member from the Vikings. Kicks off. It's big for VTO with the CC immediately from G2 to stop any.
VTO's behind him.
Oh, prediction! The biggest brain we have ever seen. VTO
Coming in, it was a flawless exchange there, taking down Limit as well.
VTO on the way. Subjugate Shadow Surge. Oh, Dale just gets deleted! Just deleted where he stands. Yanko stepping forward. Get excited. VTO dives in. The final chapter. They're going to be able to take down one target next on the menu, and VTO takes them. G2 once again at the mercies of this Akali. Dives onto Caps. Blackhead next up. Target's with a good hook. Zlatan falls off by Broken Blade. VTO will take another. He has the Kempunk chainsaw, but he is caught out, and even with the charm, what was VTO? Remember the name, put respect on it. Oh, what? Jankos is dead! Jankos is dead!
Bow down to King VTO. His name in his OPG is 2022 MVP.
That is our 2022 Spring MVP, and Kato said it, VTO changed his name to that before the season started, and we heard rumors all through when he joined the scene already of how hardworking he is and how much he really grinds to get to that top spot. Broxah, it's really crazy to see his development and to see him crowned MVP this split.
I feel like every season there's always 1-2 rookies that really step up. Well, not rookies, newer players that step up, that really shine on the big stage. In this split, that has definitely been VTO. He's been a big part of why Misfit made it so far, why they look so strong in the regular season. And I think for most people it was between him and Hüli, but he really deserves it, and I'm very happy for
It
him.
definitely was. It was actually 126 points to Vitio and 123 points to Hilly, Doug. That's so close.
That's insane. I didn't realize how close it was. But yeah, I mean, look, Video has been absolutely incredible all regular season long. Like, when you look at this guy, the impact that he's had on Misfits, the ability to try and play through that mid lane, especially like Zlatan being able to work off of Video's pressure. And then you start to move into how well he dominated team fights, that massive comeback that G2 had that was focused around him on that Akali. This guy's just been insane.
When you look at the definition of most valuable player in order for the team to get the wins on the board, I don't know if we've ever had someone who embodies that like as directly. And it is so difficult to become an MVP of a league when you're not in like the top 1 or the top 2 teams of that league, right, Broxa? So what a beautiful MVP to have.
Yeah, I feel like it's interesting that finally we have an MVP that's not from one of the top teams, someone who was on a team that many didn't rank as highly throughout pretty much the entire split, but then, you know, he just steps out, goes big, and yeah, for once it wasn't someone from the typical Fnatic G2.
To the usual suspects, let's put it that way.
Yeah,
also,
yeah.
Misfits picked up both individual titles. Zlatan won Rookie of the Season, and for his regular season, that is super deserved and impressive as well for a rookie to do what he did with that team.
Yeah, and Zlatan is a guy that I was kind of watching coming up from EU Masters as well, because you had those incredible performances where he was able to play towards his lanes, make sure that he's setting up for clever invades off the priority that they had, and that's exactly what we've seen coming into LEC as well. This guy's been so creative in the way he's been able to play off of Video's pressure, he's been able to work off here, it's in the top lane, and Zlatan, he has looked impeccable this split.
Yes, he has. Congratulations to Zlatan and to Vitio. Unfortunately, they don't find themselves in finals weekend, so let's dive into the bracket and who we have left standing. Now, in the upper bracket, we had Europe's 2 best teams last Saturday crashing. Rogue completing the reverse sweep and advancing to the finals tomorrow. Super crazy that Rogue was able to grab that momentum, overcome that 0-2 deficit, and now is waiting in the finals, Broxa, to see who they will play.
In my mind, one of the most important things for Rogue, one of the biggest takeaways from that previous matchup against Fnatic, is the fact that they were down 0-2. They managed to go for the reverse sweep and actually bring it back. Because I know as a player, when you've been in situations where you know you've struggled in the past before, for Rogue in particular, usually good in regular season playoffs, not so much, but now they've showed that for themselves, most of all, that even when things are not looking great in playoffs, they can actually turn it around. And now in the final, no matter if they, you know, get a lead or not, they should be pretty comfortable.
I think it's also incredible to see kind of the adaptation that Rogue have brought to their draft as well, especially when you look at it like Larson in that mid lane. Like, he'd only played the Sylas, I think it was 3 times before that series. You know, I think he'd had 1 win and 2 losses. Like, to then bring it out in that situation where your back's against the wall and then absolutely pop off on it, like, that speaks volumes to this kind of new Rogue and what they're capable of in the finals.
Also, a bit of a shout out to the 2-time coaching staff, right, of the split behind them, because as you say, completely different strategy. Obviously, Broxa, you don't come into this and not expect to play different styles. I hope, if you're a pro team, although Fnatic, of course, kept doing the same thing. But how good is it for Rogue that they were not just able to overcome the momentum shift and complete that reverse sweep, but also do it by showing different looks?
When you play those best of 5s, that's when you can really showcase that you're not only a good team, but you're a great team, because you need to have that ability to actually adapt and improve once the series progresses. Sometimes it's like, you know, you have a certain meta that you practice in scrims and everything changes on stage. And Rogue, they were down, they found Fnatic's weaknesses and they were able to push them to the limit and actually come back. And for Fnatic, it's like the opposite story, right? That today we're going to need to see that they can actually adapt, and that once things are not working that way, they can find a way to get back on track.
Must have been a wake-up call. Final shout-out I want to give to the Giga Chat, Malrang. Twitter was ablaze with memes about how he played, and I think all season we heard also from other junglers saying he's going to get figured out. This Feast or Famine playstyle, this doesn't really work out, Dagda, but he has kept making people turn their heads and pay attention to his performance, and he is in the finals.
Yeah, and I think he's been absolutely insane. I mean, the ability to continually find these ganks, and even when you think, oh, well, you know, all you have to do as a jungler is track them, try and lock them down. But what Malrang's actually been really creative at doing is saying, okay, well, jungler's on my side of the map, but if I can just get to that position faster, well, then it doesn't matter. Your teammate's already dead before your jungler gets there. So for Malrang, I've just been so impressed with how well he's been orchestrating himself around the enemy jungler, but also just what's available on the map.
Super impressive by Malrang and by Rogue. They are waiting in the finals. That's tomorrow, though. And I also want to jump into a thing that is a little bit more fun, although the whole show is fun. That was a bad segue, actually. So this weekend, everyone at home home, as well as the fans in the studio, you can play along with LEC Bingo. Now that's fun. We're getting a bit older, so obviously we love playing bingo. The first 30 people who send in a correctly filled out bingo card to discord.lec.gg, you will all win a prize. I'm gonna read some of them to you. It's here behind us as well. But which ones of these do you think will be like the easiest to get us a bingo? The fastest?
I mean, there's one there already you could just start it off with if you wanted to.
Humanoid dies in the side lane. That happened a lot last week.
Well, I was going to say it starts with success if you wanted to.
Silver scrapes might be the hardest to attain.
True.
Yeah.
I was about to say I'm just going to fully tunnel vision on the silver scrapes.
It's also in the middle, right?
Just believe in the silver scrapes. That's what we all want. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Thank you for our lovely assistant also for showing everything. But also audience chants heard on the live stream. If that doesn't happen, I'm literally going to tear this up and go home. I hope that you guys make a lot of noise. Super excited for that. But yeah, a base race. Baron is going to get taken. Base race, silver scrapes. There's a pause. No. Please not. Oh, also, I forgot to say, but me saying all these things does not count towards your bingo card. This is literally just me saying the category. So discord.lec.gg, get your bingo card. And here we go. Good luck and have fun.
So, right now, it's time to look at the mid laners that are left in the league, because we have 3 really strong mid laners, and we're going to look at all 3 of them first. A mid laner that I've had the honor of playing with, it is Caps. Now, Caps, ever since he came into the league, has had a very unique style. He's very strong mechanically, he's very aggressive, he's vocal, he's good to get his team to play around him. And I feel like this split, he's not been quite as consistent as he has in some other years, but at the same time, he's had some pretty key moments where he was actually able to step up.
Yeah, and even if he hasn't been super consistent, he's still having that team play heavily around him, right? Like, try and have that mid jungle pop off, then move that pressure up to Broken Blade in the top side, and then you've got those invades where they like to look for these picks with Caps, and it still feels like he's been a core part of this team, and you could see that one of the big things when he was playing against Fnatic, when he's playing against Humanoid, was, hey, look, we're actually going to try and shut that down, limit that mid jungle interaction, and that's why I think we saw Humanoid have such a good game on the LeBlanc against them.
Speaking of Humanoid has been a really interesting mid lane in the past couple of years. Some think that this is the new Caps, so to speak, because obviously he looked very dominant last year on Mad Lions, winning 2 splits. Now, after joining Fnatic, a lot of the Fnatic players have been vocal about how good Humanoid is, and not only in terms of the gameplay, but also his shot calling. And I feel like it's been pretty clear that Humanoid has brought this Fnatic to a new level, Doctor.
Yeah, he kind of feels like the puppet master in behind the scenes, where he's kind of dictating a lot of the stuff from the mid lane, how they interact on side lanes. And as you say, like, people have been very vocal about what he's brought to Fnatic, but one of the big things that we saw was when they went up against Rogue, that he just kind of got shut down. Like, not having that interaction, going like 0-2 in the TF in that game 5, it felt like Larssen really was able to take over control for him, and kind of like, as a man who has a lot to prove, he definitely proved it against Humanoid.
Oh, definitely. And at last, of course, we have Larssen. Larssen is a very interesting name for me, because last time I was playing in the LEC in 2019 summer, that's when Larssen joined Rogue's LEC team. And back then, he was one of the new guys. He, had some inconsistencies, just like most rookies, but then with time, he managed to evolve and has become one of the most dominant, one of the most stable mid laners we now have in the league. What do you think about Larssen, Doctor?
I mean, that guy's been popping off. I absolutely love the fact that we get to see things like the Lucian from him, like the things like the Sylas that he brought out, like moving away from these control mages. He's been absolutely unstoppable, and it feels like, especially as he's the only person on this screen right now that hasn't won an LEC title, it looks like it's his year to try and take that. And when we're looking at guys who've been popping off, earlier this week, the latest edition of the Pop Quiz was released on the LEC YouTube channel, and without spoiling too much, one certain mid laner did quite well. So let's have a look at what's gone on.
I'm gonna play some champion quotes. They're all from Pick and Ban. Oh, okay. Most are picks, some are bans.
Pick and Ban. Oh my, okay.
Oh, I'm really bad at this.
Do you play in English?
I sometimes play in English, sometimes in German, sometimes in Chinese.
I think somebody already is like getting the settings, and I never know what setting it is.
Okay.
I'm actually good at it.
I can never resist an invitation to dance.
Who dances?
Who dances?
Champion dances.
Okay, champion that dances.
Aurelia?
Okay, is it Jhin?
I think it's actually Samira.
No idea.
I have no zero clue, like.
I don't know. Zaya.
Saya?
Shaya.
Is it Zaya?
What's Zaya?
Zaya.
Oh my god, yeah, true.
If you're buying, I'm in.
Think it's Misfortune or
Olaf?
No guesses?
No.
Oh, that's Mundo.
Not
No.
Mundo.
Wait, it's Gragas.
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 Gragas?
Gragas?
Gragas.
Gragas.
That's Gragas.
Yeah, Gragas. I'm also in if you're buying, buddy.
Gragas.
Gragas.
Okay, correct.
Nice.
Now, hear the silence of annihilation.
German?
Wait, it's so obvious. Ah, this one's hard.
Is it not Jin?
Karen. Cassidy.
Now, hear the silence of annihilation.
That can still be anyone. Velkos? Set.
Not Set.
Okay, he's not Set.
Wait.
Aatrox?
Yeah, correct.
Aatrox.
Aatrox. Aatrox, maybe?
Atrox?
It's Aatrox, I guess.
Atrox? Correct.
Really?
Yes.
I flipped it so hard.
The guilty will know agony.
You try to get in the character.
Agony. Oh my god!
Ah, my brain, please work.
Is it Evelyn?
Garen?
The guilty will know agony.
I can't think of any other.
Oh, this is so familiar. Set.
Wat is het?
Guilty will. Actually, Varus. Varus.
Varus.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, okay, my brain lag.
Neither the flames nor the depths could claim me.
Yeah, I don't know.
Huh? Debs, what's going down?
Damkens.
No.
I don't know. Is it Rek'Sai?
I don't think Rek'Sai speaks. She just does monster sounds.
She does the. Oh my god.
Mir? Oh, yeah, Pike, no?
Not Pike.
No Pike?
Neither the flames nor
Ah,
the
GP.
depths. Yes.
I'm trolling so hard. GP.
GP.
Oh, it's GP.
Oh, Gangplank.
Gangplank. Correct.
Oh yeah, he's a pirate.
Oh, yeah, I mean, oh my god.
Last one. I'm not big on sermons. Broken bones teach better lessons.
Someone that hits people.
Lee Sin.
Oh, why? Who beats people up?
That sounds like Poppy.
Oh, Vi?
Not Vi. Yeah, this one is the hard one.
Oh, this one's a hard one?
Darius.
Just skip it. No idea.
I don't know.
Ilawi.
Who the plays Ilaoi?
Ilawi?
Correct.
Nice.
Ilawi.
Correct.
Really?
Yes.
No way.
Okay, that's 2
That
points.
was sissy.
That's the...
How good I did it.
I think you were...
I
Like,
mean, I was average.
happy that everyone is as happy as we are to get started. So I hope you got your snacks, because now we are going straight towards that first best of 5 of this finals weekend. But we want to start by going back a little, walking down memory lane, because I have a perfect guest for that. Broxah, who's gone through so much with Fnatic, and we wanted to talk about our favorite G2 versus Fnatic memories. We're going to start in 2018 spring, Broxah, because that was truly a super important moment for Fnatic.
Oh, definitely. Before 2018, 2016, 2017 that I was part of, G2 was just a better team and we never really found a way to overcome them. But then in 2018, finally in spring, we got back on track. We found a way to really play as a team. We started coming together, and then eventually we made it to the Copenhagen final, played G2, Fnatic won 3-0. Beautiful moment for a lot of Fnatic players, of course. Players, fans, organization, everything. It was just beautiful all around.
And I guess different for the different players. For you, like your first championship, and then some other players who'd been fighting for it for so long.
Yeah, for sure. Like us new guys, me, Caps, Bwipo, we were just so excited that we were part of something that big. And some of the older guys, I know they've kind of been longing for that moment for a while, like the Rekkles, the Soaz types. They've obviously been on that big stage with a trophy before, and it was not only my eyes getting teary, those old guys did as well, for sure.
I can understand. That was also your home turf, of course, in Denmark. But it didn't just stop there in the spring playoffs. It happened again in summer. And then you actually made the World Final, something that hadn't happened for a European team since Season 1.
I still can't describe how surreal it was making it all the way to the World Final. Not only like making it there, but making it after all the previous years where it felt impossible to beat Korea. I still remember my first Worlds in 2017, where it was so clear so early into our boot camp and into the tournament, talking to my teammates as well, that we just had to play as well as we could, but once we met a Korean team, it was over and we would get knocked out. But then in 2018, somehow that changed, and all of a sudden we made it to the final against IG. There was no Korean team anymore. We had beat IG in the group stage, and it felt winnable all of a sudden.
It did feel winnable, and that's where we're going to end that memory,
we just
unfortunately.
skipped the rest of the story.
Winning that final was a bridge too far, but yet all in all, fantastic year for Fnatic and for Europe, right? You were ending it on a high. We get into 2019, and G2 is never someone you can count out, right? They're always going to be dangerous, and that 2019 game gave us so many interesting games, specifically the last week of the regular season, the base race. Can you set the stage for us?
Oh, for sure. So, of course, when you're a Fnatic player, playing G2 is always the biggest thing you can imagine. Even in the regular season, that's where all the hype lies. And in this case, we were playing G2. It was a very close, intense game. And we're right at the end of it. Hylissang just takes over, basically solo carries the game in my eyes. He was playing Rakan. He split pushed on Rakan, something you never saw at the time, took the enemy bot inhib. While we are on our way to do Baron, all of a sudden we are worried, like you can hear it in the comms, like, oh no, are they gonna backdoor? What should we do? And I don't think you hear it in the voice comms, but Hyli was like, Martin, Rekkles, come with me. We're going right now. We need to backdoor. We need to make this work.
What an amazing moment. And
definitely.
Hyli there, an MVP performance, even then in 2019. So let's relive that moment with the voice comms of that final moment of the game.
Okay. Defend. Shoot. Just TP on the wave. Just TP on the cannon. TP on the cannon, maybe.
I'll TP here. I'll just TP here.
We have 1 minute. That's all we need.
They TP'd with Ryze.
Just do it. Can they backdoor? Can they Ryze ult to mid?
I think it's okay.
If we don't get there running mid, they're going for backdoor.
Yeah, they're going for backdoor.
We're going. Me and Jarvan are going.
Five.
They didn't make it, but it's fine.
We didn't make it.
We
are still stopping them though. We are still trying to stop them. I can stop this guy. I can stop the GP. Okay, Lucian and the other guy will GP flash out. I can also actually I can. Please, Hyli.
I can't stop that. Keep hitting. You have it.
Oh my.
What a great memory. And you cannot hear it actually, in fact, Hyli calling. So I'm glad that you explained the situation to us for that.
That was such a great moment. And I'm going to be honest, I got goosebumps again now, even just watching that, because you can hear as they are moving into the base, Rekkles is like, please, Hyli, come on, Hyli, please. Because Hyli was the one making that big call, and obviously he just trusted him right away, because, you know, Hyli does Hyli things. That's why it's been in the MVP conversation, and that special call just won us the game.
He still does Hyli things. Now, I think in terms of our storytelling here with the rivalry, it was all Fnatic, right? 2018, even that part in 2019, but it's about to turn around. It's about to go really badly for Fnatic. In fact, in the summer playoffs. You lose twice, 2-3, including a reverse sweep in the Kings match. What a shocker.
Oh, definitely. Like, they stole our mid laner, they stole our glory, our trophy, and in the 2019 summer split, it was such a close battle between us the entire time. We were up in 2 series against them, and it just didn't matter. They always found a way to come back, and then yeah, right now we see it on the screen, like those sad faces from Athens. Those are not memories I want to relive too much, that's for sure. That was a tough time to be a Fnatic player losing to G2 2-3.
Fnatic and those reverse sweeps, what's going on? There wasn't even a monologue back then. In any case, we do have to then, of course, also talk about how G2 was just so good in 2019, right? And you say it there, they made changes in the roster, and they were just pretty much unbeatable in Europe and for a long time also in the world. There's
no doubt that picking up Caps was so huge for G2. Everyone spoke about it at the time. I think he got MVP in his first spring split on the lineup as well. Like, they all of a sudden had, you know, the 2-star mid laners of Europe and Caps and Perkz on the same team. And he was being so aggressive, and it just worked so well with the rest of the lineup. They pretty quickly managed to find a style that worked for them, and the rest of us just had a hard time keeping up. I don't like admitting it, but I guess that's sadly the truth.
Unfortunately, the way it was, 2020, of course, came, G2 was back on top, but then 2021, we don't talk about Fnatic or G2 that much because someone else took the title. In fact, it was the Mad Lions, and that makes us come here to 2022. The stories of these two teams, which is really the story of a rebuild for both of them, going for pretty big changes coming into the 2022 season, starting with Fnatic, who, even though we called Vitality the super team, might have been the real super team.
Yeah, it's like the pre-season expectations, I think, were Vitality and Fnatic. Those are your 1 and 2 teams. Fnatic bringing in Razork, obviously super promising jungler when he was over with Misfits, and more importantly, Wunder and Humanoid in the solo lanes, 2 championship solo laners. For Fnatic, this was a year about getting back on top, and they've delivered so far.
And how did the season go for them, Broxah, with this new roster?
I feel like so far it's been a good Fnatic season, and at this point, with the moment we're in, I feel like this is where we're really going to see how it's going to go for them, because you could consider this a good old super team. Often in the past, super teams haven't really worked out too well, and I feel like Fnatic overall has been a really solid team, but at the same time, now is when the pressure is on and we need to see if they can actually perform on it.
Great point. We have that sour note, of course, of the Rogue match last time around. But G2 Esports also went through a rebuild of sorts. They kept, of course, their strong core of mid and jungle, but we saw Broken Blade in the top lane. And for the first time in G2's history, very young players picked up for the bot lane.
Yeah, it's almost like they got a little bit in a time machine. We're like, let's go ahead and recreate 2018 G2, where it's like promising bot laners, but it's really all about the top side and that trio on the top half of the map. And I think that, again, for this team, expectations were a little bit lower, I think, with this bot lane, not really knowing how they were going to fit. But I think those 2 players in particular have continued to elevate their play over the course of the season. And now for G2, anything they're able to do, making a top 3, that's within the realm of reason. Anything more is exceeding expectations.
I feel like it's so interesting, because if you look at G2 and Fnatic, they've kind of swapped roles this year, where before G2 would always be the team to pick up the proven players, the strong players, and build those super teams. Fnatic would be the ones giving rookies a chance. But now, G2 took the gamble on the rookies, obviously. All of them have stepped up massively, and I'm so excited to see if they actually can match up versus these veterans today.
And I love how you set that up a bit earlier. This is now crunch time, right? The playoffs are crunch time, and now you're in that direct elimination game. You want to make it to tomorrow. And of course, we've seen Fnatic versus G2 in these iterations already in this playoffs. Fnatic beat them, G2, 3-1. And I feel like we're going to get into 2 kind of looks of Fnatic. But let's recap a little bit, Ender. What was it that made Fnatic so much better than G2 that first time around we saw them?
Yeah, well, I think initially, like especially in the first game, we saw Fnatic going into fights around Dragon much stronger. I think their setup and specifically trying to pinpoint and attack Flakked in the back line just looked better than G2. G2 were often putting themselves in these positions where they were sort of trapped in pit. Flakked didn't really have any protection for him, and he got punished for it. So I think Fnatic's team fighting overall around objectives looked better.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like most of the games, the first time they met G2, actually were in a position where they could easily win, you could say. But then Fnatic, as you said, always the better team fighting team, always found a way to come on top in the mid game. And I think that's one of the things where G2 is going to have to prove today that they've actually improved on. Obviously, they have just won 6 games in a row, but they also played against arguably weaker teams in Vitality and Misfits. And now, big boy Fnatic is back, and you need to show that you can, you know, match them.
Yeah, I think we also saw some like really big picks from Fnatic too, like Humanoid LeBlanc, the Volibear for Razork. Like we had a lot of like very active early game champions, whether it's roaming mids or laners that you can play around too, and that looked really good in Razork's hands.
It all worked out, and I think a lot of the fans and the analysts' expectations were then Fnatic, they're off now. You know, they're going to put up a great performance versus Rogue the next week, which they did until Game 3. It was a completely different side of Fnatic we saw. What happened, and how come they couldn't overcome Rogue last week?
I feel like this is some of the, like this is one of the really interesting things about playoffs comparing to the regular split, because now it's a best of 5 and you need to be able to make those adaptations throughout. And obviously Fnatic, they were in a winning position. They probably should have been able to close out the series, but when it came to the draft, Rogue had a good game plan. They adapted, Fnatic didn't, and then eventually they lost.
Yeah, and specifically like Rogue were like, hey, let's leave the Twisted Fate open. We have this great counter of Sylas in the mid lane, and then all of a sudden we saw kind of Humanoid go a little bit absent in a lot of those games. Rogue teamed up with very strong roaming supports, that was an adaptation they made, and active early game junglers, and I think that we saw, again, a little bit less active early junglers. Rogue were able to play around mid lane a little bit more, and Fnatic sort of stepped off the gas in that regard, so I feel like for Fnatic, sort of ceding a little bit of pressure and roaming from Hylissang in the early game cost them in getting those early advantages.
And I'm really happy we have 2 junglers here, and especially also Broxah as a competitor, because the read from a lot of people was, well, the Volibear got banned out. Razork had a harder time putting the influence on the map that he liked, which of course is not just a Razork issue, I think, and you're the jungler. So can you shine some light on how such a simple ban away could change the whole dynamic of a team, and are you surprised that they couldn't overcome it?
Yeah, there's no doubt that Razork has been one of the inconsistencies on Fnatic this split. And actually, I feel like, sure, it's easy to go and blame everything on Razork, but I also feel like often the jungler is going to be the one to kind of, how do you say it, the jungler shows the level of the team as a whole.
Right.
So if the team is playing really well, if they're well coordinated, if the synergy is on point, the jungler is going to look amazing. And maybe that's the case. Like maybe once Fnatic got ahead, they got a little complacent. Their game planning started getting worse. They just couldn't come together as a team. Still, of course, Razork on the Volibear found a lot of openings in the early game that he didn't find in the other champions. But even on other champions, he has been able to show up in some games in the regular split. It's just that now, hopefully they've been able to use this previous week of practice to actually prepare something else to get those early advantages.
100%, because it's all about the moving pieces behind it too, because all of a sudden after the first 2 games, we had Humanoid not roaming quite as much. We had Trimby matching the roams of Hylissang, and for me it was kind of like that battery of jungle mid support that Rogue completely leveled up in the last 3 games, and that's where the adaptation never came through from Fnatic, whether in picks or in play. They were not able to get pressure from those other roles to support and enable Razork like they did in the first games.
That brings us into a twofold question, I think, coming into this. Have they recovered from that, and have they added things that they can be more adaptable if that happens again today versus G2, possibly tomorrow versus Rogue? That's for Fnatic. But on the other side of today's matchup, Caps talked to us earlier this week about his mentality coming into finals weekend.
So I think last year was kind of hard on me.
And rip away any hope they had of making it to Worlds. Fnatic will join Mad and Rogue at Worlds for Europe, and G2 are going home.
After Season 10 Worlds was the first time that I did worse, so to say, than my previous years. We lost in semis, where previous years I made final. And it was the first year where we actually just were deciding to decline compared to always just going up. And in Season 11, I just wanted everything I could to change it. But I think I ended up trying too hard. I tried too hard to change and make sure that I was on top, that it just slipped away from my fingers. And I realized that the reason I'm so good is because I don't try that hard. I put in all the hours, of course, but I am fine having fun on stage. I'm fine picking something troll. I'm fine having like a troll, like some troll food or just anything that I do. It doesn't have to be like always 100%. I can just have fun with it, you know.
They do not know that Selfmade's there. Control ward now going down as the dragon is started up. They're going to start it on it. Jankos looking for the steal. No! But wait, does Caps steal that from over the wall? He gets the Hextech Soul for G2,
So this split has been awesome. I think I've realized a lot of my errors from last year, and now with having a full new team with fresh start, it resets all the memes, resets all the interactions. I get to learn, I get to be with new people and learn how they think and how they act, and it's just a nice experience. It's making solo queue a lot more fun, scrims a lot more fun. Everything in my life is just more fun, which is obviously when I feel like I can perform the best. Winning is kind of everything, because fun is everything for me. I like to have a good time, and when I'm playing against great players in playoffs in EU, or when I make MSI and play against all these legends, that's when I have the best time. Last year I just didn't have that. I was just sitting at home, I was not having a good time, and I just want to have a good time.
Always interesting to hear from Caps, a veteran still hungry for more LEC titles. Last weekend, they convincingly took down Misfits in a clean 3-0 sweep, and I'm here to break down a little bit of what they executed on their map movements from that game. In this clip, I want to take a look at how G2 did a better job in their later playoff series of overloading one side of the map and creating uneven fights for their opponents. This is something G2 do a lot to try and bypass those full team fights, and what I want to do is start by looking at where Jankos is. So Jankos will spot that Neon is very much overextended in this top side. You've got Mersa, who's a little bit close as well, which does help him a little bit, but G2 want to try and pounce on this. They know that Neon has no flash because there was a fight there just moments beforehand, so they want to try and make him the target. One of the big things to note as well is that because they had that fight just beforehand, they've got some really nice vision. There's also one that's just on Mercy that you can't see there as well. But they have some great TP wards for Broken Blade, and that's what they're really looking at here. So they also are looking at, if we bring up our mini-map here, got to clear that, where the other members of Misfits are. So we've got Video, who's pushing in this mid lane, which means that he's going to take time to try and get to that top side as well. And if you look at here as well, he's pushing in the bottom lane. He's going to need to commit his TP there. So this is where we're going to see G2 make their play, where they try to overload very quickly one side of the map. You're going to see Broken Blade TP onto that ward that we already looked at. And one of the big things to note as well is, as Flakked and Caps look to join, by moving in through River, they cut off Video. Video now has to go much further around than he would have liked to try and get to this fight. So G2 are able to keep so many more members than Misfits on this top half, and it just creates this completely uneven skirmish on which G2 are able to collapse. Because they win this fight, they're also able to then move back into the barn. And this is something that G2 did really well against Misfits, and I want to see them try and continue to do this against Fnatic here today as well, because one of the big things, as Ender pointed out, the team fights for Fnatic were so much stronger, and I really think that G2 taking these uneven fights is probably the best way for them to avoid that.
I think that's a great point. You also talked about positioning specifically for their marksman, but also Targamas in that series versus Fnatic. How much improvement did you see versus Vitality and Misfits? And do you think that is something that they can replicate, knowing that obviously Fnatic is also fantastic at those team fights?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the improvement I saw from G2 wasn't necessarily in the team fight itself, but the setup, right? Because against Fnatic, they were often like hitting objective first, sort of containing themselves in the Dragon Pit or Baron Pit. And in these situations, they're collapsing on side lanes, or they're collapsing on the opponents taking the Dragon. So I think a lot of it comes down to choosing when you go for the fight. And when Fnatic coming in on them, that was a problem. When G2 get to do it themselves, it's a little bit easier.
Yeah, I think so as well. More than anything, it seems like they just needed a go button, you could say. Someone to say, guys, now we're going in, and then they just jump right in there. A comparison could be Excel at the start of the split, where after Mickey joined, all of a sudden they were a lot more convincing in the team fights, and that's one of the things Mickey said he brought to that team as well. Now G2 look a bit more convincing. When they go in as a unit, and they're just not sitting around the corner waiting for something to happen.
And that's so key when you come into these playoffs, where it's so much about the team fights, and always very important in the team fights is what your bot lane can do, especially your marksman. And I wanted to bring up Flakked specifically because he has had, I want to say magnifying glass on him, but that's not true. He actually didn't have a lot of spotlight on him, but he's still been quietly doing his job. He barely died, of course, also last week. And when it comes to such a team fighting meta for such a young player, he is so instrumental, especially if you know that on the other side, we have Upset and Hilly.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need, right? When you can avoid getting dove in the backline, I think the team stepped up behind him as well. I feel like for G2, if this guy can show up and do his job, not fall behind in the laning phase, like he is a very strong team fighting AD carry as well. So he and the rest of the G2 can really thrive in that.
And I think Flakked as well even said that he was like, more comfortable playing against Fnatic in the bottom lane. They thought that they played the bot lane reasonably well, and I think if you're able to shut down the pressure from Razork and you're able to shut down the pressure from mid lane, suddenly that becomes so much easier to actually play out that 2v2 in the bot lane, because as you know, it's never just 2v2 with Fnatic.
Yeah, it's so funny too, because I feel like G2 don't put a lot of pressure in the bottom lane. Like, one of the things I noticed when they played versus Fnatic is like you'd have situations where their top lane is like building up a stacking wave while Flakked has a wave coming into him, and you sort of have to ask the question, like, do we go in top lane to try and snowball, dive, wonder, or whatever, and risk falling behind in bot lane? And G2 were making that decision. G2 were saying, yes, that is what we do. And we had, Flakked and Targamas falling pretty far behind because of that. So I think that I would like to see a little bit less of that, of course, depending on matchup, and G2 making smart, informed decisions of which side of the map to play.
And supports will be instrumental in that. We have 2 supports on their hands who love roaming, right? And I think it's fair to say, Brock said that when we compare Hilly and Targamas, Targamas is more about roaming only. When for Hylissang, I also think about the lane prowess. Is that correct?
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the things that's going to be really interesting when talking about Hyli in particular is which version of Hyli we're going to see today, because Hyli in the most recent series against Rogue didn't look quite as convincing as he did in the regular split, and I think more than anything we've seen from Fnatic that they need that bot lane to succeed, to actually have a good game. They've been a little bit one-dimensional in that sense, and I think if Hyli has a good day, if he's able to win the bot lane, get unlocked and start roaming around, then Fnatic is going to have a good edge.
And I think on the flip side, Targamas is someone who stepped up massively in that role. Like, when you look at them from playoffs, you didn't actually get to see a huge amount in the regular season, you didn't get to see a huge amount of roaming from Targamas, but in the last couple of games, he's been popping off, he's been all over the map and making sure that he's there to support his team where they need it.
A lot more of what he used to do in the ERLs as well, right? He never knew who his ADC was, is what I heard from Trouble in that regard. Let's talk about the mid lane as well. Humanoid versus Caps, the current champion versus the former champion. And Dagda, if I look at it, I kind of feel like Caps had a quiet regular season, peaking into playoffs, whilst Humanoid, who had a pretty strong season, has fallen short, specifically versus Rogue last week.
Yeah, I think looking at Caps and the Fnatic series, I was kind of surprised by the picks that he brought out. Like, we saw the Karma come out, but we didn't really see them play for team fights. It was still this more kind of like, hey, we're going to overload and pick someone on the side. And it kind of left them a little bit lacking in the mid-jungle 2v2. Then you look at game 1 of the series, they were playing like the Lissandra Lee Sin, and that didn't really work out for them because we actually didn't really get Jankos playing around that mid lane. So I think for Caps, I mean, if he's able to get that jungle attention from Jankos, I think this will be a lot easier, because as you said, in the Rogue series for Fnatic, I mean, Humanoid getting that attention from Malrang was where the whole puzzle fell apart.
Yeah, and I think too, like, sort of looking at this matchup, like, I see so much similarity in how Caps and Humanoid historically have loved to like get out of mid lane, collapse on side lanes. The last time they faced off, I think they were sort of like trading sides of the map, where Caps was running top side, Humanoid was running down. But in a matchup that is so swingy, I feel like having mid lane with Prio to team up with jungler and hit side lanes is so key.
Can I smack you with a one-liner?
Oh. Hit me.
Not really smack, not the Oscars after all. But between them, these 2 mid laners have won the last 8 titles in Europe. I mean, of course, it is skewed a bit in the favor of Caps in that regard, but I think it just says so much about the matchup today. And as we are getting closer to the games, Laure is joined by Fnatic's coach, Yamato Cannon.
Thank you, Shox. And Yamato, thank you so much for joining me today ahead of this series. How do you reflect on last week? River sweep, I guess it's not the result you expected, but what did you learn from this loss?
In the end, like, whether it's a win or lose, everything is experience. And, this whole week was to make sure to frame this reverse sweep, to make sure that it was the best possible thing that ever happened to us. And coming into the finals weekend, how you move into it, that's the only thing that matters. And history is history. Yeah. Experience is what matters.
And you learn a lot from losses like this, especially. What are the takeaways from the series itself and the improvements that you had to make from it? Yeah, I know you.
It's always a minefield, the questions. Of course, I know that you need to dig, but on our end, it was just a reflection of all of the pillars that that showcase themselves within a best of 5. Adaptation, energy, mentality, all of it was put to the test, and it allowed us to truly review everything. So I feel like coming into this weekend, we, revised everything, and we feel, more adjusted in terms of what we want to be and what we want to achieve.
Right. Very nice to hear, facing off against an opponent you know very well here in the likes of G2 Esports. What's your take on the team? Because they went 6-0 so far in the loser bracket, but it doesn't feel like they were facing off against the best teams per se. Do you think we've seen anything from G2, or are they hiding something still?
I think momentum is definitely a powerful thing. Like in no shape or form are we underestimating them or expecting the same G2 that we faced the last time. There's some tendencies that tend to die hard, and I think they've done very well in terms of making sure that their team environment seems good, at least from the outside. They seem to always be having fun. That's something powerful about them. But in the end, skill is what matters and performance is what matters. And I think now when the boys are going to be up against the wall and knowing that losing today means that they're going to go home, we're going to bring a totally different fire, and I hope that we can crush them even harder than last time.
Do or die, as you said, but we get to have this rematch in front of an audience for the first time in 2 years since we had COVID. Any thoughts on this matchup and also playing in front of an audience again?
It's exciting. I've missed it a lot. I think, it was at its worst when I had to do the games in the office. It doesn't feel the same. I couldn't even listen to the boys. You didn't really feel the same way because as creatures, we adapt to our environments, and on the stage with the fans here, me being around for a very long time, our players having so much experience, this is how we feel at home.
Exciting day ahead. Yamato, thank you so much for the interview.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Shocks, back to you.
Thank you so much, Laura. I can also see how excited you are with the atmosphere in the studio. Always a class act coming out of Yamato. Not showing us cards, but saying, obviously, we picked up things from that loss. And I feel like this one is so hard to call with everything that's up in the air. So I'm going to ask my analyst. Predictions for today. Fnatic versus G2. Ender, kick us off.
Call me crazy. I'm going a 3-1 to G2. I know they lost against Fnatic in round 1, but I think the adaptations they made last week are looking strong. And we're not going to have the same problems in the team fights that we saw previously. I think they're going to have a much different draft coming around this time and a very different game plan too.
I'm going to root for Fnatic in this case. I think Fnatic should have what it takes to actually make a comeback. I really liked what Yamato was saying, that more than anything, they look at this as a learning lesson and opportunity to reflect and improve and find out what needs to be done. And I feel like an organization with so good structure behind them, with such a good coaching staff, veteran players, they should be able to figure out the drafting problems and be able to really step up.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the League of Legends guy, not the Valorant guy. So 3-1.
Look, Fnatic are winning Masters, okay? It's not today.
But yeah, I think the biggest issue for G2 is trying to stop the Drake stacking that we see so often from Fnatic. I think that's where the real problem is going to be, because then you get to force those team fights where G2 don't look as comfortable. And I think that's where Fnatic takes
Okay, let's see what Discord has to say. I think it's going to be a close one. Discord 3-2. So in the studio, how is it? Cheer for Fnatic win? And cheer for a G2 win? All right, I think that says it all. I hope we get the full 5 games, if anything, to reward you all for coming today. We are only a few minutes away from picks and bans. The players are getting ready. I hope you are ready as well. We saw you clapping. We saw that you are ready. But Fnatic versus G2 Esports. Another page will be written in the history books tonight. Who will advance to the spring finals? Let's get into the action.
Here we are, the final week of spring, with everything on the line for the last 3 teams.
I'm really happy we have a second chance for the title, and hopefully we prove ourselves again and beat G2.
I really want to beat Fnatic because of what they did after the game against us.
Oh, that's the shoot! Each of these teams was gutted and built anew at the beginning of this year. They have proven to us that they will still deserve to be considered the best in the league. But no one player on these rosters will be satisfied with anything less than hoisting the trophy.
Winning spring would mean a lot for me because obviously I never won a split, and I think I'm way too good to never won a split. The moment he doesn't view himself like that, he'll just gonna play like and I think Fnatic is gonna show him that he's gonna play like Even though we lost, it gave me a lot of confidence, so I could, play like I played this week. Me and Targa were like way more prepared than we were last time.
Hexagon made him up the back end with the stopwatch. One stop. G2, but now Perkz is not with the team, and because of that, G2 pounce. G2 see Perkz alone. Splits around the side. They're going in now.
That's the engage. Cataclysm into the ultimatum, knocking out members of Misfits. Neon is down, and so is Schlatter.
G2, dread it, run from it, but once again they reign supreme.
Playing when there is no plan B, when there is no losing bracket, the games are way more like do or die. So for sure, like these games are very exciting.
Upset flashes, goes down, and now the Fnatic in the advance truly begins. G2 routed. Just too strong.
Damn, it looked good, but it did not matter.
Fnatic showed they continue their winning ways.
This is about the pride of who chose the correct team and validating the belief of their fans.
It might be upset against me, but I want it to be flag it against the wall, you know, against Fnatic, because I think if you win in that matter, it's really going to shut them up, you know.
So Fnatic loves to go bot. They don't know if we'll counter it by also being bot. They don't know if we'll counter it by ganking top. They have no idea, and we know exactly where they'll be.
Playing against Caps is always exciting. I feel like he is G2 right now, and I feel like they need Caps to be ahead to win the game.
I don't even consider it not making it to the finals.
The job is not done, and we still need to manage to win this, because all of it won't matter if we're not going to win the finals.
No one expected the team to come back after losing what many have argued to be their best players. Not only did they shut down the disbelievers, they rallied together with new members.
This year, even though you replaced the LEC MVP, the fact that we're still here in the finals just kind of speaks to the level that they're bringing.
Oh, there goes Drake! He hits two members, that's the kind of goes a big damage! Oh, that's the flank of the century, but it doesn't find the target. Fnatic holding their own in this fight. Upset no flash, and Odo knows it. Broke the focus, but here comes Gnarl. Here comes the re-engage, and that's the wombo we talked about. Fire rains from the sky as Comp Game 5, absolute victory over Fnatic as Rogue move on to the finals, as Rogue will be the final boss in the LEC.
Going to finals wouldn't mean much to me unless I win it, and I would really like to bring G2 back to their throne.
If we get to the finals, it would be amazing to play in front of a crowd once again, and I really hope we get there and experience that feeling again.
People put me off so many times of like, you know, winning the trophy, and it happening after like 8 years of my career would be kind of crazy.
But only one can be called the best. Find out who it will be this weekend. Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, we are live in front of a studio audience for the first time in 757 days. Just before we carry on, I have to do this. This isn't in the script, but Berlin, what is your region? Oh, God damn, it feels good. Okay, let's get serious now. It is my pleasure to present to you the ultimate European heavyweight clash. This is the longest standing rivalry in Europe, and both combatants are looking for a shot at the belt, the title, or as I would say, the crown! Introducing your fighter, wearing the orange shirts in the blue corner, the oldest heavyweight organization in league, weighing in at 7 LEC titles, 2 world final appearances, 1 world championship belt. It has now been 4 years since their last LEC title, and they are back to reclaim the throne and return once again to that legendary legacy. They were the second seed going into the LEC Spring Playoffs with a regular season record of 13 knockouts, 0 draws, and 5 losses. It is my pleasure to introduce the forever fan favorites that fancy a fortuitous face-off versus a feared foe forthwith. I present the true European super team, Fnatic! Their opponents, wearing the black and red gear, starting in the red corner, weighing in at 8 LEC titles, 1 MSI title, and 1 world final appearance. This team has half the professional experience and a third of the years of Fnatic, yet they have won more bouts more often and are the truly undisputed kings of Europe. Stepping onto the stage with a perfect record of 6 knockouts in round 2, they look to avenge the scorecard defeat to Fnatic. Berlin, I present to you the bad boys of League, the supervillains of Schengen, the gamers who are samurais too. It's G2! G2! Gentlemen, let's make this a clean fight, and Berlin, let's get ready to trundle! Fuck yes!
Welcome to the caster desk. What an intro. One more round of applause for Quickshot and the teams playing on stage today, please. It is so good to have a crowd. I'm Dracos, joining me, none other than Cadril and Vedius for this thrilling best of five.
And it is an absolute pleasure to have the crowd here. Now, everyone in the crowd, Dracos and I have had the wonderful pleasure of casting in front of you before, but my man Cadril has never cast in front of a crowd. So if you could all do the pleasure of welcoming him.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
What we want to feel throughout the day. We have the Ballot Kings. We have G2 versus Fnatic on our stage. We have some incredible talent in front of us. I'm just hoping that we get the full 5 games, gentlemen.
Yeah, and we have to wait to talk smack because they still have their headsets off so they can hear us. So we'll save all of our more negative opinions. Targamas, thank you. Okay, now we can talk
Finally.
trash. Just kidding. Yeah, we're getting into this super thrilling game. Obviously, Rogue, the big boss, waiting tomorrow. But today, very big series. Last time we saw it, some close games, most certainly, but Fnatic always felt one step ahead. A lot of people hoping that that lower bracket run for G2, back-to-back 3-0s, is enough to make this the full 5.
Yeah, 6-0 in their last 2 best-of-5s, right? G2 looks unstoppable right now. So coming up against Fnatic again, I think they're going to put up a much better fight, I think.
For sure. And my eyes in particular are on that jungle matchup, Jankos versus Razork. I know that Razork was a big topic of debate, especially in their series versus Rogue. And we know that Jankos has really been on a bit of a tear recently, alongside so many of the other overperforming members that we've been seeing from G2. So this jungle matchup I'm going to be keeping my close eyes on. Will we get to see Volibear make it through the draft? Where will the Hecarim priority be? What will this engage champion be for these junglers, or will they be put on more of a carry position? Because so far from Razork, we've only really seen 3 champions from him so far in playoffs, and he looks good on Volibear, not as good on anything else. Whereas Jankos, we've seen a plethora of different options, so perhaps the experience can weigh out as an advantage in this matchup.
Yeah, and just winning is not going to be enough, because remember who you're facing down tomorrow, Malrang, who has been incredibly impactful no matter what you have given. So as a jungler, this has to be the most pressure you're feeling, because not only do you have to face down, analyze, download a single opponent like Jankos, like Razork, you then have to do it again. 24-hour turnaround time, another full 5-game series against a jungler who has not stopped in playoffs. Big pressure on both sides.
And that helps Rogue a lot, right? They will get so much information from this best-of-5. If it does go to 5 games, if they do pull out those kind of different junglers, Malrang's going to be pretty fine with that, because we see jungle bans in the 1-2, we see first-pick junglers, Volibear is what I'm going to have to keep my eyes on for Razork, Hecarim, Viego, maybe for Jankos.
And the other question is the Twisted Fate priority. We saw it come out heavily for Humanoid in their series versus Rogue, but we actually haven't seen Caps play Twisted Fate once so far.
We know he plays it, though.
But we know he plays it, exactly. He's a very big proficient player of the Twisted Fate. But you've listened to us ramble long enough. As the lights continue to dim, we're getting closer and closer to draft. It's so good to hear the energy once again from the crowd. I can hear the players. You guys can all hear how loud Jankos actually is in person. This man can carry his voice across all
You can hear him before you can see him.
Yeah. There it is. Almost single-handedly brought booths to EU, that boy.
It wasn't the crowd noise, it was Jankos noise.
It was the Jankos noise. It was the real concern. You guys are really just fighting with the Jankos.
Ooh.
Okay.
No music, straight into draft.
Done away with over-dramatic music, and we'll put our dramatic music here now instead. Instantly, Volibear going to be taken off the table. One of the highest impact junglers so far in playoffs. Zeri going to follow.
Yeah, and speaking of Jankos, Volibear ban targeted at him. We expected that to be targeted at Razork because we saw him have so much success on these kind of early game junglers, but there's another jungle ban at Jankos, so maybe Viego is what Fnatic are looking at as a first pick.
It seems that way right now. So far in playoffs, Razork has played Viego, he has played Volibear, and he has played Diana. So you talked about Viego already being a highly contested pick, but with Zeri also removed, we have to look at these other priorities. Fnatic was not afraid to first pick both Twisted Fate and LeBlanc, both currently up and available. Is this something that Fnatic will continue to prioritize? Or perhaps will G2 actually choose to remove the LeBlanc that caused them so many problems the last time they met?
Sylas ban to me spells Twisted Fate as well, so they have 2 options here. If you first pick TF, you're giving over Viego. First pick Viego, you're giving over TF, but does G2 want to play it? Like you said, we haven't seen caps on it just yet, but that Sylas ban should spell a lot to what G2 saying. Donde está Koi? Where is Koi? Spanish fans there in the crowd.
So my question to you is, do you not just leave both open, and then if you can then just respond to whatever Fnatic pick. Because if they pick, I was going to say they could just leave both Twisted Fate and LeBlanc open, and then if they pick the TF, you can actually answer with a potential LeBlanc.
Now we need to see what Fnatic. Oh, there it is. Instant TF lock in for Fnatic. They went 0-3 on TF against Rogue. I think Humanoid was like
Sylas.
Yeah, and it was Sylas that kept being the answer. So we'll see what Caps picks up. I mean, Ryze to me would be the safe default. Something like Ahri as well could work pretty well. But now with Caitlyn Zeriban looking at Aphelios Jinx here perhaps as well.
Certainly are. They could also grab themselves the Viego very early on if they wanted to. Perhaps this is something that Fnatic expect. You know, coming into this game, we were talking a lot about potential Lee Sin as an option to pair up with the Twisted Fate. Fairly solid mid-jungle duo that does offer some pretty powerful control.
Yeah, there's the Lee Sin hover. Maybe, I mean, it would surprise me if Jankos were to pick it because he's 0-2 on it right now. I think Viego would be the best for him and then make Razork pay the Lee Sin, but there's the Jarvan Insta-lock for G2. I think that gives Razork a Lee Sin angle as well.
Jarvan obviously into the immobile carry that is Twisted Fate. Can have some decent setup. Let's see what the responses are going to be. Thresh still up and available, one of the common answers into that pick. A lot of mobile champions still on the board, but despite the Jarvan on the opposite side, still we see the Jinx lock in now paired alongside that Thresh.
Yeah, Jinx Thresh really good into the Jarvan, of course. You want to have a hyper carry that can match the Aphelios. Thresh can help with the Lance to get out of the Jarvan. Does G2 want to pick support here? I mean, something like Pyke or Nautilus or Blitzcrank, something with a hook would do so well, but it looks like for now, probably going to match mid.
Well, I was going to say one of the advantages that G2 would have in this position is if they just locked in the Nautilus and get themselves a pretty powerful 2 bot side. They, Caps has so much flexibility in that he hasn't really shown an answer into Twisted Fate yet, so it could be something that they save for the later draft, but instead they want to grab themselves the Ahri. So they've got a pretty mobile mid-jungle, that's for sure. The question is how much priority will, or sorry, how much pressure will Humanoid be able to generate on that Twisted Fate? Because when he did play it against Rogue, his impact on the map was not felt.
Yeah, did not happen at all. And we always know first few Twisted Fate ults, if they're successful, if you find ganks, that champion feels so fantastic to play, but if you fall behind, it feels so incredibly useless. See what G2 can get done in the early game. And similarly, what are Fnatic going to set themselves up with in the jungle? This champion's now going to start falling as the Viego has been banned away. Razork, we've talked about the Diana, but there's already a Twisted Fate. And right now, it feels like the pool relatively small, all things considered, when we look at viable champions we've seen so far in playoffs.
Yeah, we're looking at an 80 jungle here for Razork. I mean, Lee Sin and Trundle are the last two that I'm thinking of, unless you want to get a bit crazy and go for, you know, Olaf and Skarner. Nocturne, we've seen a little bit in the LCK as well, but into the mobility that you're talking about of G2's comp, a little bit tricky. We'll see what their last ban here is, because with Rakan being pinched to target mass, I'm just really curious what support pick they could go for, because game 1 in the best of 5, you can be really cocky, you can be confident, you can put your cards on the table and just show that you've got picks into this Thresh, for example. Blitzcrank would be an amazing pick here, I think.
It does make me laugh that with the Hecarim ban, the Sylas ban, and the Rakan ban, these Raw champions, they gave them so many issues when playing against Rogue, so they just said, you know what, we'll just remove them.
It wasn't our strategy that was wrong, it was the enemy picks that were wrong. The TF was perfect.
You know, when we look at Fnatic's draft, this is very similar to what they were drafting against Rogue. You know, we haven't seen anything too crazy yet. The biggest question will be, well, with the Jace still up, the Aurelia ban does suggest that Fnatic is looking at that right.
Do you know another ban we've seen against G2 all the time? Lucian. Lucian's still up as well, so we'll see what Broken Blade opts into. Could be a top laner that they could pick into Jace, because it seems to be banning against G2 every single time. Does give you that carry top potential. The only problem is you're against the TF.
Yeah, the advantage, though, of a Lucian in this position would be of its flexibility, but obviously you wouldn't have that because we're both your mid and AD carry locked in. So if they were to lock in the Lucian, then they would be in a bit of danger.
Huh. We have a mystery pick.
It's a Kinder Surprise.
Okay, there it is. There it is. It's a Renata. You can see her in AR and behind it, but not on the. We'll get that updated in a hot second.
Yeah. Okay, and then we've got Diana Jace for Fnatic rounding out their comp. Same kind of AP damage in mid jungle will hurt them a bit, but two champions can play very easily for the Jace.
I wonder if they will now do the Lucian. They could. Lucian's pretty good into the Jace matchup at all.
Yeah, we've highlighted it now, and you can see it obviously if you're in-house here that is a Renata pick. But if you're at home, it is just a graphical error that is Renata locked in. Everything else is correct. Ornn has now been locked in as well.
Broken Blade Ornn?
You should see Vedius' face. He was so surprised. Two Ornns.
Broken Blade Ornn. I was not expecting that.
Yeah.
Like, when we think about Broken Blade throughout the entire regular season, it's been, this is a team that plays the top side of the map, carries all the time.
Career.
You know, like...
yeah.
And I'm not saying that it's not like he could never play Ornn, right? But it's just, when we think about how G2 have been playing, this is just not the typical style. But especially when you compare how Flakked has been playing through their lower bracket run, he has been dominating. So it seems that they're putting a lot more trust in him, and Broken Blade's just going to be that frontline utility for the team this time around. Like, very teamfight focused comp from G2, playing up against Fnatic, looking to attack the sides.
And this is the kind of development that we wanted to see with that run through the lower bracket, recognizing more that they can rely on Flakked, Broken Blade willing to take a step back. It doesn't have to be the Lucians, it doesn't have to be the crazy counter picks on the top side. He can just play weak side. He can just play a solid matchup and allow his AD carry to rise to the occasion.
Definitely can, but Vedia said it. Jace should be pushing sides. TF can match to help him push out top and they want to collapse towards mid. But surprisingly, G2 with a full team fight composition, so we'll see they pull it off. Jarvan, of course, can bridge the early game. I think they want to play around bot in the early stages.
Yeah, I'm excited. We also have G2 getting mid-jungle agency, which is something that I think they really lacked in their last series against Fnatic. So we'll see how they match up against Razork and Humanoid. This is going to be an exciting one. We're going to be jumping into game 1 of Fnatic versus G2 for our semifinals.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to lie to you. The hardest part about casting...
Oh,
wow.
There's a pause.
That's actually number 2 on the list. Number 1 on the list was not losing your mind in the first 30 seconds of a cast with a live studio audience. But if you've got your bingo card, check it off. We'll give you another freebie. Legacy Kings Dynasty. Medic's not here. He'd say something about supports.
I had a question about that, seeing as we have a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Does everyone get themselves a different bingo card? Because if everyone just printed off the same one, then everyone would just win at the same time.
Don't you choose?
Here's the problem.
Don't you choose them?
Our social media manager is probably in their 20s or 30s, so they probably never actually played a game of bingo in their life. We need someone at a little bit of a different age demographic to know the specifics of bingo cards.
22. Quack, quack.
You've played bingo before.
I love bingo.
The TSM chats, they're everywhere around the world, aren't they?
Of course
That's wonderful. All right, I'm not going to lie either. You guys, there's going to be a lot of control wards dying. There's a lot of pressure to fulfill all the old memes, you know? You're going to have to be diligent in cheering for... I'm kidding, please don't. We can... One game, and then we just turn it off. You know, we get it out of our systems.
It's been a long time.
It's been a while.
So they have to get a lot of other systems.
Yeah. And of course, we'll keep you guys updated as to the reason of the pause as we get more information. In the meantime, we're kind of just waiting. So we're chilling. And we have a lot of things to talk about in the context of this series. We don't want to just like overload you with information. But I think the really cool, we'll call it narrative alert for those of you at home, story that has been emerging over the course of this playoffs is the evolution of Flakked. And it was an absolute pleasure to watch. Round 1, you know, he's getting caught out in team fights. It was a good G2 struggling
Humanoid
in team fights.
murdered him multiple times.
Yeah, Humanoid did murder him a lot. Round 2, he was a monster. You saw the stats on Analyst Desk. We'll probably talk about them again this game. And now the question is, going up against Upset Hylissang, who until last week were considered, I think, undisputed #1, can he show that same level of performance that he did in round 2?
Yeah, I mean, I think the spring split, most of the regular season, he was kind of finding his form, what he really wants to do for the team. I mean, we even saw him play things like Seraphine, right? He really didn't know how his role kind of fitted in. But I think they've definitely trusted him to play a lot more carry-orientated. I think the meta suits him pretty well, where it's Jinx Aphelios trade-off no matter what, if Zeri's banned away, right? So you're just kind of automatically kind of defaulting to a, I will farm, get a couple items, and not really do much for my team, but then I'll carry in the later stages.
And I think that the loss that he experienced versus Fnatic was obviously very significant for him as an individual as well, identifying what it is that he could do better, and like I think that we've already seen the very rapid growth. The other big thing for me is it's just Fnatic versus G2 in an elimination situation, right? Like, often they're on other ends of the bracket and they're meeting in the final. And obviously last year, that was where the narrative really started to change with the decline of well, I would say both organizations in different ways.
Definitely.
But if the fact that it started with Fnatic knocking G2 out of Worlds contention last year. Oh, it's Romar building the energy.
I missed this. You guys know it's not a live event if Romar has his shirt on.
And it's got all the player names on his back.
Yep, there it is.
Okay, so we do have a crowd. So let's just do some what's it, temperature checks. How many G2 fans are there in the crowd? Just give me a cheer.
Okay, not bad.
Okay. And how many Fnatic fans are there in the crowd? I think
that was like slightly, I think, less people, but very loud Fnatic fans. Well played. That was good.
So how many fans are there of just League of Legends in general?
Okay.
See, now what makes me laugh is that there's a lot of people that are like, no, not really. No,
don't play it.
How many fans of Koi are there in the audience? Oh man, they're not even fans. They just got a sign. Sorry, Ibai.
So this is a great way to fill, you see, K-Troll.
You just leverage someone else for content.
Yeah, you
So it's
See,
kind of
normally
like
when it's a pause, it's just
when you
empty,
watch
right?
Gordon Ramsay, this
like-
is us.
This is your Gordon Ramsay, you're just watching Kitchen Nightmares.
Yes, exactly.
Just don't ask them who the favorite caster is, because that's a dangerous game. Don't
Have you
play
done that
that
before?
game. I'm not
Someone said
listening
Vedi.
proud. No, don't play that game. It's a dangerous game.
Are you
Don't
trying
play
to
it.
subtly play the game so you can see if
No,
you
because
win?
Medi Vedi and I have played that game and I've lost every time. So
Wait, between you and him?
me and Medic.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I mean, he's such a loud, energetic
so
man.
handsome.
He is-
Oh, energetic and good at his job too. Yes, 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 all those things. Yes. True.
All right, let's bring it. Thank you to the fans. You're all amazing. Let's talk a little bit more about the game. Production, if you could, please, at some point, bring up
Picks and
Kevin.
bans.
Please, if you can you please bring up the draft in some way, or can you show them, but use the cameras at the back walls so that we can talk about the drafts a little bit while we fill during the pause.
I like how you're like Atlas trying to hold the world here. Like at any point you can say a question to K-Troll or me,
No,
and you're
no,
over
no.
here like
Because I have a setup point.
I will bring all of the content for everyone.
I will. It's fine. I'm a man of many talents. Let's focus on this G2
Singer,
draft.
actor, caster.
You keep interrupting me. Now focus.
Ex-pro player.
Okay, so
Lock
I would
it in.
love to hear what you have to say, but there's League of Legends to be played. So if you
Finally.
could just like hold on to it. All right.
Pause successfully
break.
filled.
Energy back up. Let's go. It's popping. It's the semifinal. It's LEC. It's Fnatic G2. And then we bring it down just a little bit
Yeah, I
one
was
more
going to say,
time.
remember that thing you said about the start of the
And then
games
bring
with
it
the
down.
crowd?
Oh, I love it. I love to hear it. I don't know if they're going to murder each other yet, but you guys have me hyped for it. All right.
Playing in front of a crowd is definitely different.
Yeah. Certainly is. A lot more pressure. Now, for most of these players, they're no strangers to this crowd. Obviously, for players like Flack and Targamas, it's their first playoff, best of 5 in the LEC on stage. Of course, they've had the pleasure in the ERLs and EU Masters of playing these big games on stage, but we'll see. It's kind of always an intangible to talk about how player performance is going to be affected on the mental side, but we'll see as the series unfolds.
Yeah, definitely will. And just small thing to note there, Razork, sorry, just starting with a health push and a ping, just warding his early jungle bot side. Maybe they thought some kind of late invade could happen, or maybe Jankos can do 3 camps and then gank mid from the bot side of the map, so that just covers Humanoid off a little bit, who was getting caught out a lot. Last time he played TF against Rogue, he was getting ganked a lot, he was dying a lot in the early stages, never really found his footing.
Certainly was. I'm gonna look at this pathing right now. We see that both junglers starting on the top side, likely the Jankos pathing towards bot. You could do the red-blue Gromp if you wanted to try and do a very fast gank. Looks like for now he's doing Raptors, so it's pretty safe clear for the time being, as Caps and Humanoid trade a little bit in the mid lane, leveraging the REW to proc the Electrocute very early on, gives you a little bit more prio in lane. You can see both mid laners as well running the Corrupting Pot for that extra sustain.
I think the only difference we'll see here in the early game is Jankos can gank early, but I don't think Razork can do too much unless there's a lot of fighting in bot and a lot of trading. And they can look for setup 3v3 bot side. Jankos does Red Raptors. He's going to go to Gromp here. Yes, he is going to get level 3 as quick as possible. Maybe he looks for an early gank, but lanes for now are pretty stable across the board.
Razor clearing out as expected. Bot lane, Upset and Hylissang holding on to control for now. Looming threat of a hook as the slow does connect. Flacket not able to sidestep that one. Early cleanse forced out. But Fnatic, if they get overconfident here, could get punished by Jankos, who is still playing towards the bottom side.
Yeah, it's better to just use the cleanse straight away because you don't want to get chunked out and then you have to be covered for dives non-stop. So much pressure in body, you have to find a base. It's better to just use that summoner, keep the lane stable. But now Jankos right behind Fnatic's bot lane. They haven't warded whatsoever.
They're playing back. I think they know something's coming, but it might be too little too late. Hylissang gets the play off, but he's still locked up. He's still pulled back. That's the handshake in the first blood. Flacket finds the kill.
Easy does it. Jankos just does 3 camps, runs bot from behind, gets a gank. Fnatic kind of disrespecting there. They saw their jungler pathing towards the bot side of the map, but they didn't even drop a ward with the push, so Jankos quickly to punish. A little bit of trading on the top side here.
Surprised that Hylissang chose not to flash there, utilizing the Flay to try and interrupt and create space, but he decided in that moment that he was dead, and that is first blood given over towards G2.
Yeah, we talked about how Jankos can be a little bit more proactive in the early stages, whereas Razork just kind of wants the full clear, but Hylissang here doing a Hylissang thing, just runs top level 2. We'll see what he can get done. There's a ward around mid. If he loops around, he will get spotted. That'll help out G2's bot lane so much. Maybe he's just covering his mid laner here. Maybe he thinks Jankos is looking for another gank.
Waiting, hovering. Difficult, though. Is he going to finally move into mid, maybe get some of this XP, maybe use some of those stacks to help Humanoid push out the wave. Targamas running up, though, and Jankos in the area as well. Hylissang has to be careful. That is a level 2 Thresh. Squishy is definitely the name here, as the charm is going to be flashed away from.
Wow. That hurts. That really hurts, because the problem Fnatic's bot lane have now is the wave is bouncing out, because Upset's catching the wave on the tower, but in a minute's time, this wave will slow push into G2, and now your support has no flash, so I think Jankos can full clear base and go back towards the bot side, and Razork's going to have to find a way to cover it.
Early game already looking very good for G2. In the last series, it was Fnatic that was often finding themselves with these early game advantages. Obviously, we did see G2 in positions where they were able to find leads, but it was really Fnatic dominating, especially off the back of this LeBlanc pink, and we're already seeing this evolution, this development from this G2 squad.
And holistically, of course, when we think of G2, they've had a pretty solid early game throughout. It's only in playoffs where we've seen some of those fumbles like against Fnatic, but obviously hugely dominant run through the lower bracket. Both these teams pretty darn active when it comes through in the early game. That said, we've seen it slow down a little bit in some of these games. Jankos and Razork haven't been as explosive against each other as Jankos was against someone like Zlatan, or as Razork has been in previous matchups.
Yeah, and that first Herald just contributing to first tower every single time, so both these teams will want to contest it in the early stages. Fnatic have the top push for now, but I think G2 on the bounce will get the bot push. They have a lot of kill pressure in mid soon as well, but Jankos finds Razork.
Razork, red buff, should win out in the 1v1, but Jankos can just flag and drag out to safety. Good cover to make sure Wunder can keep the pressure up.
Jankos hasn't based yet. It's 5 minutes in. He really needs to recall. He probably has a lot of gold right now, but he wants to get his Krugs. Razork doesn't want to let him do it, though. Humanoid will hit level 6 soon. Not too much mana to use the ultimate, but he's on his way up through the river. What Humanoid's doing here is he's just basing out of vision. As I said, that he cancels it. He wants to stop Caps getting his pink.
Walk forward, gold card, empowered auto as well. Good trade. Bone plating going to be used up, though. Caps can just walk away. Both mid laners still forced to stay in the lane for now, as we do see Broken Blade's TP used back into the top lane. Level 6 just around the corner. Could make for some easy setup onto Wunder if that's where G2 want to play.
Targamas with a good position here, covering for Caps. They know that Razork is in the top side of the map, so Targamas moving in through the mid lane to just make sure that his mid lane is okay. Caps also using this window to clear out that control ward as Targamas makes his way back towards bot. Jankos now finally getting his first base of the game. So far, nothing too explosive happened since we saw those early skirmishes. I think Caps did just miss that cannon.
-1.
Nice stun card there from Humanoid to deny him that extra bit of early game gold.
Oh, Broken Blade on the roam. No vision on him. He has the Ornhorn as well. So Caps can follow up with the ultimate.
Humanoid has no mana. Might be an early flash. Dashing in, trying to bait it out early. Clean flash out. Ooh. Caps, he still have the charm. He's waiting. They're going to connect it. It's flawless layering of the CC. Broken Blade grabs the kill.
It's game 1, and so far it's all G2. Jankos with the bot gank, and now Broken Blade with the top push into mid, punishing Humanoid. Wasn't even that far up in the lane, but they just have so much gap close with the Ornn ult, with the flash, with the Ahri ultimate. That's 2 kills for G2 so far. 500 gold lead for now.
You can put him on a tank. Doesn't mean that he's not going to try and have impact on the map. This is Broken Blade we're talking about. Really good utilization of just dropping a wave top, just roaming down towards mid, taking that unexpected timer to punish Humanoid. They get his flash, they get the kill, and again, just keep an eye on the minimap. Oh, he actually did successfully push that wave all the way in, so he had a good roam timer here. Humanoid doesn't respect the potential roam and lack of vision, and he ends up getting punished for it.
Yeah, good flash on the R2 there from the Ornn, but still, the follow-up with the flash from Broken Blade is enough to get the kill. The problem Fnatic have is Hylissang lost his flash early. Now Humanoid's lost his flash. How can you get push in mid and bot when you have no flash against the Jarvan? You don't have any river vision in the game whatsoever right now, so contesting objectives is going to be very hard. The only real thing they have going for them is Wunder has top push, but he can't really do much with it for now.
And again, we're in a situation where the TF first pick is being punished. G2 with the tools ready to shut it down. The silence ban not enough for them to slow it down early game. Jankos obviously very high early impact jungler. Broken Blade finding the roam, I think a little slice of heaven for G2, who might have had to be worried normally, but now with that lead in the mid lane, things are going to get a lot easier when it comes to limiting the Twisted Fate.
I think that we're going to see both teams heavily prioritize securing this Herald. Fnatic would very much like it because it will enable their side lanes. If they can open up a tower already for Wunder and a side, it just gives you so much more control over the map. Maybe even investing in mids to give Humanoid a little bit more control, but regardless, you can already see the vision investment towards the top side of the river. The bot lane is currently pathing down towards bot, which means that watch Flackhead here. He's already roaming up from the river towards the top side. I wonder if G2's going to start this one off.
I think it's a bit of an awkward state because Jankos wants to get level 6, so you can see he's doing his Krugs, and then the bot lane's moving up saying, guys, let's fight Herald, but Jankos is like, wait, I need to finish these Krugs, and then like, well, I'll just push another wave then. Now Jankos hits level 6, but Flack hits back bot. I think G2 have the setup to play for it, but for now, it looks just like they just want to find their way there. Level 6 on the Jarvan.
Now he's got it, yeah.
No flash on Humanoid makes it so hard for him to walk up.
Yep. Broken Blade just trading out there. Looks like trying to get control of the wave. Wunder firing back, but will not connect on the Shock Blast. Razork can move into contest. This Diana level 6 very powerful, but instead it looks like they could just play for the gank. Broken Blade tanky, but only has the armor. Magic Dame is going to hit like a truck. He's knocked back. Ulti coming out, but I don't even think he's going to get the second hit off. Does just in time, and that's going to be it. Broken Blade's alive! Oh, absolute mad lad manages manages to make it out. At the end of the day, G2 make quick work of Fnatic in that exchange.
Oh, Jankos quick to react there. He was on the Herald, but instantly collapses top. Smart play by Razork because he knows Jankos is on the Herald. I'll gank top first, get the kill, move together as two and push away Jankos, but he was there in the blink of an eye. Flakked has both summoners here.
Hylissang pulling forward, looking for the setup. Flash comes out. Good sidestep going in, but the hook will connect. That's going to be the heal coming in from the Severum ultimate. He's just going to walk away.
Well played there by Flakked. Does have to commit both of his summoner spells, so overall the win for Fnatic in the bot lane exchange. They should be able to secure some plates off the back of this, but actually Targamas is making his way back down, but the bigger picture is that Jankos will secure the Herald for his team. Wunder likely just going to throw a bit of poke out here, but G2 getting advantages all across the board.
Yeah, Wunder staying in the area, knowing he can't just harass, hoping for a cheeky steal. TF Ultimate not going to come out. And important to note, despite G2's early kill advantage, despite this Herald, the gold for now dead even. Yes, Herald guaranteeing at least 2 plates to come, but for now these teams are neck and neck.
The problem is, Fnatic didn't get anything on the cross map, so they want to force something. Here comes Humanoid.
Flash, Hylissang just getting thrown into that tower over and over again. You cannot do that, Green White, do not fight! He's still standing, he's trying to get the reset, maybe he can get it off. No, Razork going to find one back. Not all is lost, but Jankos is here. Flag and drag through everywhere Razork wants to be. Jankos has his number. Fnatic trying to get the best of this, but at the end of the day, G2 still coming out on top. Yes, Flakked goes down, but at what cost?
Oh, I think Fnatic was just frustrated there. They lost the top side play, they lost the Herald, and time was ticking. They lost the Herald for nothing, so let's just force something bot. They end up doing that, but G2 are so quick to respond once again, already coming out of base. Jankos, we go back here to the replay of Razork trying to find Broken Blade.
So this is just a great outplay here from Broken Blade. He gets knocked out, still gets hit by the ultimate from Razork though. Gets to knock up into another auto, into the W. He gets a tiny heal. I'm not sure. Oh, it was the grasp, of course. Gets that tiny heal, which buys him just enough time for Jankos to get a clutch flag and drag in. But then we see the commitment from Fnatic.
I think it's just frustration, but hang on a second. Jankos is going to get the dragon. Healy.
Back. Jankos now going to fully commit to this one. There's no way out, but he already got the dragon. Might as well try to do some damage on the escape. Good cleanup kill from Fnatic, but it does come at the cost of a Drake.
Both neutral objectives in favor of G2, though. Broken Blade going on to Wunder here, who has flash. Broken Blade has ultimate up in a second.
Throwing it out. Is he going to look for the solo kill? Goes back. Wunder trying to get tricky. That's going to be the proc. Doesn't want to go for the auto. Wunder holding on for now, but it's getting hard here on the top side of the matchup. Broken Blade playing with confidence.
Look at Caps. He's TPing on top tier 1. He knows he wants to dive Wunder here. He's completely abandoned mid, so he's behind Broken Blade. If Wunder stays here, he's going to die. Caps has ult, he has flash. He's going to gap close onto Wunder easily.
Wunder trying to clear the wave as quick as he can. Now he finally sees Cap. 1, 2 on the dash. It's going out for the charm. Lands. He doesn't even need it. Broken Blade grabbing the kill.
It's clean, it's easy, and it's creative from Caps. Investing the TP to help secure G2 another kill. While this won't blow the gold lead wide open, it will give them more control over the map. That's 2 plates down in the top side of the map. And look, very little is going to be lost. In fact, Caps is just going to walk into mid, and he's going to catch this wave.
Yeah, Humanoid down a level. Caps has flash, but Hilly
Hook does land. Hylissang throwing it back. Ignite goes down. No follow-up here. They're going to get the flash from Caps, but not a whole lot else.
So a lot of kills in favor of G2, but it hasn't translated to too much yet. I think the biggest problem that Fnatic have right now is their Jace lane is 0-2, even in CS, and down 2 plates to an Ornn, which was just a 5th pick for a team fight. It wasn't for lane whatsoever, so G2 is sitting pretty comfortably in this early stage. We'll see how they use the Herald, though.
Certainly are. Across the boards, it's important to recognize, as you said, that the gold is still relatively close. You can see that there is a bit of a gold discrepancy down towards the bot lane, mainly because Flakked secured himself 2 kills, but mid, TF is actually still ahead, even though he's a level down. The Diana is ahead in terms of gold, and Wunder is a little bit behind. So Fnatic's laners are still in a very solid position, and there's still many windows for them to regain control of the map.
I have to say, I love what G2 are doing here. They just sent their bot lane top. They based, ran top after Broken Blade got the initial kill, because the tower is at 3 plates, and that can all go to Flakked for first tower before the plates fall off. Wunder just has to sit here and watch his tower fall, be denied waves, and he's the Jace. He wants to catch these waves. Let's look at bot if we could, observers, because Broken Blade seems pretty comfortable here. Is Fnatic going to dive him? No, they can't. Even 3 versus 1. The Ornn is just too tanky right now, so he's clearing waves. Fnatic losing on both sides of the map right now.
Good setup there. He can get the guaranteed snare. Instantly the follow-up. Wunder's having a bad time here in this matchup. Humanoid goes in with the gold cord. Razork on the way in, but he has no follow-up. He can't connect on the Q. It means he can't follow up.
And a really good dive once again from G2. This gives Caps a window to be able to push into the mid lane as well. And G2 just have full control over the entire map. Great investment from the Rift Herald. They knew that the Jace didn't have the flash as well. Jankos had his ultimate up. Flakked had the gravity gun, but now Broken Blade could be in some danger.
Hold back, Ignite coming out. Early flash from Broken Blade. Wants to stay healthy. Doesn't want to get too low and get executed here. As Caps is just going to walk away with a cheeky charm.
Biggest problem G2 had was the TF ultimate, but Humanoid had to use it defensively top to defend the play, which they got nothing from. So Broken Blade still can catch waves bot lane, has TP as well, but it's all G2.
And this is flashbacks to earlier eras of G2 where you saw a relatively calm early game. Yes, they have a few more kills, but the gold stays dead even. We hit this mid game, they get that Herald down, they start knocking down towers left and right, and now suddenly went from dead even on gold despite the kills to a 2.5k gold lead in favor of G2 as they really start to take control. And the man really losing out in this case is Wunder. He is suffering. 0-3 on the top side of the map. Yes, ahead of Broken Blade and CS, but that's a consolation prize at best.
And that's the issue. I mean, if the Jace is even with Ornn, that's a bad situation, but still you can salvage it because you want to 2v1 the Ornn. You want to TF ultimate into the Jace lane, kill the Ornn, and that's your pressure point. But the Ornn is just so tanky right now that, I mean, he's even dropping top CS here. What Broken Blade can do is get this bot tower for his team, maybe get upsets Flash or Hillies, and then TP back top. So we'll see how long he stays down here for, because Dragon's 1 minute away. Just going to TP straight away, nothing to look for.
Looks like Broken Blade just saw a window there where he could maybe try and force something with his ultimate. Instead, they decide not to overcommit, but G2 in a great position right now. A lot of the credit does need to go to Broken Blade. Of course, Jankos with a lot of very good early ganks. He's been responding very well, but on an individual level, his roam towards mid lane is the way that he was able to outplay that 2v1 to buy enough time for Jankos to join the fray. Broken Blade then setting up that dive as well, exchanging with Wunder, playing the matchup extremely well. Just goes to show that Ornn truly is the tank carry, does everything and everything.
Absolutely. And when we think of Broken Blade, again, you highlighted earlier, we think of that number on the left, solo kills. We think of explosive, we think of counter pick. We don't think of Ornn, but despite that, Broken Blade's Ornn showing up across the map, finding kills, finding plays, finding pressure, and that's credit to him that he has found this level of versatility that we may not have seen in seasons past.
I think that opens up flexibility for the rest of the team.
Oh,
right? I think Wunder is the best example of a flexible top laner. He can play carries, he can play tanks, he can play whatever you want, but we always look at Broken Blade as he's going to play a carry, G2 are going to play topside. Much different story. G2's playing for his team, Broken Blade's playing for his team, playing for mid, and Jankos was playing for bot in the early stages. But anyway, Dragon in 5 seconds, G2 have full setup. Fnatic just going to abandon that. Maybe they can look for something on the cross map. Herald's up, top tier 1's up. It just looks like Fnatic aren't being proactive whatsoever, and they're just at a numbers disadvantage again.
Jankos ready to go in. They've got the ulti as well. Targamas ulti can come in once they get the setup. Hylissang is dead before the fight even starts. Upset trying to Gale Force out safety, but there's just too much CC. This man cannot play the game.
One of these map reads by Fnatic, surely they should look for some kind of cross map. Their bot lane's just sitting in bots while all of G2 is on the bot side of the map. They get collapsed on, they die. It's as simple as that. Wunder has to run away from mid waves. That's going to be a bot tower, that's going to be a dragon.
And Caps hits him with the emote as well. Hits him with the "this is fine" emote straight towards his former teammate. Caps knows the state of the map. He knows that G2 is clawing more and more. Forces the flash out from Wunder as well. He throws the emote up once more, and G2 will find themselves with 2 Drakes to 0.
I think it's a game state that Fnatic aren't really used to. They rely on their bot lane a lot when it comes to carrying the game, having the early push, playing for bots. We saw the early bot dive, but the second that level 3 gank happens, your support dies, they get the bot push, your support loses his flash in mid, he's down in XP. It's so hard for Fnatic to play the game.
We have to come back into the conversation about Razork and his jungle choices, right? Like, I don't think Razork has played especially bad this game, but what options do you have as a Diana? It's very difficult to stack a wave and then 3-man dive the top lane, especially against an Ornn.
Yep.
Like, when you look at a Jace, Twisted Fate, top side, typically that's your approach, right? Either look for dives top or maybe even stack a wave and dive bot, but Fnatic just haven't been given any windows. We've seen no early aggression from them, and G2 have kind of dominated the entire early game.
And I think the big thing about Razork is that while we saw the Diana be incredibly successful in the regular season, so far in playoffs, it's been a bit one note, and that note is Volibear. And when that's taken away, we can see the limited impact from Razork. Now, yes, he's going to scale. Diana has the potential to do big things in the mid game, but early game, the impact is just not there.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens. It's a long, long series. The weird thing that, I mean, we were talking about draft talk just before this game. Fnatic pick blue side, ban Volibear away from themselves, which they could have first picked pretty happily, and then they leave their jungler till 4-5, which I think an early game proactive jungler was helping them out so much in this game, and Razork looks really comfortable on it, but G2 pushing mid here. Looks like Fnatic are going to collapse on top of them. Targamas gets stunned up.
Targamas, easy target follow up with the rocket. That should be 1 kill to get things kicked off. Does have a bit of a revive, though, the potential to turn it back. Fnatic hitting on members of Fnatic right now as Jankos will flag and drag out to safety. Ulti's good from Flacket, but it's only going to connect onto Humanoids.
Has ult and flash.
1 charge left. How aggressive does he want to get? It's just going to dash back out to safety. So good pick from Fnatic, but in the meantime, Wunder going down.
These are the type of plays that Fnatic need to be looking for, though, trying to find picks somewhere on the map. Unfortunately for them, Wunder does end up going down. It ends up being a 1-for-1 overall, and G2 even secures a tower off the back of it. And look at Broken Blade in the bot lane. He's uncontested, and he's likely going to be setting up this wave to secure another tower for G2. So while the proactivity and the idea is good for Fnatic, ultimately, it's only going to be more advantages for G2.
Yeah, all 3 altars collapse, and that just means that you can walk into the enemy jungle. Will give G2 a little bit more vision to work with, but this is how Fnatic's comp works. Numbers advantage is the key words that you need to play around, because the second they overstep on one lane, you have to collapse with numbers, whether it's a 4-man mid or if it's a 2-man on a top lane or on a side lane or a mid laner. But Caps is quick to respond on the opposite side of the map, picking off Wunder.
It's interesting how he actually doesn't TP to the mid fight, he TPs to the bot one. They catch Wonder in the rotation after pushing in the bot wave, and they punish him for it. Just really smart read there from Caps. That's the second teleport we've seen this game. Very creative usage off that Fnatic was not expecting, and he's able to secure his team another kill. Ends up making it a 1-for-1, and again, because they don't have that numbers on the map, because it ends up being a 4 versus 4, G2 end up securing even more towers.
Yeah, Cap's looking really comfortable right now, and I think the beauty of having like a champion like Ahri or Sylas or Akali, it's a very individual prowess champion where you can make things like solo plays. When you're playing Victor and Orianna, you just have to push, catch waves, and group with your team, whereas when you're playing Assassins and things like this, Caps can make decisions on his own,
And we've seen in the previous series how much Caps always got these counter picks. We knew it was going to be LeBlanc every game. He always had an answer up his sleeve, but a lot of them didn't really feel like they were working out. Now in this series, the fact that in game 1, they gave him the TF and G2 already have an answer for it is massive for the series heading forward.
Definitely. The series last time was, does G2 have an answer to LeBlanc? They tried 4 times, only one of them worked.
Oh my god,
but look at the siege coming on right now. G2 playing on 2 lanes. 2 towers fall. I think Wunder will get bot tier 2 in response, but G2 playing on 2 lanes right now. Fnatic, Wunder has TP if they want to fight this.
Card. They do not want to be going onto the Ornn. Him eating that hook is not a bad thing. Unless I'm going to go golden. Upset knocked off onto the backside. Caps already coming in. TP from Wunder, but it might be too little too late. He's getting a bit of a shield coming back from the Eclipse. They're trying to finish off the kill. Reset on the Caps will not matter. And that is going to be the Renata ult. Hostile takeover. Flacken flashing under the tower. You like to see the confidence, but Upset still standing.
Wow, that was a massive exchange where only one member from Fnatic ended up dying. I think they played the fight pretty well. G2 not going to push the advantage anymore. They did secure the tier 2 in top and in mid. So off the back of that, they're just going to disengage. They know the Drake is spawning in 55 seconds. Reset on the map, restock that vision. Let's have a look back at that fight.
Yeah, I think Fnatic are just saying, guys, start playing on 2 lanes. We're losing out way too much in this game right now. Let's try to find a fight, but it's Jankos who goes in. Hilly's stopwatch saves him for so long. Ornn ults, Jarvan ults, so many things invested. Caps comes along to the side, but Wunder zones him away. Problem is here is the second Razork dies. Upset can't walk forward, so he's forced to flash away. Gale Force, everything, you name it.
And he even crit there as well. I think he popped a health pot at the last second because Upset was very close to dying.
Red buff could have ticked him down. It's only going to get worse for Fnatic really because the Ornn items will come in to help the scaling for G2.
True. It's a very valid point.
Similarly, the amount of viable targets for Fnatic with this TF to jump onto is getting smaller and smaller. That's a Bloodthirster already on Flacket. His cleanse is going to take a little while to get up, yes, but that's a limited opportunity. Ahri has so many dashes to get away. Jankos and Broken Blade are so tanky, and it's a locket for Targamas. So the options on the side lane to pick someone off just feel non-existent.
Dracos has 4 stopwatches on G2 as well, so the only real person that doesn't have a stopwatch right now is Caps. He has enough mobility to self-peel anyway, but G2 are going to get their 3rd dragon uncontested. AD carry soloing it up. You can see Fnatic pinging this top tier one. Hylissang saying to his team, guys, can we find something? They're on Drake. Let's look for this top tower. The problem is they have no mid push. Look where Upset is. So he can't help his team whatsoever. They can't push for this top tier one. They're going to get collapsed on and die. And G2 just owning the map right now.
Oh, and they're using the Hex Gates to set up the flank.
They know they're here somewhere.
Not going to catch anyone though.
And here's the other big issue. Fnatic do not face check well. They have Twisted Fate ult, they're gonna get some blue trinkets, but they don't have that true frontline tanky champion. Thresh will die. Thresh will die before he gets to proc Aftershock if he walks into this G2 lineup. So getting vision back, getting control back around the Baron when you've already lost all those mid lane towers, when you're already behind in a lot of these individual matchups is just so hard for G2.
Yeah, my concern for Fnatic right now, and obviously it's only game 1 in a series, is that we're seeing the same. Sorry, I say G2. My concern for Fnatic is that we're seeing the same one that we saw against Rogue, right? Yeah. We're seeing an evolved G2 showing more diverse strategies, showing clean map play, and a really good mid game. Whereas Fnatic seem to be relying on the strategies that they demonstrated against Rogue that fell short. And in the draft, they banned away a lot of the champions that they struggled against. But right now, they haven't been able to leverage their side lane prowess. They haven't been able to successfully find picks. And right now, they have no control over the map.
Flacket, not great ults for shredding through the Baron, but excellent if Fnatic try to come in. Expect to see Humanoid's ult in the next few seconds. Ward over the wall, they now know it's going down. That's going to be it.
TF ultimate use, full vision of G2. How does Fnatic want to walk in here? Humanoid's gonna pop it to the side. Upset has no flash, so it's so hard for him to walk up.
Broken Blade, they're all walking into that pitch, but they've zoned him away. Humanoid forced the flash out to safety. Wunder coming right over the wall. They're gonna try to finish off Jankos, but he goes golden. That's the stopwatch from earlier. Razork, it's big, but it's not big enough. Hostile takeover on the backside. Upset and Wunder beating the hell out of each other, while G2 just trying to finish the fight. They've been picked apart. Razork only getting Jankos in the end.
Jankos making a small mistake going back into the fight, because if he had lived, they would have Smite, and then they could potentially go for the Baron, which means the Fnatic have done the job of delaying the Baron from going down. But they still lose 2 members, and they still lose another fight.
Yeah, not too bad for Fnatic. 2 for 1 is probably what you'll take at this point in the game. The problem they have is they lost so many flashes trying to contest this Baron that the second G2 do it again, you're against a Jarvan Orin and you have no flash on Jace. Diana, TF, Upsets is coming up soon. So the second that comes around again, it's going to be even more difficult. Wunder.
Hang on, Caps. Waiting in the brush, looking for the lineup. Cross gonna lock him down, trying to find the charm, the cannon minion. Gonna get him some good damage. TP now coming in. Surely Wunder is dead. That TP's gonna feel like a bad decision in just a second here. Humanoid doesn't have the damage, but G2 do not want to overcommit. Hylissang in the area with the Lantern to bail Humanoid out if he needs it.
Here comes round 2, I think, though, because Cap's going to push this top way. I think G2 can just start up the Baron once again. Now it's a 4v5. Wunder has TP in 30 seconds, but the Baron will die before then, so we'll see how Fnatic dissect this top side of the river.
Blind hook from Hylissang, hoping to find something. Cap's waiting. A single charm could spell the end for any one of these Fnatic members.
It's gone.
It's gone.
Just gonna give it.
I mean, Caps with the, again, just clever play from Caps, staying, not choosing to reset, just sitting in that bush, looking to punish Wunder, who's trying to push out the way.
Rocket.
Won't be able to secure that, but now Caps is on the hunt.
Dashing forward, Razork, big ulti from all the way. He tries to get out the blast cone. It's interrupted. The Lantern.
Now, sometimes when the Lantern is over the wall, you can just about click it if the wall is thin enough, but I'm not sure if that was the case there. Razork falls, Lantern wasn't good enough, Hilly wasn't in range, I believe, and G2 have so much long-range engage and follow-up.
5 towers, 3 dragons, a Baron, and G2's looking to fight.
This looks like it might just be it. Humanoid making it out to safety, full control of the midway. Flack the Gale Force forward. That's a mark on the Humanoid. Boom, baby! Aphelios damage. 2.5 items, more than enough to finish the job, and I think they might just...
They're going to push in. They have ultimate on Targamas, but they don't have ultimate on anyone else. They're just going to back off, play it safe. I think G2 have learned their lesson when it comes to throwing games. 1 minute, 20 seconds on their soul.
What an impressive game 1 from G2. There were a lot of questions on their lower bracket run. Was it just that the competition wasn't up to scratch? Was it just Misfits wasn't competing at the level? Well, it feels to me like G2 is playing very clean right now. And let's have a look back at this Baron.
Yeah, you can see Fnatic trying to contest. Humanoid a little bit out of position, gets singled up by Jankos. Ultimate to follow up, but the stopwatch buys a lot of time. Then Jankos stopwatches. There's a lot of stopwatches in this fight. Razork finds an angle, but he gets exhausted the second he goes in, I believe. And then the hostile takeover peels enough just so Jankos can get out of range. There's the exhaust stopwatch from Razork. And it was a pretty long fight in the end, 2 for 1.
Yeah, and that was the re-engage that I mentioned about Jankos. I think he could have just disengaged, but he wanted to try and get the knock-up. He timed it poorly, and he ends up losing his life as a result.
Fnatic have to fight this. You can't give up the soul. They're so far behind right now. They have no control of the map, but maybe they can find an angle. Broken Blade gets hooked.
Off to the side. TF ulti already coming out. Where's he going to go? Hylissang down before the fight. They're ignoring him. Looking to kill someone else. Caps locked up on the side. Could be big, though. He doesn't have the Zhonya's to make it out, but there's the lock, and it's clutch. The shock blast. Not enough. Bye-bye, baby. No bailout for you.
4v4. Dragon is up in 10. We'll see if Fnatic can push these waves and collapse in. Wunder just got a lot of gold. Maybe he wants to base and TP in, but it looks like they're going to go through bot, no mid-wave. But Razork has to catch it. He knows he's not going to catch it whatsoever. They have no TPs. He's just going to abandon mid whatsoever and just go straight towards this dragon.
Shock blast damage, not too bad. Human with gold card at any moment. Razork.
He has to steal it.
Time for a hero steal. There's a bounty right there. Hostile takeover coming over the wall. It's going to stop him from doing anything. It's a clean ulti from the bot side of G2.
Upset just took so much damage. I couldn't even tell who was hitting him because literally everyone was. The Flacket ultimate doing so much damage on the backline as well. G2 secure themselves an uncontested Dragon Soul. And they have their eyes on the base of Fnatic. Mid has been opened and they're looking to secure the final tier 2 tower.
It feels like for the 4th game in the row, we're looking at Fnatic asking what is left. Back to the drawing board again. It did not work for 3 games against Rogue. It is not working in the 1st game against G2. What else do you have up your sleeve besides this Twisted Fate that can bring home a win?
I think we'll talk about this replay really quick here before we look forward. But Hylissang hits the hook onto Broken Blade, and then Upset becomes the target for Caps. He goes so deep to try and chase him. This is where Humanoid's ult was so clutch to get the stun card. Couldn't click the Lantern because of the Everfrost, and by the time he flashes away, the Shock Blast from Wunder finishes off the kill. Luckily, gets them a 1 for 1, but walking into this Dragon Pit was basically impossible when the Renata ult came out.
Yeah, it certainly was. I hope we can get a slow-mo of this because so much is going to come down. Big ultimate from Targamas.
And then Flack gets ult as well with the blue gun.
But look how Upset loses. Wait, but Razork hit him with his passive like twice as well.
Yeah, I think if Wunder didn't block that ult, he would have killed all of Fnatic almost. So now G2 playing on top waves.
All right. I have to call it out at least one time so the Renata fans aren't upset with me. That's 3 champions, a Diana, a Jace, and a Jinx. who, if we go late enough, will one-shot each other in a Renata ult. I just have to call it out. It's probably not going to happen this time, but be aware of it, as the lockup on Broken Blade is going to stop the follow-up on the ultimate. Wonder immediately going out to safety. Razork trying to turn it back. Razork trying to get something done. He goes golden in the midst of the team. Hostile takeover. Not going to connect on anybody. Razork just doesn't do enough damage. G2 are simply too powerful in the midst of the base with a soul backing them up. They're going to look to move in on game one. The fountain might not even be safe for Fnatic here. G2 have well and truly leveled up since the last time these two teams faced an absolutely commanding game one. And Fnatic will have to find their footing as we move forward in this series, where they could find themselves knocked out of playoffs.
Dracos, I don't think it's over yet. They're eyeing for a dive.
Oh, here we go. The flag, the drive, the death. And you know it's personal.
What a statement game from G2 already in this series. 29 minutes on the clock in that game one. And we were talking about the drawing board for Fnatic, and we were kind of surprised that they chose blue side. I mean, all of their losses have been on blue side in the last 5-6 games. Red side been so strong for Rogue. Now for G2, the TF, is it working? Maybe the ban on Volibear, a bit questionable, could be a first pick for Fnatic as well.
Yeah, for me, it's very much about the jungle. You know, like, if you're going to try and attack these side lanes, if you're going to try and get things like Twisted Fate and Jace ahead, you need to have a champion that can enable this in the early game, and Adana is just not that.
It's such a slim win condition to have all your eggs in the kind of Jace basket, right? When you're Fnatic playing bot side, is what you want to do. You have a Jace top, you have a TF that wants to play top side, they have an Orange to shut it down, fights on side lanes aren't working out. The fact that Jankos can do 3 camps, run bot and get a kill on that gank shouldn't happen in a semifinals.
You say that, but Malrang did it every... I feel like that's just the meta in playoffs right now, is you have to be active. It has to be 3 camps, 1 camp in game. Early activity feels like the name of the game here, and if you're going to fall behind, sadly, picks like the Twisted Fate just do not feel as impactful. That's enough from us here on game one. Going to head to a quick break. When we return, game 2 in this thrilling series.
I'm gonna take a break. Cool.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC Finals weekend and our semifinal. Well, G2 is up 1-0 over Fnatic. I'm shell-shocked just a little bit at how convincing that game was from the side of G2 after everything we talked about in the pre-show. So I'm just going to let that kind of vibrate for a second here because I think that you guys are equally as surprised.
I mean, that was a stomp.
Yeah.
I mean, and everything that was like on the checklist of what I wanted to see from G2 was there. It was like shut down bot, done in the first 2 minutes. Stop the Drake stacking, done. And then you look at those team fights, they were absolutely dominating Fnatic the entire way through.
I feel like I said the word adaptation for Fnatic so many times in the ready check, and that is like the one thing that we didn't see. They went with a similar team comp. Everything just collapsed in the early game. It feels like G2 watched the Fnatic Rogue series, took away a lot of the strengths that Rogue had, and that shut down Fnatic, and then it was just such a great game from them, really.
It really was, and specifically, I think we go to, okay, the choice again for the TF, that was actually the first pick coming out of Fnatic, the Diana choice, which we also saw, the bot lane, and the Jace in the top lane. And I wonder if you, from a pro player perspective, is this just a, hey, we actually know this can work, even though it didn't work versus Rogue, so we're just going to do it in the first game of this series. But oh my God, please don't do it again, right, Broxa?
Something like that, yeah. I kind of understand why Fnatic keep trying, because in the regular split, Humanoid was 5-0 on Twisted Fate, and it was such a successful pick for them. It was only against Rogue that it didn't work out, and now they were like, well, Rogue played pretty well, but now maybe against G2 it's going to be a different story. It failed, so if I was them, I would probably just drop it, say goodbye to the pick, and move on.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest problem that I had when I looked at it like versus Rogue in game one, it was like with a Psy on top. It's like, oh, well, you're clearly going to play around bot side. This makes it super easy to play with. This time around, when I look at that Diana pick, I just wasn't a big fan of the Diana being paired with the TF. I mean, you've got the double AP mid lane, which doesn't help. You've now got to look and go, oh, well, Diana kind of wants to scale into the game, whereas with Twisted Fate, you kind of want to get the ball rolling early, especially with this style of composition. You want to try and play sides into picks, but if you're falling behind early because your jungle pick, well, how do you come back into this?
Talk to me about the Ornn and the value on an Ornn pick, because I know Fnatic of yesteryear, which you were on actually, Broxa, more often than not also went for the Ornn. It's just such a high-value team fighting pick, right? How important is it in this series?
This is an old Fnatic strategy that we used to bring to playoffs as well, where once the pressure is on, once it's these big games, just playing a stable comp with a tank top, 2 carries, and then 2 supportive members and jungle and support is just so good, because this Ornn brought so much to G2. He's not supposed to take over the early game the way he did, but in the later stages in the team fights, he just brought so much value.
And Daga, what I heard from you was Fnatic is too late on the play, or G2 is always ahead of the play.
Yeah, I mean, when you get something like this, Jarvan, like, you can see what Jankos has been able to do, right? Gets that early gank on bot side, but then starts to continuously track Razork throughout. And as we look at this play on the bot side, you can see like Razork is trying to cross map for the play that's just happened top, but you can already see Jankos instantly moving out of base. Flakked and Targamas, I mean, massive shout out to these guys, already turned the play around on Hilly, so it makes things a hell of a lot easier. You can see as Caps comes in, Jankos comes in, and this just felt like the story of every play that Fnatic tried to make in the early stages. G2 were just waiting for them.
And unfortunately for the side of the TF again, right, wasn't able to put as much global pressure on the map at all in comparison to even an Ornn, but also the Ahri, but also the Jarvan, obviously.
It felt like everything just went wrong for Fnatic. Like right from the beginning, it started with the bot lane gank from Jankos, then Broken Blade roams mid on Ornn and gets a kill for Caps. Caps later repays him by coming top, and then all of a sudden Fnatic have 3 losing lanes with a comp where they're also getting outscaled. And I think, like Dr. mentioned, the TF can work, but you need to pair it with an aggressive AD jungler and not the Diana, because Diana and TF really want to do 2 completely different things. I think at the point in draft they picked Diana, I would have liked to see something like a Xin Zhao, which was the only thing that Razork has played so far that was really available. They went for Diana, it didn't work. That's how it goes.
And this is something we've actually seen in the LPL as well. Like Xin Zhao is still a prominent pick over there, where even though you get the 1-second nerf, he can still have like that big impact in the early stages, which is what I think Fnatic were really lacking in these early stages.
We'll see if the Xin Zhao comes out. Fnatic will be on blue for the next game. Want to highlight this guy, just Broken Blade, right? On this Ornn, as said, you know, you need to do a lot for your team, and the lane is actually not that important, and he didn't spend a lot of time there, right? But he was such a big influence across the map. And then it came to the team fights, and we're going to take a look at some of the replays, but to be honest, Fnatic was so far behind, it would have been very difficult for them to win these team fights no matter what.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, if you're a Fnatic, like the team fights are one thing, but it's just impossible to win them at this point with the comp that you have. So if I was them, I think there's two things they need to work on. They need to work on their comps, they need to have a stronger team fighting comp, but they also need to find a way to win the early game. And that can be a pretty tricky thing to do, because usually you pick one or the other, you pick the scaling, or you pick the strong early game. Two pretty big problems that Fnatic have to fix. But yeah, in the team fights, G2 were just always on point. They found good engages, found a lot of picks, and there was nothing Fnatic could really do.
I'm glad you brought up the early game specifically, because even though G2 didn't win the first match versus Fnatic, and they got stomped pretty hard in Game 3, so I'm just going to leave that out of the comparison, they were actually ahead in that series in most of the early games, right? And we're seeing that trend continue now. They've just seemed to have found a way, G2, to also tie in the mid and the late game.
Yeah, I mean, for G2, I've been really impressed with kind of like how they've managed to get this early lead for themselves. But again, it's kind of like playing into, well, how do they try and play through that mid stage, which we again saw them kind of like grouping up, trying to force plays. And I love, again, kind of looking at Broken Blade, how he moves around the map, because you can see as like people start transition down, say, to a bot lane play, Broken Blade will just move down, cover mid lane, and then he'll drift back up to top side. And he's so good at kind of letting G2 do what they want around the map. And I think it's such a big linchpin for them in that mid game.
Roxa, we can't know what is being said there right now, but we saw Humanoid getting a one-to-one treatment by Yamato, looking defeated, because we have to see this first loss in the context of the others, right? Of what happened last week, the reverse sweep, the doing the same plan over and over and bouncing your head against the wall, wanting it to work. Can you give us a little insight into what's probably going through the Fnatic players right now, and how they have to get themselves back on track?
So I feel like one of the things that Fnatic need to actually have success is to unlock Huli again and to get Humanoid in a position where he can take over the mid lane, because Caps was so dominant in this game. Fnatic needs Humanoid to do the same thing. And I think now they need to find confidence picks for Humanoid, especially more than anything. Put him on the champion where he feels happy and comfortable, because I'm sure TF is not that anymore. It could be an Orianna, a good old pick of his. It could be a Victor. It could be a lot of things, but you just set him up for success, really. And bot lane, I feel like there's a limit to how much you can change there. They probably need to be a little more cautious, because I don't think Huli should actually have died to that gank. But those are the two things that are needed for them to bounce back, I feel like.
I feel like there's a secret sauce, though, that we're missing, because if you look back at like G2 versus Fnatic, Lucian was the mainstay ban for G2 within that series. That's been dropped now in favor of the LeBlanc. And I'm curious to see if we're going to see something similar to Larison, whereas you bring out that Lucian in the mid lane, now you're able to kind of take that priority and play with it around the map as you'd like. I feel like that's what Fnatic are going to be looking for, especially if G2 are going to keep this LeBlanc ban now instead of the Lucian.
But we need to see a change for sure. And G2 Esports, they have just gone from strength to strength in this lower bracket. Now up 1-0 against Fnatic in the semifinal. Time to get into Game 2 and hoping we see some different picks coming out of Fnatic. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ducks. Back here at the Caster Desk, I think we echo a lot of the sentiment of our friends on the analyst desk, hoping for a change-up, hoping for something different. Now, of course, Fnatic could always prove us wrong. They could come out with a TF again, and this time it could work, because Humanoid just goes, I don't know, Super Saiyan or something. Like, there's always the potential for that, but I think in the land of more, let's say, rational predictions, we're hoping for something a little different.
Something a little different. They've chosen blue side again. I mean, we were talking about it. Maybe a first pick Volibear, some kind of jungler that gets some early push. Maybe if you want to swap up and keep the Diana pick, Lucian mid could be pretty good. Double AD solo lanes.
My concern comes from, that's all great. So you fix the draft problems. Great, you have a good draft. Now how do you deal with the Broken Blade counterpick every game problem? Because he just counterpicked Jace with Ornn.
I can tell you what, red side.
They just picked the blue side.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out. It's
Maybe
time for the
Game 3.
music. We're about to jump into draft for Game 2.
Imagine if Fnatic just go for the salty run back and they say, you know what, it does work, and I'll prove it.
If at first you don't succeed 4 times, it's surely
Try it.
Oh,
The quote is try and try it.
Troll, you know.
No. We'll see what happens for the rest of the draft, though, because Winter's laughing. Surely they've changed something up, right?
Surely. Copium.
We'll see. I mean, the draft...
Oh.
Okay. So a TF ban has come through.
They pulled a new card out of their hat.
I like that. It's like when you ban Shaco so your own teammate doesn't play it. They're just shutting it down already.
You think that's what Razork did?
Well, I'm just laughing.
I get one ban.
Every champion, we're like, Fnatic should play this champion. They ban it from themselves. So they have a very different opinion, I think, than I do of what's been working so far. That said, Caitlyn, Zeri, two priority junglers in the Hecarim and the Volibear Twisted Fate as well.
So is it just stock standard stuff, first pick an AD carry like Jinx here or Aphelios, or are they thinking something a bit different? Maybe a Viego first pick could change things up? Nope, it's just going to be Aphelios for Jinx trade, but this time around, interestingly, they're the ones who prioritize Aphelios higher. Of course, they were playing Jinx to Aphelios last game, G2 wanted Aphelios, so both teams think Aphelios is the strongest.
So I will say that so far in playoffs, Flakked has mainly played Aphelios and Jinx. Obviously, after the nerfs at the end of the regular season, we expected the priority to drop, but Fnatic is saying, no, we still think they're really strong. We still value them a lot. And look at this G2 shifting up their priorities, saying, give us the Ahri, give us the Jarvan, obviously what they played last game, but Fnatic with the quick response. Now, they could go for something like a Vex here if they wanted to really limit the impact. No, but they've really prioritized the Thresh.
I like the response. Thresh for the Aphelios to make sure he's safe in team fights. Lee Sin a bit more mobility. This jungle matchup is really Lee Sin favored as well, so I think Fnatic just responding to what G2 are throwing at them here, and it doesn't look like they're going to go for a Jinx. Maybe Xayah could work as well. Of course, with the lethality, you can just kind of get a lot of burst out with the ult and the E pullback if someone's locked down and locked up. So we'll see if G2 opt into that. I think picking support here could also work. Jace is still open. Lucian could be a flex for them. Looks like they're just going to go for the Xayah.
Taking their time debating. Xayah is going to be locked in. Of course, not the traditional hyper carry. Does still deal a ton of damage, especially someone like the Aphelios. The ulti limits a lot of Lee Sin's flank potential in fights to come, and the impact of the Thresh as well. That said, Fnatic, again, stock standard, super safe bot lane, a lot of powerful potential to carry. And normally I'd be like, oh, Jarvan. It's rough against Thresh. But they did this exact same thing last game for G2 and had wild success in the early game, just shutting that pick down.
And I think that all came off the back of the early gank, right? The gank made it so Hylissang died, of course, then he ran towards mid, lost his flash, and from that point onwards, Thresh really can't do anything in the game whatsoever. But a little bit of information over to Fnatic here. They pick Aphelios, G2 don't match with Jinx, they go Xayah. So maybe G2 thinks Xayah is good into Aphelios, and if Aphelios is not ours, then we're not going to pick Jinx. So we'll see what happens. I mean, Azir banned away now onto Humanoid.
It could also be that if Targamas wants to go for something like a dive champion, wants to try and get in the face, you think about Ahri diving in, Jarvan diving in, maybe another support that also wants to actively engage, giving Flakked the ability to just pure for himself with his ultimate, giving him a little bit of independency in his AD carry rather than reliance on someone else. Could be one of the reasons as well. We'll have to wait and see as the draft develops. Both Akali and Azir, those bans may seem weird if you haven't followed Humanoid's career. Actually, two of his best champions, what he's historically known for. Quite the contrast, but just goes to show how deep the man's champion pool is.
And how stock standard does Humanoid want to go? Because if I think of Akali and Azir, then I think of Orianna as his next kind of best champion, or some kind of control mage like Victor. With these champs being down, Corki, we've seen him on as well. So is that just going to be his go-to, or do you think he'll pick something a bit more aggressive like the Sylas?
I wonder if Vex is in the cards for him. I think the Vex is a really solid matchup into the Ahri. Obviously not that great into things like a Xayah, so perhaps he'll move further away from it. But Orianna, definitely a very solid control mage that can give you a lot of agency in the matchup early on. But later into the game, the lack of mobility can definitely hurt you.
And interesting, of course, to see G2 ban away something like the Azir. Obviously, we've seen it less, but is a champion that can 1v9. It is that champion that can show up big, that can have huge impact if it gets into the late game, and similarly peels for itself. Now it's going to be the Nautilus locked in, so aggressive bottom side. Kai'Sa mid.
Okay.
And Gragas blind pick top as well.
This is a ton of playmaking, a lot of poke damage. Kai'Sa ludicrously powerful. If she falls behind, she is useless. If she gets ahead, one of the most impressive champions in the game, no doubt.
I'm not too sure about this Kai'Sa pick. We'll see how it plays out. The problem is with Kai'Sa is you want to pick it in the poke comp, right? Like a Jace Kai'Sa, it does so much work. Something like just go for the Ornn run back, it looks like makes sense with the amount of team fight they've got with Jarvan and Nautilus. Kai'Sa wants poke champions with her. If she's the only poke champion, doesn't really give you that much leverage around the objective. Still has a lot of mobility. Will do well against Jarvan Ahri at level 6, but before that, will struggle a bit. I think G2 have a lot of lockdown, so Human needs to be careful, but if he can play at range and Wunder can be that front line, they have a lot of backline there.
I think the idea is as long as Kai'Sa scales, she's always going to have impact. As long as you get to that certain point of the game, she's always going to be a threat, regardless of whether she's in a poke comp or not. The one thing I will say, though, is she's still an AD carry. She's still very squishy, and you're playing into Ahri Jarvan. If you ever lose your flash, which for the record is not that hard to burn with Ahri by herself, you're in danger. And I think that Caps and Jankos, I mean, we saw Broken Blade ganking mid last game. I wouldn't be surprised if a little bit more focus came from Targamas, Jankos, and Broken Blade to try and shut this mid laner down.
Yeah, and while it has been mostly about the early game, if we come into the mid game, late game kind of even, the one thing that I will say for Fnatic is that their late game scaling on their carry is much more reliable. Both teams similar engage, similar amounts of disengage. Lethality, Xayah, and Ahri, all up front burst damage. Not to sustain DPS you get through from these hyper carries, and sometimes those champions are going to struggle against something as tanky as a full tank Gragas on the top side.
They're going to have to disengage, they're going to have to keep them arm's length, and you have to poke them with a little bit more backline damage. Need to be very careful of G2's burst, but if they can sustain it, then they can turn a fight.
The most important thing for me is we have seen Fnatic show us something different, and I think that was the most important thing, bring in something new to the draft, and now we just have to see how things will play out. We're about to jump into Game 2 of this Best of 5 series, so without further ado, let's play the music.
And into Game 2 we go. Look, Ari on the audience, Ari on stage, 2 Aris. Here we go.
We had 2 Orans last game.
Hey, oh, what?
Yeah, we did in draft.
Oh,
two
you're
Orans.
right. Okay.
Now we have 2 Aris.
Excuse, sir. Calm down. Big thing, of course. Here's my question. Fans in the audience, because you're here, so we get to ask you questions now too. Fnatic fans, do you believe in your team? Do you believe in the comeback? Because Game 1 was rough. Let me hear it. Come on, Fnatic fans, where are you?
There it is.
There it is.
There's that Fnatic energy.
Great job. I see you over there, right side. I
Watch
appreciate you.
The G2 fans are going to respond with TSM chants in a minute. Just watch, it'll happen.
Oh, or G2 chants.
Oh,
G2 chants. That would make sense.
commercial.
The fans begin to cheer. Tensions rise on the bottom side of the map. Whoever has control of this middle bush is certainly set up for success early on. That said, Aphelios' early range advantage and sustain often can do work in this matchup.
So, Caedrel, I know you're a top lane main now, but is it okay if I still ask you jungle questions?
Yeah, of course you can.
Okay, great. So let's think about these jungle pathing right now. What do you think? What are your thoughts early on?
I think Jankos is going to do the exact same thing. He's going to do Red Raptors into bot crab, into Gromp, sorry. But it looks like he's going for actually level 2 mid gank. This is actually really good. I think right into Raptors. Humanoid trying to push the wave. Will he level up? He leveled up from the creep, but Caps needs to level up. So now Jankos has to wait for the minion.
He's going to be there. Caps waiting until the E has fallen away. Ooh, a little bit wide, anticipating the back step.
You're right. He was looking for a sidestep from Humanoid there. There's 2 outcomes in that exchange. Well, 3 actually. If Jankos flashes, Humanoid will flash. If the charm hits, he's dead. But the thing is, the movement can go either side. It was a 50-50 for Caps, and Humanoid called his bluff.
You know, Mark, you taught me a very valuable lesson when I was learning jungle, which was that if you're playing Jarvan and you're not ganking, you're playing the champion wrong.
Yeah.
And I've been impressed with Jankos so far in these first 2 games. Literally level 3 gank bot, level 2 gank mid.
Yeah.
It feels like that he's almost been inspired by Malrang's playstyle, you know, where it's just gank, 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 gank. He's even running the first strike.
Right? He just copied his homework. But yeah,
Trying to make it too obvious, you know.
And then you'll look for more action, I think.
Yeah, and Jankos obviously a player that we naturally have our eye on because of how important jungle has been across the entirety of playoffs. And against Vitality, it wasn't an all-star performance. Ultimately, they did find the win, but it was not the Jankos shows. Versus Misfits, it was absolutely the Jankos show. So we wanted to know what we were going to see today. And from Game 1 and what we're seeing Game 2, this man is being super active on the map.
Is he looking for a mid gank? This is a very awkward gank.
Oh, how is... Jankos is alcove gaming right now on a wave that's bouncing into them. Razork is moving down to the bot side as well. Whose bot lane gets level 3 first? I think Fnatic's will.
Level 3. Jankos waiting in the dark.
Jankos
saying has a flame. He's going to deny it, but there's the hook, there's the follow. They need to burst down one member if they want to come in on top to flash in. That's going to be first blood. Razork has to be careful now. Jankos surely going to fall, but can G2 keep this one going? No. Razork now pushing forward. Another Q surely means death for the side of G2. Feathers getting pulled back. Marcus there for upset. Bit more damage onto Targamas, but no one else will fall.
Very creative play by Jankos, but unfortunately it ends up in a 1-for-1. They get first blood, which is great, but the problem is G2's bot lane was level 2 and Fnatic's was level 3, so they have a natural advantage in that skirmish.
They certainly did, and you can see that Jankos just sees the opportunity, so he doesn't hesitate. Just as he goes for the engage, though, that's when Razork shows up. They don't have information on where Razork is on the map, and it's literally, as the engage comes through, that Razork waits to pounce.
Great chain CC though. Knock up into hook, into root, into the pullback of feathers. By the time Hylissang flashes, he's basically dead, but great turn by Razork.
Wait, did he actually have the pullback of feathers?
That's what I thought as well, but this is where Flakked uses it again, I believe, a little bit later on the fight, and I thought, wow,
you're right.
He does have it. Maybe it was on cooldown, he didn't have it for that fight, and the root didn't hit, but I was worried that Flakked might not have it for the level 3 because QW, having the E is so important.
You have to imagine that Razork is going to be pretty happy with that, getting a kill onto the enemy jungler, getting a bit of a refresh on those double buffs as well. Ultimately, getting a little bit more agency in the other game with this Lee Sin is definitely something that we wanted to see from Razork, but Jankos once again on the gank path.
Broken Blade continuing to trade aggressively here on the top side. Jankos moving forward, waiting on the flag and drag for now. Body Slam can obviously interrupt it. Flash out from Wunder is clean.
So Jankos was going for a mini predict there. He would have hit him regardless if he didn't flash, but he thought maybe to flash in that direction. If he went the other way and went for a full predict, he would have missed the initial, and then Wunder could just laugh at him without having to use his flash. But the thing is, that's the third gank from Jankos in 5 minutes time, and Razork's only up 1 camp.
Hook goes in and goes out. Humanoid just firing back a little bit of damage here. Targamas not able to get anything off of that roam.
I love emotes in Rogue Blade.
What's your favorite?
Well, I really like the one Caps used last game.
The Soraka,
but
this is fine.
My actual favorite one is when teams use the former team logos. I think that's the biggest BM, and it's just so good.
I think Wunder has a G2 icon ready to flash if he
feel
gets
like
some
he
kills.
does,
He must, right?
Yeah.
Scout approved is always going to be the best in my books.
Shell shock, dude. The little scared crab. Good.
Shell
It's
shock.
good for everything. You're actually scared, shell shocked. You're not actually scared, shell shocked. It's never wrong.
There's never a wrong situation.
Does Targamas have information? He's question mark pinging this Grump. Fnatic really aggressive in the early stages. You can see the difference Fnatic have when their support actually has impact on the map. Hylissang's not behind. You can see him moving with Razork.
The position here for Fnatic is good.
Darkness, they can interrupt the flag and drag out. They're waiting. The hook's gonna come out. They think they might have enough burst damage just to kill Jankos. In goes Kai'Sa. That should be it. Flash forward. The auto. Humanoid finishes the job there. Flapping and Targamas on the way forward. Caps trying to charm out, and he is gonna get the connect. Now Razor going in. The least in damage is big. Caps running for his life. Blacken stepping forward. Lethality damage coming out. Not quite enough. Hylissang the flash into safety. Caps now doing all right. Nice sidestep again, but he has to go into Humanoid. Oh, that's just not a good deal. Humanoid grabs another one. Blackhead, no, Targamas will get the kill back.
So much fighting happening on the map. It all comes from bot, and then it moves slowly towards mid. I believe that was a 2 for 2 in the end, but Humanoid gets himself 2 kills. Caps dashing in, back and forth. Maybe could have got out before dying to Humanoid, but this all comes from Hylissang being in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, the Fnatic have so much more agency and aggression in this early game. And you can see the chain CC combo from Hylissang makes it very easy for Razork to land the Q. Jankos deciding to go backwards, perhaps expecting to be able to get a bigger knockup onto multiple members, but ends up falling short anyway. Can't quite get to the cone. Good charm then comes through from Caps.
Yeah, beautiful charm. Then Caps just throws out all his burst. Thought Hylissang was dead here from the Saya QE combo, but the hook doesn't hit and Hylissang levels up. Caps flashes away from the hook as he kills Hylissang. Dashes away from the Lee Sin Q. He's scared to move backwards, it looks like, so Humanoid can finish him off, but really extended fight. 2 for 2. Now we've got action in the bot lane.
Hylissang, another hook going to connect. That's going to be the snare follow-up. Upset perfect guns to keep the fight going. Instantly, Targamas drops, and Fnatic are alive in game 2.
Oh, night and day from game 1. The bot side of the map for Fnatic. The jungle for Razork is night and day as well. He looks so much more comfortable on a playmaker. 2-0 and 2, 100% KP. Jankos on the bot side again, down a level, doing so many ganks. And Hylissang and Razork look like they're both completely on the same page right now.
I mean, you said it, Kadril. The difference is Razork between game 1 and 2 is absolutely massive. His Diana, you just have less agency on that champion. But the moment you give him Lee Sin, look at how much more active on the map. Look at how well he's working with Hylissang, and it is Fnatic currently dominating the early game. This has only amounted to about a 400 gold lead for the time being, mainly accruing in the mid lane, but still, Fnatic definitely on the board.
Important to note that no Herald has dropped yet, no major objectives have dropped yet. That could be what blows the map open. But for now, Humanoid sitting very comfortably in mid lane, scaling up. A lot of the early game setup from G2 not working out quite as well as it did in game 1. Means the mid game for Fnatic is so much easier.
Look at the minimap. Look at Razork and Hylissang moving together. They were moving from base at the same time. It's a very common thing in pro play to base together, so you're on the same tempo, so you can do plays at the same time. And you can see Hylissang waiting for Razork. The second he finishes red, they can move into this bot side jungle, contest vision. Herald is up though, so maybe they want to transition to top side, so we'll see them hold hands through mid. See what Hylissang's doing. He's looking for Caps here, who has ultimate. Maybe they can force it. Razork.
And Hylissang, not even going to fish for the hook here.
And the difference is Targamas and Jankos run opposite sides of the map. Now they're going to come together. This is where the 3v3 mid jungle support comes in, and G2 are looking for a face check.
Razork stepping in. They're going to look to just burst him down. They have more than enough CC and damage to finish the job. Shutdown goes to Jankos.
So this all comes back to them coming out of base together. Why does Fnatic try to set up bot side? Because they move into the bot side, then they second guess themselves like, hang on, Herald's up. Let's go towards Herald, but G2 are already there. And they find a pick and they find the objective. We'll see if they can find another cross map here, Fnatic.
I wonder if they got caught off by the fact that Targamas was also just sitting in mid lane, appearing on vision. He was clearing out a ward there, and I wonder if Fnatic felt like that they could guarantee a numbers advantage by posturing as 3. The thing that they didn't respect, it seems, was that the burst damage that could come out from Caps and Jankos was more than enough to kill out Razork, and all of a sudden G2 find themselves back with control.
And this is something you brought up in draft, Vedius, is especially in the early game when it's just base damages, the Ahri and the Jarvan combo is just so lethal, and Razork caught for a moment, instantly chain CC'd to death, and that's a mistake Fnatic cannot afford to make twice, as the Herald is now fallen in favor of G2.
The terrifying thing about the duo is that they really just set up for each other. So there's Targamas appearing on Vision in the mid lane. Fnatic and Razork, they're a little bit hesitant to face check. They do drop a ward, but then look at this damage. The Charm guarantees the EQ combo into the ultimate, and then it's just that last basic attack from Jankos that's able to secure the kill. Just very deadly, very punishing.
It's an Oscar-level performance there from Targamas. Hang on a second, though. He's going onto Hylissang.
Goes in, Upset firing back with a little bit of damage. Good fall from the abilities. Feathers are going to fly. Hylissang already down, and the game started good for Fnatic, but G2 firing back much harder.
Wow, just like that, 2v2 kill for G2's bot lane. Hylissang had flash, but the ultimate chain CC just means that he's as good as dead, and now G2 will get themselves a dragon. So again, we see in game 2 both neutral objectives going over to G2.
And huge props to Flakked. Think about how much Targamas has been on the map. Think about how much pressure has been thrown towards the bot lane, but it is Flakked that's actually ahead in CS. You've got to remember that going for this early lethality gives you so much burst in the early game as well, and it seems that Hylissang was just not respecting the damage. G2's bot lane definitely coming up clutch as we see top laners slap each other.
And we have to adjust our expectations because last game this was a murder fest, but now it's a Gragas versus an Ornn, so probably no one will die ever unless a jungler comes up here, of course.
Was it Maokai Cho'Gath when it was like the wet noodle fight in like season 6, season
This is
7?
also a wet noodle fight. Ornn kind of broke the wet noodle fight meta because he just does so much damage from that period that he was the assassin, tank,
Bard, Paladin,
everything. Yeah, we all remember that period. Kick gonna come out. Hook follow-up goes a little bit wide there. Flakked now falling with a bit of damage of their own. Razork! Ooh, okay.
Tricky lantern to click there. I think the pink was just a little bit off from the center of it. Razork would have died or had the flash, but gets away. Still up a level on Jankos.
G2 for the time being. They sit in control. How quickly the tides turn after securing 2 back-to-back picks. We only have 1 Drake so far. First one was secured, along with the first Herald, so G2 so far this series have really been on the ball when it comes to the objective game, and now they're trying to funnel more resources into Flakked. They did this game 1, they're doing it again in game 2.
3v3 on the bottom side. Jankos running out of time to drop that Herald and still get plates, so we will opt to do so here on the bottom side. 3 members of Fnatic in the area means they're not likely to get much past the 2 plates it guarantees. The hook coming in from Hylissang.
Are they going to
stop it?
The smite.
Coming out, they deny it.
Oh, that's pretty big. That just kind of negates the entire Herald play. So Fnatic will be able to defend the tower. No plates into Flakked's back pocket. Bot lane won't be as tough as it would be if the plates would fall, of course. G2 aren't done, though. Maybe they want to stick around for a little bit. Razork wants to base and go towards his top camps, but Jankos is happy to give them up.
Bit of pressure there. Upset, obviously, decent setup if they do want to stick around, but always hard if you're not 100% sure about Flakked's ulti timing. It is coming off cooldown now, so potentially a small window there, but they will not find it.
Also, I think the big problem Fnatic have is Upset hasn't based in a long time when I look at the items right now. Flakked sitting on a Mythic with a tier, longsword, boots have come in from the runes, of course, but now Upset's just completed a full Gale Force. I think G2 realized, hang on a second, Upset hasn't based in so long. He's really weak right now, doesn't have any items, so let's force towards the bot side of the map. Now he has based, he loses the wave, and G2 will probably match it soon.
G2 continuing to play the map well. We praised them in game 1, and we have to continue praising them here in game 2. For the time being, no major objectives on the map for either team to play for. So
big damage.
Both teams, massive damage. Look at it.
Huge damage.
Look, just wow.
Hey, he's a top lane main now, right?
Bursting each other out.
He recognizes
there
the
was,
windows.
There was kill pressure there.
A
couple hundred more.
Yeah, I was going to say 30 abilities from now. You might have been right. Speaking of no kill pressure, let's talk a little bit about Kai'Sa mid. It's a champion not a lot of people are used to, but if you don't know, it's just really all about the evolves early on. Getting closer and closer to the AD evolve, the Q evolve on the Akathian Rain is going to be big for the Kai'Sa that builds AP. W, arguably the most important, that Void Seeker. But for now, Humanoid does okay damage. But when he spikes, he's going to spike incredibly hard. So something to keep your eye on as we move later into the game is when he hits that 100 AD threshold. He's still pretty far away for now. And similar, that 100 AP threshold to have both evolved abilities.
I believe with the Manamune, the runes, and the longsword, he has the upgrade. Hang on a second. Flakked has the ult here on Upset's gravity gun to make sure he's not going to root. Oh, Razork!
Back, Upset, easy follow-up, easy setup. Targamas, no aftershock. Might make it out to safety. It's clean movement. The Q misses. Shell shock, baby!
Wow! Targamas just swags on them. Upset and Hylissang do not commit the flash. The ignite is still up for Hylissang as well.
Oh, that was iconic with the shell shock emote, wasn't it?
We were talking about it.
Oh, Targamas knows your favorite emote, Dracos.
And that right there It's got to feel good.
Oh,
when
yeah.
when the crowd chants your name after you just make a swiggity swaggity play.
The thing
What
is,
are the words you're using?
That's what it is. It's
Swiggity swaggity. Swags it off. It's swiggity swag.
It's dance lingo. You wouldn't understand.
okay. Are you saying he can't dance?
I'm saying that he's not done it professionally.
Well, see if Humanoid can dance. It's looking like no. Ooh, Broken Blade. Bit of a whiff there, but does not matter. Caps will still grab the kill.
No swoopity swoop there for Humanoid. He's going to drop, and this should be a first tower secured for G2. Oh, look at Targamas
going in.
That's a lot of damage, but Caps has no more
Has the
ultimate
ult?
charges.
Not going to use it. All right.
These are there.
Building up
They
the
can get
tension.
this mid-tier one, though. Humanoid respawning in 10 seconds. Won't be able to TP to it, so first tower over to G2. Bot tower is low, of course, on both sides, but that death is going to unlock the mid lane tower, which will affect the rest of the map.
G2. In game 2, there were a few moments in the early game where we finally saw Razork come online and things were looking good, but sadly, despite a lot of the tension down on the bottom side, Hylissang having a rough game. Yeah, top lane, they're still fighting.
damage.
It doesn't stop. What? No.
The thing is, you're just both tanks and you're just looking at each other, and you just have to watch your team for before. I've had this experience now as a top laner. You just kind of have to stand in your lane, farm up, trade every now and then, put a couple walls down, and it's just a 4v4 game.
You know what my favorite part about this is that when you were a jungler, you like flamed everyone else but jungle, and now that you're a top laner, you flame everyone else but top lane.
It's true, actually.
Yeah. It's always not your fault.
Almost like that when your perspective shifts.
It has shifted. I don't like junglers anymore.
The best thing is it's not empathy, because he'll just switch again if he goes back to jungle.
It's like, wait, top laners were right, but hang on.
Well, Flash. Jarvan's just going to be right there, unstoppable in the animation. Yanko's caught out. He has no mana, so easy kill pickup for Fnatic.
Hilly flashes forwards, but then Jankos is the one to ult on top of him, so the play worked. Razork has kick. He could ward jump. Kick. No, he's not going to do it. Has the ward. Will get the Raptors. Hilly forces a play out of Jankos there. Two veterans just going head to head.
I just love the fact that earlier Hylissang hadn't used his flash, hadn't used his ignite, and he said, regardless of what happens, all of my summoner spells will be used. But props to him, he did interrupt the EQ from Jankos, preventing him from getting out to safety. Because of course, one of the cool combos you can do in Jankos is ult into EQ and basically just trap the enemy team in the pit while you disengage. But Hilly was aware of it. You'll see him interrupt it.
I would love to see this from Hylissang's vision, because he has a pink ward on Crab, and then he just knows that something's going to happen, and then Jankos is the one to ult onto him to try and cancel the hook. But like you said, the play interrupts that EQ combo from Jankos, and they end up getting the kill. I mean, Thresh to me is not an engaged champ. Braum is not an engaged champ, but when it's Hilly, it's an engaged champ.
That was the mental game there as Broken Blade. If he times unstoppable right, he should be able to get away from Razork, just trying to get out of range of the kick. Holding onto the W as long as possible. Flash out to safety, knowing he's dead if he uses it too early.
Broken Blade lives to fight another day.
Caps getting aggressive. Hylissang on the way. Lantern's going to pull him out, but Humanoid's still locked up. Look at all the damage, and again, you see the combo work. It's magic. Wonder on the way down, however. Caps only one dash remaining. Jankos should have the flag and drag back up, and it looks like they're not going to try to commit for anything else.
I mean, the first 5 to 6 minutes, Fnatic was fighting back, but 3 outer towers to G2. Everything's gone their way so far on all these plays, and everything Fnatic have tried to do is backfired. I mean, the last thing they did with this bot play, Razork looked for the kick flash, Targamas lived. From then, it's just been all G2, and yeah, Fnatic need to find some kind of plays on the map right now. They have got good poke, and they did deny that second dragon, so Soul will be a very far away, but I mean, for now, again, another Herald to G2.
And I've just got to say it. Claps is back, man. The guy is playing like an absolute machine. Game 1, we saw his creative usage of the teleports, overstaying in lane to find a pick on the Wonder, which then secured a Baron. And now in Game 2, he's already been involved in 5 of the team's 7 kills. He's 3-1-2 on the scoreboard. He's working towards his death cap second. The man is just a machine so far in this series, and it feels like through playoffs, he has progressively been getting stronger and stronger.
And versus Misfits, he absolutely dominated, which was massive when you take into account how good VTO was in the regular season. G2 absolutely shut him down. But a lot of people were saying, hey, Misfits, not the scariest team in the playoffs. The fact that he's showing the same level, this incredible dominance in a matchup that previously he struggled against Humanoid in when Humanoid was on the LeBlanc is massive for G2, especially if we look ahead towards finals.
And I think that's the important thing. It was Humanoid that took his title away from him. Let's see if Caps can get some revenge as Fnatic collapse onto Broken Blade.
No flash.
Yeah, force forward. We're gonna look for the root to deny anything else, but he's unstoppable right now. The knockback is big. Hylissang now being in trouble. Caps pitching off on the backside. He can't stick around for too long, but he will be able to finish off Hylissang. Targamas on the way in. Broken Blade still standing. Oh no, that has to feel terrible. Humanoid spotted out on vision as well. Flacken moving down. Fnatic are falling apart. The charm connects. Wonder there to body block. It's a 4v4 on the bottom side.
His blade may be broken, but his poise never will be. The man stands his ground, and in a 3 versus 1, finds the outplay, walks away with a kill, and G2 find themselves once again ahead.
I was a bit confused by Caps' TP because I thought Broken Blade was dead. Look for a play on the other side of the map. No flash either, but still not enough damage to kill him. And I think it was actually a 4v1 for a little bit of it as well. Humanoid wasn't in range, doesn't have as much backline damage as Upset, for example, but will be poked. But if that's how long it takes Fnatic to kill Ornn, I'm a bit worried for killing the rest of G2. Rabadon's complete on Caps. He's extremely fed right now, so let's take a look at this one again.
Okay, so let's have a look at the combo here from Broken Blade, and I want you to keep your eyes on his use of the W, because he's going to use it to mitigate a lot of the CC, which then allows him to land the ultimate so it doesn't get interrupted into the 3-man knockup. Yes, his E gets flayed, but it doesn't matter. He's done his job. He's bought time for Caps to arrive to help get the pick, and they end up walking away with a kill.
Big thing here. All of the armor means the Lee Sin, means the Aphelios. They just don't do damage. And yes, that was my reaction too. How? How did that happen?
From Hunt's face, it's kind of like, yeah, sure, we'll take that. Sure, that'll work out.
Herald used to hit onto this bot tier 2. Caps is on the way down. We'll see if they decide to commit fully for it. Dragon in 15 seconds. G2 sitting around a 4,000 gold lead right now. And Fnatic, I mean, if they want a team fight, Ornn is going to be a problem, yes, but they need to poke out some of the carries first. The problem is G2 have so much playmaking, whether it's Ornn, Ahri, Jarvan, Nautilus. You talked about it in draft, Vedius. Razork is the only real person who can look for playmaking on the side of Fnatic, maybe look for some kind of flank, but it looks like they're just going to keep this Dragon up.
To a certain degree, Wunder as well, but you can see he's just been trapped in a sideline, catching these waves left and right, hasn't been able to participate maybe as much as he would like to. Humanoid 2 evolves, that is the Q and the W up and available. He does big damage, he's got solid poke, the all in there with the evolved Decathlon Rain is good, but sadly, they're just down 4,500 gold. So while if they were in an even state, he would be incredibly powerful, he's just so far behind his mid lane counterpart.
Certainly is. Of course, as the game progresses, that poke will only become more and more ruthless. But it's the problem I think Fnatic find, like, well, the thing that I'm noticing is, number one, Humanoid's ability to have agency is definitely very limited. When we compare the two mid laners, the main reason why Caps stands out is because you talked about in Game 1, Cable. On Ahri, Caps gets to make his own decisions, make his own plays, and you can see him influencing the map pretty much everywhere and anywhere. Whereas Humanoid is very dependent, especially on this champion, on some type of setup coming from elsewhere on the team. And right now, especially in this champion, he has to wait and scale, and Caps is looking for another pick.
Trouble, Slow not connecting his big flash to the side. Maybe feeling confident there, but Voidseeker missing is big. Of course, you get the cooldown reduced if you do manage to connect on a champion. Otherwise, very long cooldown.
Like trying to play topside here. Hylissang's just taking the Hex Gate. No fear whatsoever. They're trying to play for this top tier 1, it looks like. Broken Blade doesn't have TP and Wunder does. So for the next minute or two, it does look like Fnatic will have a numbers advantage towards the top side. G2 respecting it. But there are 4 men in this tribe, which they could look for an engage, but Upset's just going to push this wave out.
I know this is a little off topic, but I really would love to talk to Caps about his build. Game 1, he went Void Staff. Game 2, he's just rushed Deathcap. I don't know why he doesn't like Shadowflame. Like, it's such a good Aria.
Also, there's like a tank on the enemy team this game, and this is the game he doesn't go Void Staff. So I am similarly perplexed, my friend.
I mean, if he does get onto the Kai'Sa or the Phoenix, they're as good as dead in one lockup CC. Yeah. And maybe he thinks that he'll find his way around the fight, flank or dash enough forward to help Jankos. I mean, the Ahri does have so much burst, and it's one of those things where when you're so fed and you have so much gold in base, you're like, oh, Needless will do well. Oh, another Needless in base? Or Rabadons, you know? I mean, there he's building towards the Void Staff now to help deal with Razork and Wunder.
Lightning Jewel coming out for both sides here, so a bit more damage to the tankier members of the opposing side. Targamas already, though, with the Randuins is pretty big. Look at most of the damage is AD. Kai'Sa is going to be a little bit more on the AP side, but Decathlon Rain still physical damage there, so is going to do a lot to mitigate any potential burst.
Just to bring us back to that Caps discussion, as much as he did so well in that Misfits series, I feel like G2 in the Vitality series, it was very side lane dependent, and side lanes were the ones kind of popping off and carrying through the series, and Caps was quite quiet, so was Perkz, and that was a form of G2 where mid-jungle wasn't the main focal point of the entire roster. This is a series where the mid-jungle is dictating the whole pace of the game, so I think not only have we seen versatility from G2 in playstyles and draft, but you don't really know what kind of G2 you're gonna get in a series.
Certainly feels like it. And, you know, everyone was skeptical of the G2 roster at the beginning of the year. You know, they lost a lot of superstar, or a lot of big names, I should say. They wanted to take a gamble. So far, the gambler's paying off. Charm lands.
Absolutely. Hook, follow-up. The Lantern is there. Do they have enough burst damage to knock him down? Not quite.
They get the flash, though, and that's a small advantage. They didn't really overcommit anything. Targamas did invest the Ignite as a potential kill option, but that doesn't matter. They now have control over the river, and the pings are coming down. Are they just going to bait this one out, or they actually it looks like they're just going to maintain the control for now?
Yeah, it looks pretty hard to just start it up. Wunder has TP, so even though he's chunked out, he will return to the fight. The problem is Fnatic need to get some vision around this Baron. Last time they had a TF, so they could kind of cheat the vision, but for now they have absolutely no wards in the river.
Look at this bot wave as well. G2 have pushed this one all the way in, and this means that Warren can actually rotate from base, group up with the jungle, and they actually have a numbers advantage already on the Baron. This means that they could start it off, maybe force a TP out from Wunder, and then set up the play once again, and force Fnatic into an even more awkward situation. Never mind.
Running to Caps to give him an item.
The difficult thing about not having a traditional hyper carry is your Baron take is relatively slow, all things considered. You also have a tank top laner, so it does still take a little while. They don't have the luxury of, well, Kai'Sa and Aphelios on their team, so they won't just instantly delete that objective. Of course, it is going to get easier the later we go, but for now, Fnatic not too scared of the Baron.
I love how Vedis' point was all correct. Macro-wise, it was like, yes, that's exactly what he's going to do. And he runs up, gives Caps an item, then runs back bot, refuses to elaborate. Still another good play, but so simple that we didn't think about it. Or items coming through every level will give another item over to G2. For now, it looks like...
This bot wave still is unanswered from Fnatic. They're just bleeding farm right now. They're not sending anyone to go and deal with it. They have 2 teleports, but a Kai'Sa teleport is a little bit awkward, and they kind of want to keep Wunder with the team, so Fnatic is just kind of losing control. The top wave is pushed into G2, bot wave is pushed, and I think the only reason they're doing this is because they know the next Drake is spawning and they want to contest.
Yeah, they want to play bot side. Both teams, Jankos looking for some kind of flank. Hylissang knows he's around here, does spot him out. Does he look for the hook?
Hook is going to connect onto Jankos, waiting for the flag and drag, but Jankos holding it this time around. Q goes in. So hard for Razork without a flank to find a priority target. The Ahri, as well as the Xayah, both a lot of self-peel tools that make that kick so difficult.
The Kai'Sa W is great for face checks, but if it doesn't hit a target, it's such a long cooldown. We'll see if they can steal this with the Lantern, because the way they're positioned, they're not looking for a fight. G2 and Fnatic stand off for the Dragon. Can Razork get in the pit and get out with it? If he dies, I think G2 is going to run towards Baron.
Decent damage. Body block, though, means the reset is there. And easy Dragon pickup for G2, holding on to their 5k gold lead now at 3 Drakes as well, looking for their second Hextech soul of the series.
Even though it's starting to hurt a bit with those Kai'Sa Ws, will only really get worse when he builds towards more AP items. And the second it hits, the cooldown is so low that you can just fire off another one within a couple seconds. But if it misses, you have to wait so long to get another shot off.
So G2, they walk away uncontested with another Drake. They now find themselves at Soul Point once again. They have the top wave also slightly pushed in their favor. And remember, they haven't lost a tower yet. They find themselves, they've only dropped a Drake. Of course, they have dropped kills, so they're not quite near that perfect game moniker, but they've been winning all their lanes. They've been moving around the map so much better.
Waiting.
Fnatic in danger.
G2 gonna go for the fish. Hylissang, the charm not hitting there is massive. Hylissang, no way to proc his aftershock in that pit, would have instantly died.
What you often see teams do is when there's a pink over the wall and you want to clear it out, they'll often just pull the Baron. So the Baron's hitting you while you try to clear out the wall. The problem I think Hylissang would have had there is if the charm hit, not only would Caps be hitting him, but so would the Baron. So lucky for him, he does get out. Does try to get a little bit of vision for Fnatic, but for now it just looks like they're catching sides. Caps has got 3 items, Humanoid as well.
No, that very situation gave me like Faker Season 3 vibes. You guys remember when he used to just sit in Fog of War and look for support specifically? He would just hunt for supports trying to ward, and then he would just kill them over and over and over again.
For context, if you were a support in Season 3, you know this, but if you didn't play, then you might not know this. You weren't allowed to buy items. You had to spend all of your money on wards because they didn't just give them to everyone for free. So it was a really dark time to play the role.
And he would buy an Oracle's Elixir, sit in Fog of War, and then you'd be like, hello, support.
Jankos sitting in Fog of War. Knockback on the target miss is good. Randall makes it pretty tanky, though. He's staying alive for now. Caps off to the side, trying to burst down. Hylissang, one shot for the fight, he kicks out. That's the Faker flashback we were looking for. The root, the knockup, upset, peeling back. Instantly, Humanoid leaps to the backside, though. He's got big burst damage, but he needs to proc the plasma. It will not happen. G2 still taking the fight. The double for Flacket. Absolute dominance in the exchange.
Oh, Caps take a bow. That fight was so phenomenal. Now Razork in trouble.
Knock up from Brokeblade. Razork trying to step away. Surely no way he gets out of this one. Warthop is there. Flacket. Q flash through. Gonna finish it.
And that is that. 4 members of Fnatic are dead. Their early game looked pretty good. It looked like they were going toe-to-toe with G2, but pick after pick, fight after fight, objective after objective, it is G2 that have climbed their way back. And at 28.5 minutes, they will secure their first Baron of the game.
Eyes on Caps. We talked about Caps so much throughout this game, and it felt like this was a playoffs where Caps had to prove himself, that he could go toe-to-toe with the mid laners like Larson, like Humanoid, all of these, VTO just popping off so much. Dashes over the wall, Charm onto Hylissang, instantly pops him, gets kicked, gets another charge of the R ult, flash ult away. Now, Humanoid dives in. Razork and Humanoid versus Caps. He dashes to the side once again, dashes again, and then he dodges Razork's Q so he lives. So while G2's fighting the rest of Fnatic, Caps is just dancing around the mid jungle of Fnatic.
He single-handedly took out 3 people from the fight, right? Look at the smirk on his face. That's the Caps you love to see. Upset literally didn't get to play. He had Jarvan ult thrown at him. He had the Ornn ult thrown at him. It's just it's an 80 carries nightmare.
And I remember Cap said in an interview, I can't remember where it was. I think it was like week 2 or week 3. He said it's really hard for me to play on stage because I don't really feel so much pressure when there's no crowd, and it didn't really feel the same. But now there's a crowd, he just looks so unlocked. Claps is back now. Jankos
goes in. Jankos unstoppable with the ultimate. Broken Blade fishing for the follow-up. Hylissang going to be dead. There's not even a fight here to be had. Jankos isolated, but it's Razork and Wunder who are now in trouble. Targamas Flakked relatively low, but there's no follow-up here. Humanoid has the ultimate. Maybe they can look to get something done, but Caps is just too strong.
He's dashing and dashing.
Wunder locked up. It's going to take a while to kill the Gragas, but they're going to keep him here, burning through the true damage on the Ahri. Certainly paying off. Upset ready to set up with a follow-up ultimate if he can find it there. Is it going to be big damage firing back? Upset trying to turn him, but Broken Blade still standing for now. Goes Golden Caps ready for the follow-up. CC the snare. Not going to go in. He's still standing. Humanoid locked up. Humanoid taken out. Targamas and Flakked making the 2v1 work.
Oh, it's all G2, baby, once again here in game 2. It looks like they're not going to push too much more. It's Flakked versus Upset for now. Hylissang is up. Dragon in 50 seconds time. Every single play Fnatic are looking for, G2 are just one step ahead.
G2 continuing to defy expectations. We had a crazy start to the split when you think about the expectations for Rogue, the expectations for Vitality, Fnatic, G2. It was not expected that G2 would be at this level this early on, but look at how they absolutely dominate Fnatic, and the engage is clean.
I mean, you just have to watch Caps once again in this replay. Gets the first kill, gets the reset, zones away Humanoid, follows through with his team who are just a unit, and after this fight ensues, they do split up a bit. There is like 2 different skirmishes going on, but G2 again winning out on both, and now Targamas.
Oh, pushing with the hook. Hylissang gets hooked back and responds, but here's Broken Blade. They're on the pinch, rinse and repeat. You've seen it before. G2, 2 kills for Flakked.
Former teammates.
Wunder trying to get a sidestep on, but you just can't sidestep at all. Here we go. Hook in. Not going to connect. Wunder can sidestep it all, but G2 looking to break the base.
Absolute destruction from G2. They ended game 1 just short of 30 minutes, but they're looking to end game 2 just over it, and they have the Nexus in their eyes.
G2 looking to make a match point, pushing in. There's just nothing here for Fnatic. Humanoid, yes, he's got some damage, but not nearly enough to kill all 5 members of G2. This time, there is no time for fountain dives. G2 focused on taking us to match point.
Jankos, after that game, put his hands in the air, side to side, calming his team down. He said, you know, 2 in the bag, but let's keep it cool.
And now Fnatic are the ones facing a 0-2. Can they be the ones to find a reverse sweep? Rogue did it last weekend, but G2 just looks so dominant from start to finish. As much as we highlight Caps popping off, the side lane's doing so much, like Broken Blade with solo play, single-handedly tanking.
Flakked and Targamas 2v2 killing them.
Flackett's still 1 death so far in the last 7-8 games of playoffs that he's played against Misfits, Vitality, and now Fnatic. All of G2 just look on
Is
form.
Flakked actually not died in these last 2 games yet?
This game he had 0 deaths. I can't talk about the last
Bro,
game.
I can't bail you out of this one. Marcus, save us. Look, here's the thing that I have to point out already, is we wanted to send Fnatic had to go back to the drawing board. They're going back to the drawing board a second time, potentially the last time in this series. We're still seeing, we're going to see Ahri probably in the next game. We're still going to see Ornn. G2 are unfazed, and they have shown us very little.
Yeah.
Because we know how deep this team's draft preparation goes. We saw it when they had 4 different answers for LeBlanc across 4 games the first time these guys played, but they have shown us nothing yet. That is a terrifying prospect.
And for me, the biggest thing is Fnatic need to go on raid, right? Like you've been
have to,
saying
right?
it since the beginning. Like that is the change that they need, I think, and giving them more options in the draft is something we need to see from Fnatic.
Absolutely the case. Here we are now, G2 at match point. 2 incredibly quick, decisive games. Fnatic, will they be able to fight back and bring us to a game 5? That is a question on our mind, but for now, we're going to take a quick break.
Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion.
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
They are out there.
waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
G2 may have come into this series as the underdogs against Fnatic, but they have come in as the lower bracket kings so far, and they're still on that throne. G2 find themselves at match point. I think you got king on your bingo card, that's why I said it. Anyway, they're up now on match point 2-0 over Fnatic so far. But credit where credit is due, right, Broxa? We did see a different side of Fnatic coming into this game.
Oh, for sure. I think Fnatic made some pretty good adaptations coming into this game. They were more proactive, more aggressive. They found some openings in the early game, but in the end, G2 were just completely on point. Like the G2 that we've seen this series, the previous 2 series, they're looking very strong, and Fnatic are going to have to bring their A game now to even have a chance.
Yeah, and I thought it kind of looked all right from the early stages, right? We're getting a lot of back and forth, and honestly, I was kind of like, okay, well, as long as Razork can kind of keep Jankos in check, you look at like Kai'Sa, 3 items, you look at the Aphelios at 3 items, like, that's going to be your win condition for this, but it just felt like eventually, once we got to that mid-game, that's where G2 were able to power home.
We also saw a lot of kind of individual outplays, right? And really tries from both sides to outplay when it came to an engage and whatnot. I want to pull up the mid lane fight we saw 6 minutes into the game, which for me could have really gone either way. Caps with the fancy feet. Talk me through this one, Dagda.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is kind of, again, like trying to see if you can get control of Jankos. That's why you're looking at Fnatic trying to get into this bot side jungle, and they do manage to get Jankos, but the problem is that you already look at the bottom lane of G2 that's starting to move up to match this play, and this is where the wheels start to fall off the cart, as Caps does a really good job of kind of keeping Fnatic interested for longer than they really want while the bot lane shows up.
Yeah, and I think just in general, this is kind of what has been happening in both of these games so far, that even when Fnatic make a proactive play, G2 are ready, G2 are there, they're on point, they counter the play, and then they come out on top in the end. And Fnatic are starting to make the right moves. It's just, you know, we need a little more.
Yeah, I like the way you say that. They need to do a little more. And also, it's high time, right? You lost those 3 games versus Rogue. Now these 2 versus G2. And you're going to have to pull out completely different play if you want to overcome them in this series. I want to pull up a specific replay here. It is where Hilly goes for a complete Hilly play. I'm just going to call it that, right? And Broxah, you were just grinning when you saw this happening.
Yeah, this is just such a typical Hilly thing. I don't think there's any other player in the LEC that would even consider going for this play. It's just, he just pretty randomly decides to flash forward, goes for the play. Luckily for him, Jankos wasn't able to get out. But in a different world, G2 are ready for this, and they can just jump him, kill him, and get out.
And as you see there, Jankos kind of jumped on the grenade. This is how Ender said it in the green room, right? Making sure that he is the one that dies. But the thing I want to kind of come across here, Dagda, with this replay, is that you know that Hilly is able to do this. But if you have to rely on this X factor, which is a 1 in a million to replicate and to do again and again and again in order to get a foothold in a series, you've got a big problem.
Yeah, and I think a large portion of that is kind of coming down to the picks that we're seeing, right? When you look at like the mid lane with the Kai'Sa isn't a champion that you're able to get a ton of early priority on. And we talked about the early stacking of dragons has been a big factor for Fnatic and how they force those fights where they play towards their strengths as a team. But we're not actually seeing that because we're kind of getting, well, a lot of attention towards Humanoid on the Twisted Fate. Kai'Sa not really been able to do that. And it feels like every time G2 are taking these picks where they're just able to force plays in the mid lane. I mean, you look at the top lane. I mean, Broken Blade is doing his best Doomby impression. He just keeps dropping waves and just going mid.
Yeah, I feel like at this point you have to find a way to unlock Humanoid, because Caps right now is looking like, you know, the godly Caps that we know from 1-2 years ago, and it just can't be right that Humanoid, the other great mid laner in Europe, isn't able to play the game, isn't able to do anything, and we need to see them finding a way to set him up for success. The TF hasn't been working, the Kai'Sa is just too passive of a pick. We need something a little more proactive, something where he can actually have an impact early, take over the mid lane shot calling, and then carry Fnatic.
Yeah, it's just staggering to see, right? Humanoid coming into this in the last year, being the best mid in Europe with the 2 titles to his name, and Caps, who has been ramping up. And Ahri is not the easiest champion to play in that mid lane, Dagda, but twice now he's gone for it, and he's been able to impact the map in a way Humanoid has not been able to.
Yeah, and I mean, Caps has looked absolutely stellar on it. Like, I love seeing the Ahri come out rather than things like the Lissandra that we've seen in the past, right? Like, actually being able to have a bit more damage in team fights, still being able to provide that utility, but also having the opportunity to roam and set up plays. Like, Ahri just offers so much more for Caps, and you can see the results, right? We're getting control bot, mid, and Broken Blade just going for these tanks tops. It doesn't matter then. As long as you have mid and bot, that's all that you really want for G2.
And they look so completely in tune, on the same page completely. And we also saw that in the team fights, and Ender is going to break down one of those late game bouts.
Thanks, Shox. Yeah, I wanted to take a look at pretty much the game-deciding fight that occurred at 28 minutes in the mid lane, and it starts with Fnatic looking to find a pick. They sort of defaulted this, looking for picks around mid lane, using Hylissang, using the Gragas, and primarily they go for this play because you only have these 2 players in the mid lane. Notice, Caps is still up towards the top side, Broken Blade's Ornn all the way down in the bot lane. So for Fnatic, and with their composition, what they're trying to do is come up here, jump on Targamas, Razork is high hiding in the Fog of War too, so he can come into play a little bit later as well. But Fnatic have to get in, get this pick, and get out very quickly. Otherwise, the collapse from G2 will make everything go poorly. Notice, no turret down there for Fnatic, so it's very easy for G2 to eventually run Fnatic down this lane. They see Targamas, and they're going to go for it with Wunder and a very nice barrel off the start. This looks good initially for G2, but Caps is now here on the flank, was actually hugging that wall to try and stay outside of vision so that he could come over this wall and find his target. At the same time, Broken Blade also is on the path through that bot side river. So Targamas does a great job here stalling out. Look at that, his ultimate clearing so many different people. He hits the enemy ADC and knocks up 2 others in the process. And all of this stalling is what allows G2 to come in on this flank. Caps hopping over the wall, that's absolutely gorgeous. You love to see what he's able to accomplish on the flank right there. And somehow even Targamas survives. But this is where things go completely wrong, because Caps is just doing dances on Fnatic on the top side of the map. Finally, we have Broken Blade 2 coming in on the flank as well, which causes so much havoc for Fnatic, who again have overextended. And with this comp, they don't want to just run headfirst into a 5-on-5. They want to disengage a little bit, right? That's why you have the Thresh, the Gragas to play back for your Kai'Sa to have a little bit more time. But G2, with Caps diving in on the backline, causes way too many problems. Of course, Flakked goes untouched throughout the fight. That Xayah very good at staying safe. And I feel like this is almost a mirror of some of the team fights we saw from the last time these two teams faced off, when it was Humanoid on the LeBlanc, similar to the Ahri, diving into the backline, creating so many issues. But this time around, it's G2, it's Caps, and it's G2 punishing. Very good reactive play to collapse in there on Fnatic and to win the game shocks.
Thank you so much, Ender. I love that you reminded us of kind of what happened in that first series, where it was a LeBlanc continuously diving the backline of G2. Kai'Sa can play that similar role, right? But it is, of course, a bit trickier when the game is going the way it is. We're going to cover the picks and bans here on the desk, because I kind of just want to set the stage for the game we're going into. Match point for G2, who came into the loser bracket and went 6-0 last weekend. Now up versus a Fnatic, who should have been the favorite, but I think that people's trust was a bit shaken after that reverse sweep versus Rogue. And the point of the matter is, Broxah, that they haven't been able to find answers ever since Game 3 versus Rogue.
I think at this point, for Fnatic, they've lost a lot of games in a row, and it's all going to come down to the mental state, whether they are actually able to recover mentally, to go for a full-on reset, really, and just be like, guys, nothing has happened. The 5 previous games, they did not exist. We're just starting from scratch. There's nothing to lose anymore. It's time to shine. And this is one of the things that G2 has always been known for in the past, that Rogue did last week as well. Now we need to see Fnatic actually having that big disadvantage with all the pressure on the line and actually being able to come back.
Yeah, and we started to see the basis of that in this game, right? Sorry, in the last game, where we saw like Lee Sin coming in for Razork, having that early presence, being able to make picks around the map, matching Jankos in so many situations, Hilly roaming from the bot lane like we expected. It just kind of felt like you had too much of a mix match of different things in the draft. I think if you can just take a team fight identity here from the draft, that'll set you up perfectly here as Fnatic.
Thank you for course correcting me a little, because last game we saw was actually not the worst we've seen, and there were adaptations that came into the draft for Fnatic. But the issue is going to be, is it too little too late? Because this is your last game, possibly, that you can play. G2 are on match points, so let's look at them as Fnatic is again on blue side, which they chose. G2 really have to just kick the goal in the net, right, Broxah? So let's start from that kind of standpoint. How do they do that?
Well, I feel like G2 being in this position, like everything they've done draft-wise has been working, right? They've been banning Siri, Caitlyn, LeBlanc, both 2 games worked great, you know, they're just looking so good across the board, and I think for them now, it just comes down to sticking to their guns, keep playing a similar style. I would be surprised if they get away with getting the Ornn again, because the Ornn has been massive for them. Jarvan, same thing. So I would like to see Fnatic denying some of those heavy engaged tanks from G2 to just make the game a little easier, really.
Yeah, I mean, the Jarvan's the big one for me. I think the fact that you've got this early aggressor for Jankos has been the key difference maker. Because if you look back at the first time these two played in the playoffs, even though you had the Lee Sin for Jankos, he wasn't playing around Caps in the mid lane. But now we're actually seeing with this Jarvan pick, they're doing a huge amount, but it looks like they're going to be focusing the mid lane instead, with the Twisted Fate and the Ahri taken off the board for Caps.
There's one thing in particular that I'm looking out for here, and it is the Volibear. And if I'm a Fnatic fan, and Fnatic do not first pick the Volibear here if it's open, I would be rather furious because Razork has been looking so good whenever he played Volibear. This is the first time Fnatic don't just ban it right away. G2 has a pretty tricky decision to make. Like, are they going to ban away the Volibear? They stick to the LeBlanc, they go with the exact same draft as they did before. Now Fnatic, you have to first pick that Volibear, make Razork shine.
So this actually opens up the big question for me. Razork hasn't played Hecarim pretty much at all. I think he's played it maybe twice this split. This is basically a call out saying, hey, look, we're happy to go with the Volibear, but you're taking the Hecarim and just giving it over to G2 here. I think Jankos just goes for it. You get the good matchup with the Xayah in the bot lane. And I think maybe this is now them calling out, going, hey, look, we're going to take the Volibear. Do you have Hecarim, Razork?
They unfortunately showed Lee Sin, and it was actually kind of what we wanted. So now we're going to see if he does.
Yeah, so now Fnatic, for some reason that I do not fully understand, I'm going to be honest, they picked Aphelios, they did not take the Volibear. Now Razork gets the chance to play the Hecarim into the Volibear, and this jungle matchup, he has to be on point. Like, I still don't understand why they picked the Volibear away. It's a really key pick in the entire world right now. It's so strong, and I'm really excited to see how the jungle is going to go and if he can actually match it.
Now here's a change. This is a return to the humanoid from 2021, right? His control mages, his Victor, which can be so crazy in team fights if they get to it, and that signals a clear change for Fnatic.
It definitely does, but it also opens up a lot for Caps. I think the reason that we're looking at Victor here is like, hey, we want to make sure we can get priority, because if this Volibear starts to invade onto Hecarim, it's like lights out. But you opened up things like this Corki, who one of the best laning phases, but at least can then go towards this poke stall in the later portion of the game. So if I'm Fnatic, okay, swapping over completely. I was about to say ban away the Jace, but we're just going to get the Sylas.
I was about to say, this draft was looking kind of boring compared to the previous one with the Victor versus Corki, but Caps, he doesn't let us down. He locks in the aggressive pick. They have the Volibear Sylas, a very aggressive mid-jungle duo, and they're going to want to just put the foot on the gas pedal, just go ham, while on the other side, Hecarim, Victor, they're strong, but they need a little more time to come online.
And the beauty is you basically get your own Hecarim with the Sylas as well now, right? You get the whole point that this champion is so incredibly strong. So now, when you come towards team fights, you've got a strong front line in both the Volibear and the Sylas. And realistically, I think for Broken Blade, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes back towards some sort of like tank in the front line, because I think if you've got like a mega bruiser here, like you can actually set yourselves up really well as G2 to try and carry these team fights.
One thing that we've been seeing so far from Fnatic has been a high priority on Thresh, and I wonder if they're actually going to keep prioritizing the Thresh for Hylia, or if they're going to mix it up for something a little different, because the Thresh hasn't really been working out that well for them. With Thresh, you need to have pressure in the lane, you need to be able to roam and make early plays. And now, with the Hecarim, Victor, Aphelios, I would like to see them looking into one of the team fighting supports that can actually make a difference in that mid to late game.
I love the bans though, because G2 basically looking for an R pick here. You ban the Camille, you ban the Jace, and then you get that counter pick for Targamas. So now you've set yourself up wonderfully, where Hilly's like, well, whatever you bring to the table, Targamas now gets the counter pick, and you can set up really well in your bot side.
Yeah, this is so good for Targamas as well, because this guy has been known for being able to play literally every champion in the game. And now, with the counter pick, seeing Fnatic's full draft, he has a lot of different options he can go for. He could look for something like the Renata or like the Nautilus, but he could also change it up completely and go for an Enchanter if it's good into Fnatic's draft, knowing they already have frontline and engage in Volibear and Ma.
Yeah.
Nautilus it is.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, like, I think the Nautilus works out pretty well. Like, you have follow-up engage alongside the Hecarim, which I do like, but I'm trying to figure out what you go for in this top side for Wunder. I mean, if you go towards something like the Gragas, you're heavily, like, you can set up really well for this front-to-back style team fight. You can kind of at least avoid a lot of the early pressure coming through from the Gnar, but I think, okay, we're going to go towards the Gangplank. Yeah, I think setting up for something that has a little bit more damage, also just having that ultimate to try and corral G2 Esports a little bit, because you're looking at a lot of more immobile carries that have to try and run you down. So if you're able to provide that little bit of distance using this Gangplank ult, using things like the Gravity Field, I think it can work out really well for this short-range G2 composition.
And we get a support counter pick, possibly.
Yeah, let's see. Are they going to go for the team fighting comp? They surely will.
Yes.
So I know back in the day when I was on Fnatic, when we were in these game 5s, I talked about it a little earlier, our coaches would always say, guys, it's game 5, we're going to lock in Braum, and it's going to be great, because this champion is so good in the team fights. Now, Fnatic, they did pick Nautilus, which is also pretty good in team fights, but I really like this pick to round out G2's comp. And I think now it's a little different, because Fnatic will actually be able to match them a bit more in team fights, whereas it was really G2 favored before. But at the same time, Jisoo's comp is really well rounded.
Yeah, I love this Gangplank pick. I actually think this has got probably broken up G2 a little bit here, because you think of like, well, we're super short range, we're going to be running into you. Well, let's lay out a whole red carpet of barrels. Let's make sure that you're just running through all this damage. You've got gravity fields, you've got a ton of zone control that you can offer, and it makes it very difficult for G2 to try and play around all the different things, because if you can blow the Xayah ult early with the feathers, well, you've still got so much more. You've got an Audit ult that's coming your direction, Hecarim, barrels, the cannon barrage. There's so much that you have to try and avoid on this Fnatic comp.
I'm hearing from Darga excitement, meaning hopefully we'll get more games than just the 3 games between these two teams, G2 Esports and Fnatic. Fnatic, who have been pushed into a corner and have to find solutions now with their backs against the wall to see if they can still make it to that final, because for now it's G2 Esports who is on match point going into possibly the final game of the series.
And here we are, back onto the Rift for what could be the final time. Hearing both the G2 and Fnatic fans cheering warms my heart.
Do you know, I always get reminded, because we haven't had fans for so long. Do you remember that Unicorns guy?
I do remember the Unicorns.
I was playing and I remember the Unicorns guy. Yeah.
He cheered even in the game that Unicorns weren't playing.
It's true.
Shout out to
He
Unicorns
really
guy.
loved Unicorns of Love. Shout out
And
to you.
Boaster, XL Esports, la 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 la, now plays Valorant. We've come a long time. It's been many years.
Legend.
Been many years. Right, anyway. Game 3. We have seen a pretty dramatic change-up for Fnatic. They're going team fight, my friend.
Yeah, it looks like Fnatic's discussion after game 2 was, we're not taking a step forwards in terms of early game is not a problem. We're taking a step back and saying early game, it is not a problem whatsoever. We're going to scale. These lanes don't have much playmaking. Maybe bot lane could be something they can look around. But you can see G2 have all the options. Predator, Volibear, mid lane already trading. They have set up mid, they have set up bot. So I think Fnatic are going to be on the back foot, but their comp scales really, really well in team fights, just like you said.
That looked like a mistake initially from Humanoid. And of course, Caps having 2 stacks of his passive by going for the E first put him in an advantage early on. But the great thing about Victor is, number one, he realized, oh, I have Corrupting Pot versus Caps, who's running Dark Seal, which means I have more sustain. But also, my Q has a shorter cooldown than your E, and I know it does, which means that the longer this fight goes on, I'm going to win.
Plus the shield and Airy.
Yeah, Q shield very strong, Airy very strong, so it looks good for Caps. But after that initial rotation, as he has to walk away, obviously going to take a lot of damage on the exit. Good news is he got that ward down very early, so may not spot out a bot side gank if that is how G2 want to approach this mid lane. Burning that vision early on is a small advantage. We'll have to see if G2 can capitalize on it.
Yeah, bot side gank is in my mind too, because Jankos is going to finish those Raptors and then move towards that bot side of the map. But Razork is doing the opposite. They're doing similar clears, but they're mismatching. You can see Razork's pathing top, Jankos will be pathing bot. We'll see if they can find anything on this bot side, because Braum notoriously good into melee supports. But Razork's going to change it up. It looks like maybe both junglers just walking towards mid right now. Razork just putting a bit of defensive vision. Jankos did a similar kind of gank earlier on, but he's walking to Razork's topside jungle. Now the big thing is here, Jankos doesn't have any push in top or mid, so if he finds Razork, he's going to get collapsed on. But instead he's going to wrap around and go towards mid.
His brain is
They know exactly where the ward is. Humanoid trying to play towards the top side, but here comes Jankos. That's the stun. Caps doesn't have any follow-up here, but it might be enough. That's it! The white flag comes out, and that's first blood for G2.
As much as we highlight Caps in the side lanes, Jankos this series has been phenomenal in the first 5 to 10 minutes. His early game plays, the ganks he's finding are incredible.
Man, we've seen him gank at level 3, level 2 even, every single game. It's just, it was bot lane, mid lane, and he is.
Oh, they're going
so
again.
successful.
Targamas has flash. Humanoid.
And you talked about it in the draft. Fnatic said, hey, early game, it doesn't matter. We believe in our ability to scale. We believe in our ability to pull it back with things like the Victor, like the GP. Well, G2 have just doubled down on the early game. Targamas roaming at level 2, Jankos with level 3 ganks. This is going to be explosive. Yes.
TSM. Speaking of TSM,
Broken Blade.
We have a really convenient stat line. So, Broken Blade, for those familiar with TSM, he was a player of that team.
Expert transition.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm a professional. Broken Blade, throughout his career, has actually appeared in 4 different finals, 2 in the TCL, 2 in North America, and he's secured himself 1 title. He was reverse swept in the other one, which you reminded me of, against Team Liquid. But it's kind of crazy to think how long of a tenure he's had in terms of his career. And obviously when joining G2 Esports, he was replacing Wunder. And remember back in 2019, Wunder was considered not just a good player, he was actually considered one of the best Western players, period, at that time. Still a very strong name, still a very solid player, but G2 took a bit more of a gamble. They took a carry-style top player that is much more about playing towards giving those resources. And I think what's crazy is that we've seen so much evolution and adaptation from Broken Blade as a player. We've seen so much Gnar and Ornn from him so far in playoffs.
And I think it's so important to highlight, too, because we were expecting a lot of, let's call them Broken Blade picks. We got one Yone, and then it was Camille's, it was Gnar's, it's been Ornn's. This man has, I think, grown so much as a player since coming to the LEC in a way a lot of people wouldn't have expected from those first few games or even that first split on Schalke.
And you think back to, it's like a Broken Blade jumping on top of Wunder here, won't land the sun. If you think back to successful days of G2 in 2019, 2020, what was their biggest strength? It was innovation and flexibility and versatility. You never really knew when it draft what was going where. And I feel like G2 has kind of instilled that into Flakked and Broken Blade in being very, very flexible in draft and in playstyle. But we've got a mid-fight going on now.
Forward, looking for the concussive blows to get stacked, but they're all in the midst of the gravity field. They just have so much damage early on. Razork going to look to finish one kill back onto Caps, with mid lane already going down. Hylissang now in trouble. That's the fourth stack coming in for the concussive blows, but Razork wants a few more. Rampage fully stacked. It's going to be big damage. He finally manages to connect the stun. Jankos, he's still hungry. Oh, just take a bite out of him. They're not done. Razork trying to sprint, trying to go fast, put some flash out from Targamas.
Oh, he's going to go for it. He might have Q up again soon.
Going for it. Oh, here comes the bear. The snare, stun rather, coming down from above. Not enough.
Wow, Jankos matching the aggression in the mid lane. The whole game plan there for Fnatic was to help Humanoid push out mid so that he can get a good reset off. The man doesn't have flash. He's at a great risk of getting ganked. What does G2 do? Gank him anyway. They go for the 3v3 fight, and while Caps does lose his life, it's G2 that comes out on top, and Caps isn't slowing down.
Here's that Gnar, level 6 comes in, big damage, fall for the wall, all too easy there. They're going to go for the dive. Wunder now going to be in trouble. Caps finishing him with the chain last. G2 popping off in this early game.
Yeah, with this draft, Fnatic thought they could withstand the early game, but G2 are relentless. 4 kills so far, and it all comes off the back of the mid jungle of G2 once again. Jankos goes mid to unlock Caps, and Caps unlocks the rest of the map. And after this play, you can say Jankos is washed. He's old, his hands don't work anymore, but he's proving everyone wrong. Where are the doubters at?
Look at him. It's just a giant ball of damage, isn't it? That's a G2 just all committed to the flashless Humanoid. Of course, Caps, as we mentioned, did lose his life. And Jankos, he thought he had the damage to kill Hylissang, but at this point, Fnatic need to disengage, but they want to fix the wave. And that is the window for Jankos to say, oh, my cooldowns are back up. I think I'll take another.
And this is why people ban the Volibear. This champion is disgusting early game. The W damage, the E shield, absolutely out of control. 2-0-1 now for Jankos, 2-1-2 for Caps. The mid jungle from G2 has total control of this map.
Yeah, where's the mid jungle from Fnatic? Razork's been finding plays in the early stages. Yes, maybe the jungle pool and the champion is playing not so optimal from the outside perspective. It's what Fnatic want to do, but Humanoid in the last 3 games against Rogue found nothing. The first 2 games against G2 also didn't really find too much. It feels like every gank just seems to work. Barring that Kai'Sa on mid, he has to blow sums, and he's being the target for these teams, and there's not much protecting him. Hylissang's moving towards mid every now and then when he can, but he doesn't really have much to work with.
Certainly. And while last week it was Flakked who was putting up the big numbers and was kind of the big damage carrier for G2, this series there is no doubt in any of our minds it is Caps. 33.5% of his team's damage, 12-12. Like you can read. Those numbers are big. They are very big. Caps is unleashed, and I'll be honest, we thought a lot about what playing in front of fans, what playing on a stage like this would do for players from a negative perspective. Would they choke? Would they struggle? But we forgot what it does for some players when it comes to the pressure, when it comes to the seriousness of the matches. This is the G2 that Caps has talked about so much, is that the games didn't mean as much when there wasn't a crowd, when the stakes didn't feel real, when you were playing at home or you're coming into an empty studio. But now you can see Caps coming alive as we return to League of Legends at its best.
And it's all momentum based, right? It really does look like Cap. We were talking about it, Caps is feeling it. Ever since game 1, game 2 was even better. Maybe game 3 is even a bigger step up, but for now, Herald is a point of contention. Wunder used his GP ultimate top to clear out a wave. We didn't see it on screen, but he doesn't have that ultimate available if the fight kicks off. 4 members of G2 up towards the top side. Flakked is in bot side river. We'll see what he does. He could just go back to bot and catch the wave here if Fnatic give up the objective, but he wants to make sure he's around in case of a fight.
So difficult now. They have the numbers advantage right now. There's nothing that Wunder can do. You already highlighted perfectly, Caedrel. They're not going to try and fight this anyway, are they?
I think they can.
The other side's level 6. Razork level 6 as well. Felios.
X-Flash. Hylissang. Absolute mad lad. Upset off to the side. They're just posturing. Maybe they're hoping to get a follow-up fight here, but Caps with the stolen ultimate. Upset has to be careful here. They're going to try to lock him down before they get anything else done. He can be unstoppable, but no, he is very stoppable. The Echo remote will not work. Upset now pushing in. Flacken going to be in trouble here as Razork is already on the back line. He pulls the feathers back, and it's massive damage. Yanko's going to finish the kill now on a killing spree himself, but Fnatic, they're not done yet. They know this is their window of opportunity. They need to try to find something. Targamas slowing with the Winter's Bite. The rest of G2 will find the retreat.
A little bit of desperation coming out there from Humanoid, but still they get themselves a kill onto Caps. Overchase, maybe Razork falls 1-for-1 objective to G2, and again, third game in a row, both neutrals in favor of G2 once again. And I think the problem there G2 had was Broken Blade base, thinking the objective was secured, and then Fnatic found themselves a 4v4. It looked good initially, but the overchase was just a bit too much.
It certainly did. This will result in a few plates going to Upset, but perhaps Jankos has found himself another meal.
Flash and cleanse. Up for Upset. Yanko's not going to over-push or overstay. He's going to be able to recall safely as we take a look back at that exchange around the Herald.
You can see the communication in this team fight, because watch G2. Let's try to zone Razork. Okay, let's move topside together. And as Jankos picks up the buff, Caps is looking for a turn on his own. Fnatic see that he's looking for a turn, and G2 want to move topside, so they engage. And the engage is great. How can G2 really help Caps here? They can't get onto Humanoid. He has sums up here, and this is where I think Fnatic were feeling themselves a bit too much. Razork ulting into the backline. Look how much damage Flack it does when he pulls all those feathers back on top of him. Instantly gets taken out. And Humanoid just looks for more.
Props to Targamas there. I know the fear also forced him to walk into Fnatic, but he was in a position that made it harder for the rest of Fnatic to follow up on that initial engage, kind of isolating Razork from the rest of the fight as well. So what kind of feels good on paper, you know, a massive Hecarim ultimate onto all three members. The follow-up just couldn't come through from Fnatic, which meant that G2 found themselves a return kill. This means that the goal is dead even, but that's going to very quickly change.
Yeah, Herald into this top tower. We'll get first tower for G2 once again. You can see Broken Blade is going to have to be pushed off this bot tower. Fnatic have to cross-map or at least find something on the other side. Because, I mean, Caps just kind of... This Herald has stabilized the gold for him and Humanoid, interestingly, because he's so far ahead in CS now. Broken Blade might be a target for Fnatic. Hylissang sprinting down here, use the hook onto the wall. Broken Blade knows they're around, and we'll just give this up.
A lot of easy, reliable CC here. Broken Blade with Mega Gnar is a bit of a threat. Hop already burned. Wonder ulti going down to stop this push going in as the Herald collapses. Yanko's still in that area. Targamas moving into backup Broken Blade. Upset.
Oh, they're getting another tower.
It's similar to game 2 where Broken Blade is catching waves on the tower. Targamas is covering him, and now G2 have got 2 towers top. I mean, Fnatic are going to force this dragon. They might get it. Caps' TP is up soon, but there's no way G2 are going to contest this, but they'll be happy with that.
G2 just seem to have Fnatic's number right now, and of course Fnatic is very reliant on their scaling, the front-to-back team fighting power that they have, the global pressure that a Gangplank ultimate could provide later on into the game, but G2, they're just playing the map better.
Who's going to catch midwave? Looks like Upset's the one moving towards it. Flacket's going to push it in. Caps, and of course Jankos can disable the tower. He is all alone right now, Upset, and he wants to catch his wave. Will Caps show before Upset does? Because if they see Upset, they're going to go for this dive.
Targamas is the best actor in the world. False sense of security here. Upset doesn't think there's anything to be worried about. This time there's nothing.
You know, I had a really cool line prepared there. Well, I was going to say, if Jankos did the dive, many tarnished fear the Rune Bear. But have you seen Jankos' Volley Bear?
That was a good reference.
Yeah.
Oh, they love it.
But he didn't do it, so I was like, oh, I've got to get the line out now. I'm not going to get another chance.
Maybe there was, but maybe there wasn't, so you may as well.
That's the best way to sneak it in.
Just force it in,
you just
jam it in there.
Hey, look.
Hey guys, I thought something really clever, so listen.
Hey, I'm smart. Please pay attention. Look at me. I'm the center of attention now.
That's what I'm really good at. Now, continuing to take the microphone away from you, the dragon spawns in about 4 minutes' time. No Herald on the board for the time being, which means that it's just a lot of posturing. Both teams kind of catching waves, trading sides. G2 kind of have the choice of either playing towards mid or bot. Usually what you'll often see is control over mid, and then you transition the control from mid into the bot side jungle, which you can then translate into the bot tower. And that's kind of what G2 is setting up for the time being as they contest over the control. And our vision is being highlighted, thank you observers, in terms of how much control G2 actually have. They are creating this fog of war, making it harder for Fnatic to rotate, which then makes it even more difficult to protect these plates from dropping to Caps.
Exactly, and Caps getting so much solo gold here too as well. You highlighted the CS discrepancy. Yes, Caps is wildly behind in that metric, but he's getting so many plates across the map. Absolutely willing to funnel gold into the Sylas pick to make sure it is as powerful as possible here in the mid game.
Yeah, Fnatic just question mark pinging that tower throughout the whole play the last minute, just saying, guys, we need to make sure we can catch this wave. They are eventually responding, but again, like I said, there is so much bot side vision for G2, and of course, if they show on those wards, you know they're there. If they don't, then they're up on the opposite side of the map, process of elimination. Broken Blade looking for one there. Hylissang.
The TP out. TP already down. Hylissang now has to run. That's the stolen ulti. Caps now looking to overcommit here.
So Hylissang loses flash, Wunder loses his TP, RG2 done just yet. Jankos is behind them, Flacket's pushing in mid-wave.
Hilly away. Hilly getting pulled into the wall here, trying to find the knock-up onto Caps. Caps has a lot of healing already. Targamas a little bit of an early ult, but dissuades any potential follow-up, and really nothing here for Fnatic. Just might have to clear the wave and hold on.
Both teams looking for a target. None found just yet. TP coming in.
Turning off the tower. The hook body block. Caps now in the midst of Razork, but there goes Broken Blade, throwing it back into the wall. Knocked down Humanoid right as he appears. He can get absolutely nothing done, but Jankos
upset.
Still standing for now. Caps trying to make it out of the wall. Caps holding on to his life, but Fnatic turning it back. Look at all the chakram stacks for Upset. He's going to do so much damage. Going back, but can he outrun the Chaos Storm? Just barely, yes. Fnatic finally finding a play in their favor.
It's a 5 versus 5 on bot tier 1. Absolute chaos on the map, and only one person dies. Fnatic get themselves a kill, but so many members of G2. Look at the health bars on the right-hand side. Caps, Flacket, Targamas, Broken Blade. Everyone was so low HP. The second Jankos jumped in, it looked like they just called the play off instantly. G2 were just running for the hills.
I think one of the big things was Jankos didn't actually disable the tower with his ultimate. He was a little out of range of it. His focus was on killing Upset here. They knew that they had a TP advantage because GP just TP'd away. And then look at the engage here. So the tower is still actually hitting onto Jankos. And then that means that when the engage follow-up comes through, you can see that G2's focus ends up getting a little bit broken apart.
Yeah, they're all just trying to run away. And I mean, I think G2 are really lucky here to only lose one. But the one that they lost is an insane shutdown over to Upset. I think it was 1,000 gold or something on Jankos. Flash forward from Humanoid. Flacket has the heal. Everyone gets out at 1 HP. G2 overstepping there a bit. Fnatic tried to punish.
And it was a good punish, a much needed one for Fnatic, getting a little bit of gold into their back pocket. Another fight.
Still getting aggressive. Big fight over this potential Herald. Again, Fnatic scaling, Fnatic's teamfight power. Difficult for G2 to match if Fnatic find themselves with a bigger advantage. For now, G2 still in the lead, about 1,300 gold in their favor. For Fnatic, full confidence here as they move in to take this objective. They know they're strong enough to fight back now.
Confidence is the key word. The momentum has shifted a bit. These carries of Fnatic are slowly coming online. One item completed. It'll only get worse from this point onwards for G2, so I think Fnatic scaling is pretty good right now. I mean, they'll pick themselves up this Herald. That should guarantee them a mid tower. They're still 2 towers down, but there's signs of life here in this game 3.
Oh, definitely. Humanoid, while he is ahead in CS and he is behind in gold versus Caps, he actually has the level advantage over him. He also has the first core item completed too. The scaling on this Victor is only going to get stronger as the game progresses. Same for the Gangplank in the top lane. Once again though, we find all outer towers down for Fnatic. This will be Fnatic's first of the game. I don't expect G2 to try and answer this. In fact, Caps is looking for Hilly.
The wall push for Hylissang. Hylissang has to be careful there. He has no aftershock. He has no tanky stats. He's going to go down. Razork now might be the one in trouble because that is a Predator Volibear. Run, Horsey, run. Jankos now, they're just shifting his attention onto Upset. Upset, no cleanse. No way to get away here. He's just getting run down. He's got okay weapons to run, but not good ones to fight. He's going to be in trouble. Razork now in trouble as well. G2, oh. I got the cake, they're eating it too. It's easy pickings.
They're absolutely everywhere, and it all comes off the back of Caps once again. Lost his 100% kill participation on Upset there, but we talked about these champions like Sylas and Ahri where he can make plays, he can make decisions on his own. He doesn't have to make any setup, ask the team whatsoever. He sees a play, he goes for it, and we see a great example of it right there.
Certainly did. G2 just continuing. It's crazy how they felt like they were on the back foot, and then all of a sudden they just come back out onto the map and instantly look for a play. Caps being that initial instigator, with the rest of G2 very quick to follow up. Find themselves with a 3k gold lead. The Dragon is alive as well. They're not in a great position to set up for it, and as Fnatic come back out onto the map, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another fight.
And the early stages looked a little bit manageable after that bot side fight, but like you said, in a blink of an eye, it all turns back into G2's favor. Dragon up. Fnatic look for some kind of vision.
Mid-wave even right now. We'll see if G2 can get first access.
Spotted there.
Caps looking for the pick. Level 11, level 9, level 8 on Hylissang. Humanoid a big threat though with 2 levels in that ultimate. A TP coming into the mid lane. Upset in the area. Could be a full-on 5v5, but G2 have already started this objective. There's really nothing here for Fnatic unless they're willing to try to bully down that mid lane tower.
Fnatic have a wave, but they don't have a Herald. That tower's full HP. G2 looking for an engage. Caps.
Caps stepping in. Hecarim ulti as well. Upset gun's not great. If he's only got 1 or 2 shots left on purple, and he does, then it should be an okay fight.
Standoff. Fnatic invested a TP for that. Maybe they thought they had a little bit more tempo in mid, and they could actually take that tower completely. G2 quick to respond, and like I said, look at the sides, both pushing in. Fnatic are going to have to run away and catch those waves eventually.
Which then leaves a window open for G2 to immediately push down mid.
Going in, that's going to be big. Flacket locked up the chain CC, almost flawless, but he is able to ult out to safety. In the end, Targamas will drop.
And like you said, there's going to be a window for G2, but the window was still Fnatic's for a couple more seconds. Hylissang knows it. Oh, flank it. Oh, the GP
ult going. Now Caps, has he potentially been caught out here? Is he going to be forced to use the ultimate? Ready to body block for his AD carry. Flacken walking away for now. Will not be in position to stop this wave.
Humanoid up a level, up so much CS. We talked about Caps making all these plays, but Humanoid's getting a lot of resources in his back pocket. Razork looking for Jankos now, taking away his camps, taking away his jungle. A kill just allows them to unlock the rest of the map.
Fnatic continuing to try and match some of the pressure that G2 have been throwing out. I love the fact that they did in fact overstay in mid. Hylissang going for the engage. I thought at first glance it was a bit of an in-play, but Fnatic had the numbers advantage. Fnatic had the chain CC combo to be able to just burst down Targamas and Flakked. They forced Flakked of his summoners. He was forced to disengage and Targamas of his life.
Flashing out early, but he knows Volibear is on the way. Has the cleanse, has to eat the oranges immediately, but they're waiting. They held on as long as humanly possible, so Broken Blade get in position. It's a genius play. It's the small things that matter, but Jankos will grab the kill.
G2 just finding so many picks, whether it's Caps or Jankos, they're just isolating members of Fnatic, collapsing on them and getting kills before Fnatic can set up anything. They can't really do anything on the map now. Again, they have to wait for Wunder to respawn.
And it's within these windows between objectives, when there's no Drake, when there is no Baron, when there is no tower to play for, they're just looking for these picks and they're consistently catching Fnatic off guard. This means that G2 can then create those opportunities to push for objectives. And now look, two members of Fnatic committing onto the bot side of the map. What can G2 do elsewhere?
Blade hook comes out, flash out anyway.
Bit of a panic flash, but making sure he respects the hook. If that lands, a lot of chain CC probably would have died. The good thing for Fnatic is there's a lot of standing gold on the map. That top tier 2, really low from the Herald. Bot tier 1, also extremely low. So they have some towers that they can collect if they can only find some picks, but it's G2 who are the ones finding the picks first.
I mean, remember last game, Fnatic weren't able to get any of G2's outer towers. You're talking an optimistic way, but the question is, can they actually break through the defense of G2? They have held strong so far in this series. Let's see, Fnatic now grouping up, looking for the siege. TP available on Caps.
4 members.
The pings are coming down. Look at the ward.
They don't have super reliable wave clear. Broken Blade on the flank. Mega Gnar pretty well charged. Upset now going to be in trouble. Jankos immediately leaps onto Upset. Upset, there's not a lot of room to maneuver. They're trying to burst down Jankos, but here comes Broken Blade. Here comes the Mega Gnar. Can't find the target quite yet. Caps immediately stepping forward. Broken Blade just trying to isolate Humanoid away. He will knock him into the wall. The wall of now Fnatic Wunder on the backside, looking to do it, but he cannot find the barrel connect. Broken Blade goes golden, buys a moment, but Caps, Conqueror fully stacked, shredding through Fnatic. Wunder, Razork, Humanoid, the Fnatic topside, pushing back in for more. Targamas ready to body block. Flack it off to the side. Will grab a kill. G2 slowly but surely winning the fight. A single barrel could turn this on its head. The damage that could come in from Humanoid is massive, but he has to connect the skills. The Death Ray starting things off. Finally, both sides will back away.
Humanoid does what he can in this fight. He has so much damage at his disposal, and he does a great job of keeping the fight relatively even. But this Sylas Braum duo is just so lethal. They work so well together. They complement each other's skills, and the moment the Targamas lands a slow, Caps is there to quickly follow up. So let's have a look at this quick engage as the double TPs come in.
Yeah, you can see the strength of G2 when they manage to get on top of you. Like you said, the Sylas, the Braum, the Volibear, they're diving on top of Upset, and Fnatic just want to kite back. We said it in draft, they want to kite back, avoid all the bursts, make sure they can stay alive with their carries. And the reason Fnatic can hold on for so long is because they all tried to bail on top of Humanoid, but Humanoid managed to survive. Razork peeling a little bit, Wunder a little bit late to the fight itself, but the fact that Humanoid lives for so long gives Fnatic a chance to fight back. But this duo, like you said, Betty, is unstoppable on G2.
Huge props to Wunder. His ultimate in that choke point in the river throughout the brush actually slowed down massively Flakked from joining the fray, and his impact in the fight was very minimal. He wasn't able to dish out a lot of the damage that he typically would like to do, and imagine if he was in the fight, if he was able to actually get on top of some of the carries alongside Broken Blade, that fight could have been a lot worse for Fnatic, but they don't find themselves in a very good position here at match point.
Certainly not. G2 holding onto their lead for now as Hylissang. A lot of confidence as he hex flashes forward. Something to track though in the fights to come. Wunder full damage GP. He is here to win these fights. A single barrel could be the difference between a one fight and a lost one. Fnatic, they find the setup are incredibly powerful even despite the deficit.
Oh, Hilly gets tagged. 15 seconds on this dragon, both teams trying to poise through mid. Normally you see battle lines drawn on opposite sides. G2 are going to find their way into river. It looks like Fnatic want to move towards mid-wave. 10 seconds left. This could be a repeat of the third dragon where G2 just burst it down. Fnatic late to respond. Looks like they're in the vicinity when they're trying to poke out Caps.
Decent damage, but not quite there yet. Single barrel, not enough. G2 pulling back to the bottom side of the map. And not a ton of vision here, but Upset great guns for a fight if they can get it going. Wunder ulti up and available, can throw it into the backline. For now, they're saying focus on the prize. Razork, can he take this one away? No. G2 just taking it. Fnatic, they've got a wave in the mid lane, but not enough time to get any damage on the tower.
Fnatic have tempo in mid right now. What can they do with it? They need to make sure G2 can't get to the mid lane. They need to zone them away, or at least look to chunk them out or zone them away to make sure they can get this tower. See them going all the way around. I think the problem Fnatic had in this fight is Upset has no summoners. Humanoid has no flash. If they get tagged by absolutely anything, they're dead. They have no defensive items. and hardly any peel. It'll all be of Dragon for a tower trade, but G2 on sole point.
Already Broken Blade pushing in on the bottom side, however, is going to demand a response. Caps moving up to the top side to generate a little bit of vision, to get a little bit more control. The game just keeps moving forward.
Caps looking for something else, wandering around the map. You can still hear the energy from G2, still very strong. They're feeling good right now on stage, and how can they not find themselves 2k up? When you just press tab on your screen, obviously you can't see the gold difference, but you can see the kill difference.
Oh yeah.
And that's already going to make you feel good. You can see in the mid lane as well, Caps with the 1.2k gold lead, similar in jungle. All across the board, G2 is in a very strong spot 24 minutes into the game.
And you highlighted it well, Vedius, of this dive combo of the Sylas Braum. The good news is it works up until 25-30 minutes, but the problem is when the Victor and Aphelios get so many items, you're as good as dead the second you go forward. They will have so much damage to work with that overstepping just 1 meter too far, you're instantly blown up. And Fnatic have got good CC to peel. The Nautilus, Victor W, if the Aphelios has good guns, the GP up to slow the backline down. So as much as G2 is ahead right now, the clock is ticking. If Dragons in 3 minutes, they need to make sure they can secure that soul.
Certain. And if there are 3 champions in League of Legends I absolutely do not want to walk into, it is GP, Victor, and Aphelios. Under no circumstances, outside of the first 2 items, do I ever want to have to face check what could be barrels, a gravity field, the immediate burst, the immediate follow-up. And obviously Aphelios isn't just a burst damage on a blue wall, but all the sustained damage you need to finish a fight.
And this is where I then bring our attention back to Senor Broken Blade in the top lane. His ability to create variance in fights is something that we've seen multiple times. Already this game, we've seen him find the flank in order to create that opportunity for his team. And I think back to his games versus Misfits, versus Vitality in particular, the way in which, I mean, even their series against Fnatic, when he was playing the Gnar and those choke points, the one around walls where he was basically just zoning upset out of the fight, that this roster has a surprisingly high number of impact players. And this is something that we often talk about when it comes to the highest level of League. What was it? When was it Perks or Upset who said when they look at this team, I think it's 5 fakers. You know what I mean?
What can I do? Even if I smash bot, they have 3 fakers on the top side.
And I think that what's crazy about this G2 roster is that they are slowly evolving into those roles that you kind of have to respect because of their ability to not only in how they work as a team, but their ability to find those individual outplays. They can literally swing a game.
Yeah, it's the importance of creating space for each other just to allow the other to carry. I mean, Flack, it's been a rock this entire series long. It's all been about the G2 solo lanes and Broken Blade on the Oran making plays happen for his team and Caps just carrying. And there's different iterations of G2, but this is the one that's working. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Looks like G2 playing the 1-3-1 when they have Sylas Gnar playing the side lanes, and I need to group up and force some kind of mid-prio. Cap's going to take such a strong ultimate away. Does help him gap close onto Upset. We'll probably need a stopwatch soon. Humanoid as well.
Broken Blade getting frisky here, but you can see Wunder starting to lay down a little bit of damage back. Randall with a great purchase, forcing out that ultimate early could be big. In the meantime, what's the response? Caps in the picture-in-picture, looking to pitch for a kill. On to Upset, Broken Blade or Surly Fall. One more auto is going to be enough movement speed, but not quite enough to get away. Now Caps in the meantime hasn't gotten anything. He's going to be in trouble as well. Humanoid laying down so much damage, going golden, but Jankos, I don't think he can bail him out of this one. Caps dashing out to safety. That is the power of the locket to keep him alive. The rest of G2 now on the retreat, or are they trying to turn? It's a split fight. It's a messy exchange. Wunder keeping the pressure up bottom side, but it's Fnatic who went out on the play.
Caps wants the base so he can TP. Maybe he can TP bot and kill Wunder, but it looks like Razork wants to chase him down. They don't want to let G2 back away. They want to make sure Wunder is the pressure point right now.
Okay, Jankos.
Jankos, like you said, Vedius, hiding, lying in wait. Caps has that TP, so G2 could turn at the click of a finger, but it looks like that'll be it.
And finally, it feels like Fnatic are starting to find more plays back in their favor. And again, we've talked about the scaling. Past 25 minutes, this is where things really start to get hard. And in theory, if you are G2, your advantage point should be when you find individual isolated members. But Broken Blade overextends. Caps unable to find that aggressive solo kill. And as a result, Fnatic reaping the rewards as they get a bit of control back on the map.
Just like we talked about, Upset losing his summoner there, just pick up the stopwatch, so that'll help with Caps diving on top of him. These carries kind of have to self-peel a bit if Fnatic's divers are going in with the Hecarim and the Nautilus. GP ult can be used to buy space as well, and space is just such an important word for both these teams. Broken Blade has to buy it so Flacken and Caps can do their thing, and the carries of Fnatic need to make sure they have enough space to work with so they can peel back, get their spells off. So much zone control on both sides, but 15 seconds on the Dragon.
This
soul for G2
is going to define so much. Multiple items have been completed on either side. Both teams feel very strong right now, and Fnatic is probably in one of the best positions they've been in all series. It's just about looking for those barrels, looking for that opportunity. Already, Humanoid finds good damage on the Flack.
G2 might just 50-50 it. It's a good 50-50 to take. They can wait for the next one as well, but it looks like Fnatic just want to force it themselves. Razork is in smite rage. Jankos, eyes on him. Can he get in range? He is now. They have a decent amount of burst as well.
Look at the rage bar on Broken Blade.
could be big. They're going to look to interrupt the engage. Hilly now going forward, but Broken Blade just leaps into the backside. He can't quite find the purchase on the ultimate. It just whips and goes wide. Fnatic, maybe they have a chance in this fight. Upset Humanoid still standing strong. Wonder trying to buy as much space as possible, but they're just not able to finish anybody off. Caps will finally go down. Flacken dropping Caps, staying alive for now, dashing out to safety, and that is the damage from the GP. Broken Blade outscaled, but not outmatched. Goomba stomping his way out to safety, but Fnatic, they're going to grab the Drake. Humanoid will grab the kill, and just like that, Fnatic are in control.
Fnatic are alive. They might be able to get Baron off the back of this as well, and it all comes off Wunder against his former team at match point. Triple kill. One barrel single-handedly took out the bot lane of G2.
It was the man that was benched that comes up clutch for Fnatic. Finding an incredible play with the GP should open up the Baron for Fnatic. And gentlemen, we may very well have a series on our hands. Caps stands in the way of Fnatic and the Baron.
There's no way, right?
What ultimates can he take?
We've said it before. He's managed to find a way to steal it.
Razork no smite.
There's no way.
Razork
getting
no
lower
smite
too. Caps over the wall. Just a cheeky no. Not gonna happen.
And I need to see that barrel from Wunder again, because in the blink of an eye, Flacken and Targamas disappeared from Summoner's Rift. Hylissang goes in the initial engage. Broken Blade zones him away. Eyes on Wunder. How does he pull it off? 1 versus 3.
Oh, it's huge.
1 versus 3. Takes down G2 single-handedly.
And it's...
You know, it was that bush, that right there, that Humanoid was in. G2 versus Suning, where it was G2 that faced the barrel of Bin. And it is now Wunder who's able to find a massive triple kill and keep Fnatic's hope alive in this series.
And no matter what characters come out, Lightning, Running Girl, Xayah, Pirate with gun, always a force to be reckoned with.
Good old reliable.
1 pistol, 1 barrel can match all the magic in the world.
So let's take stock. Fnatic took away that dragon, bought themselves 3 more minutes. They have a Baron. Look at the items as well. Upset close to Infinity Edge. Wunder basing for Infinity Edge now, I presume. Humanoid building towards his 4th item. These carries that we talked about that scale so well are coming online. Levels advantage in favor of Fnatic 2, and now they're the ones pushing onto the tier 2s of G2.
And finally, we are seeing life from Fnatic. It really did feel like up until that point, it was a done and dusted series for G2, but Fnatic find the fight off the back of Wunder.
Wait. It's all about the barrels. Broken Blade's ready for this. Can he find the solo bolo? Pushing in for a little bit more. There's a TP on the way. They killed one. They've got a TP. They've got a cannon minion. They're going to push for it. We're just having a bit of a race right here. The rest of the team just has to hold on to this one. TP to keep the minion alive. It's Big Brain. They just need to kill the tower as fast as possible. They don't have the damage. The minion is going to die. The push is going to be stopped. But not before they break this one. They want to keep it. They're going to deny the recalls. It only takes 4 seconds for them to retreat. Fnatic, it's a split decision. Razork going in to try to buy time for the rest of the recalls. Humanoid has to be careful as he steps up. Could be in danger. But after all that, they're still going in. Caps going for the hero play. Humanoid trying to buy as much time as possible. But no! The Storm! Broken Blade gets it. The Storm! Turning it back. Running for his life now. Upset's going to be the one who's in trouble. He has to turn this into 2v1, but all the damage is there. Upset holding on, Flacken following up. There's no way he gets out of this one. That's the shutdown. Caps going down. Upset falling on the opposite side. This game is not over yet.
And just we praise Wunder so much. Broken Blade's the one who comes out in the advantage, gets the solo kill, TP in from Caps. Split fight on opposite sides of the map. So much pressure on these players to close the game out. Neither side giving any leeway.
This is what we wanted. G2 and Fnatic going toe-to-toe at the very end. G2 obviously find themselves at match point. Fnatic doing everything in their power to stay alive in this series and fight for a spot in the finals. It was Wunder that made the play that secured Fnatic the fight and the Baron, but it was Broken Blade that gave the window for G2 back into this game.
Yeah, sometimes the best form of defense is offense. G2, the siege was coming onto bot tier 3, and they thought, you know what, we'll just go through top. Caps CPing in, they get the kill, the Storm makes it so it's a 1-for-1, and then there was an exchange on bot side. The problem is Upset's all alone. Razork and Hylissang base to kill Caps, and that left Upset alone in a 1v3, so I think it was a 2-for-2 overall.
But you look at the state of the map, both sides, well, actually the inhibitor went down in top lane, whereas Fnatic were not able to secure the one in bot, so G2 now have this constant pressure on the top side. Remember that the dragon spawns in 55 seconds. That is a lot of pressure on the map that Fnatic have to find a way of managing.
But look at the items. Upset has Infinity Edge, Humanoid has Void Staff, Hylissang.
Yanko's not as tanky as he was at the start of the game. Has to be careful here. Razork pushing forward. Targamas trying to block all the fallout damage that he can, but he's given his life in the exchange, trying to leap back out to safety. Broken Blade waiting in the darkness. Big from Upset. Targamas dropping. That could be the moment. Now the 5v4, G2 trying to hold on. They know they need this Drake. Fnatic turning their attention. Maybe they can just go for something else instead.
They need patience in the chaos. Fnatic need to just push this mid wave and slow it down. Broken Blade!
Caught out, that's the follow-up damage that they need, but he can't quite finish it. The gravity field stops him. It's a snapshot of what could have been. He manages to kill him in the end with Flacken. Now running for the hills. He's got no ultimate. Jankos can come over the wall, but the rest of Fnatic pushing in.
Wait, Caps does have his ultimate up.
He's
What can he
spotted
steal,
though.
He
They
will
know
be
he's there.
spotted. Level 16 yet. He could just choose to push in bot lane. Remember, they
Massive
don't need
wave.
this Drake.
Massive wave topside as well. This is a point of pressure Fnatic eventually will have to respond to.
4v3. Is Jankos gonna go for the 50-50? He has vision. He has vision.
Jankos going in. Jankos, he gets it! Oh, they want the 3-0! They can taste victory in front of them, Fnatic. It's the little things, the Inferno Soul. Will it be enough to end the game in favor of G2? Yes, Fnatic have the gold lead, but Jankos finds the steal.
The clutch factor on G2 just never seems to go away. Jankos with the steal, Broken Blade with the solo kill, Caps just doing Caps things. G2 continue to find ways back into the game when by all odds they should not be able to.
It's not over yet though. G2, yes, they have the soul, but Fnatic didn't lose too much in their base. The team fights just became a whole lot harder, but again, these carries will continue to scale. G2 with the soul will base and look to take control of the map. Caps, we have to keep eyes on his items. When he gets that Rabadon's full completed, he's going to do a hell of a lot of damage.
It's a terrifying prospect to face check him, but similarly, Wonder only getting scarier, all the flat lethality.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, that's a Wonder Barrel crit.
Yep.
That was 1.1k onto a Broken Blade, and he's got a lot of armor.
And remember, even in the face of all that crit, Broken Blade was winning the 1v1 because of all that armor. That might no longer be the case. Testing over blue buff. They do get Razork's Smite, which is a small window of control. Still 20 seconds to the Baron, though, so it will not matter too much.
Fnatic need to be very careful about these top waves, of course, as well, because G2 have double TP. They could look to just push through. There's 1 minute left on that inhibitor respawn, but if Fnatic over TP and over invest resource on this mid wave, there's a window for a double TP on top wave. We'll see how it ensues though. Razork looking for Flakked.
Trying to force the ultimate out there from Flakked. Razork didn't want to overcommit, but Flakked, he held his ground. Now, Fnatic have the wave. This tower is also very low.
Broken Blade splitting.
Should be able to secure this one.
The push still coming in. Yeah, he's at the tier 3 right now. Fnatic, I think, are starting to realize, guys, we need to send someone back to base, and G2 are not going to let that happen. Looks like Caps is trying to spot them out.
Jankos at 50% HP. They're in a difficult spot here. Caps now fishing for a pick here. Wonder does massive damage.
Stopwatch, that's so big for the later fight.
The wave is still there. The wave is still there. Fnatic have sent no one yet. Wunder's on the way.
He does have TP and ultimate, and now G2, they're going to strike. They're starting the Baron.
Wonder, it's going to take a few seconds for him to clear this wave. Is it enough time for G2 to take this objective? Razork, is it your turn to steal something away? To buy a bit of time, to buy a bit of hope for Fnatic? It's gone. Is he going to make it over the wall? Can he get it in time? But no. Jankos, steady hand, secures the objective. Broken Blade potentially ready for a fight here. Can they burst him down before it kicks off? Upset off to the side. Wonder just now into the midst of everything. The feathers have flown. Now the pullback from Flakked will be big. Razork caught out. Caps off to the side has found the pick. G2 striding through Fnatic. Cannot afford to overstep. It's the 3 carries of Fnatic left standing strong.
Here comes
Jankos fishing for the pick, but the damage is big. TP buying time. Wonder finishing it off. That's one bullet. Caps off on the flank. Goes in. He steals away the cooldowns. Upset ready to fight, though. Upset ready to fight for his life, as this could be the final exchange. The lockdown is there. Targamas will drop. Upset with the extra range. Is it enough? Caps still standing. Oh, here it comes. One more shot. He's not even going to need it. Humanoid finishing it with the laser. Caps dashing out to safety. What is even happening in this game?
Caps has the audacity to emote in that play and even get away with his life. It is G2 that walk away with the Baron. The kills are 2 for 2. The blood in this game does not cease. But Fnatic, they still hold on to their base.
37 kills, 37 minutes, neither team giving a second to the other. G2 instantly start the Baron, not even flinching. Top wave was pushing in. Wunder managed to clear out a little bit of the wave, but then Razork sees an angle, I think, after Hylissang backs away to get a 3-man ultimate, but he goes way too deep at the start of this fight, instantly dies. So Fnatic are playing almost like a 4v5 from the get-go. Hylissang's dead as well, so Caps being low helped out a bit, but his TP back was so important.
The feathers positioning from Flakked was massive there, because if Upset was able to follow up on the engage from Razork, then they may very well have been able to win the fight. But
Hylissang caught out here is going to try to re-engage on his own terms, but he's already gone down. It's a big barrel. Hylissang still standing. That's the Zhonya's, baby, but Jankos is going to finish the job. That's a pick, and is it going to be enough? 2 minutes. Won't matter too much for the big objectives, but there's pressure on the bottom side in favor of G2 as they look to leverage this Baron buff.
Caps had to base though. He was extremely low after that play, and he has no TP. He's going to move towards mid for now, but it's going to be a 4v4 on the bot side of the map. We'll see if Fnatic can clear out this wave to hold on a little bit. Baron buff up for another minute for G2.
Eyes need to be on Humanoid and Upset as we get into the final phases of this game. They are the two big carries for Fnatic. They have the damage. Of course, the barrels are always going to be scary if they're able to land, but if you're going to rely on anyone, it's Humanoid and Upset at this point in the game.
Caps splitting big damage back onto Wunder. Lethality Xayah absolutely lethal if you get caught by those feathers. Caps gonna break the free tier 2. Wave coming in on bot lane. It's gonna be desynced. Fnatic are gonna have an opportunity to clear it without losing too much.
Hylissang is back alive though, so now G2 don't have the numbers advantage. They have waves to work with on bot side, and Caps is moving into it. We'll see if they decide to go for a full dive, because it could be extremely dangerous. Almost 40 minutes into the game.
G2 know they can't risk. They mess up one part of this dive, it will all collapse in the face of the Victor, the GP, the Aphelios. They're taking their time, they're playing it slow. Big damage from Flacken.
G2 trying to play with poke. They've got the Mega Narc Qs, they've got the QEs from Xayah. They're trying to push in waves, look for a pressure point, look for a tower to break Fnatic's base, sorry. Elder in 40 seconds though, so G2 are just going to keep this up as long as possible, keep the waves into Fnatic's towers, and then just back straight to the Elder and rush it. So Fnatic need to be on their feet, they need to be on their toes, ready to respond.
They have no vision on the map anywhere. Observers, if you could just highlight what Fnatic see right now, look at all the fog. There is so much control that G2 have, and this is exactly what you were talking about, Caedrel. Pressure, pressure, pressure from G2. They're trying to keep Fnatic locked in their base. Even if they try to respond to the Elder, it doesn't matter because they have to face check G2.
Now they have to be scared, but
Hylissang sidestep from Broken Blade, manages to make it out. Flacken now on a killing spree. Razork, he's in the midst of the entire team. The GP ult is big, but it's not going to be big enough. Upset laying down a massive ult, but it's all falling apart in the final moments. G2 tearing through Fnatic. This was their last chance, and they missed. It's a triple for Jankos. The follow-up is there. It is absolute dominance for G2 Esports in the final fight. 2-0, clean control. The final game close, but the quadra for Jankos, and the final game will seal the deal.
What a way to end it on this final game. A quadra kill for Jankos. What an outstanding performance from him and the rest of the members of G2. Clutch factors, early games, everything.
And in 2021, you thought they were washed, but you can well and truly say that G2 are back. The Jankos is back. The Claps is back as G2 head to the finals.
Who would have thought a 3-0 in favor of G2? This last game was extremely close, but the series wasn't.
And what a way, like that game, it felt like that Fnatic had won it. After that fight, after Wunder did what he did around that Drake fight, I thought that it was over, we were going to game 4.
Yeah.
But G2 just play after play after play, they were relentless, they were unforgiving, and we will have G2 versus Rogue in our final.
Wow.
They have not met so far in playoffs.
It's incredible again. Remember the story for G2, the rebuilding. For the first time since their 2016 split.
Oh, they're going to do it. Here it comes.
Revenge, a dish best served cold. Get the signature celebration. Tempted to walk towards the trophy, but not theirs yet.
It was last year that Fnatic knocked G2 out of Worlds. It was just a few weeks ago that Fnatic... It was Fnatic that knocked G2 into the lower bracket. And now G2 finally get some revenge with a swift 3-0 over Fnatic. Remember, this roster was favored to win the whole thing. They were expected to be in the finals at the very least, if not to win it all. And now it is G2 that will meet Rogue in our finals.
Yeah, it's not Fnatic, it's not Vitality, it's not Mad Lions.
Super teams be damned.
Super teams be damned. Rogue, the rebuild, working out phenomenally. G2, the rebuild, doing wonders. Two teams who came together this season, rising to the top of the standings. And this is a look I never thought we'd see, but they're doing it. The responsible social distance high five. They found a way, and it's big brain tech like this that keeps them going forward.
I think you're completely right. It feels like Spring Split is just the split of Rebirth, right?
Sure.
The Rebirth.
Of course they have to high five the casters.
You can't see it, but it doesn't matter. We're doing it anyway.
One impressive run. What was that? 3-0, 3-0, 3-0?
Yep.
Is that a 9-0?
They're 9-0 in their last 9 games in playoffs. The lower bracket run. Unstoppable. And we've got a Rogue who looked defeated after the first 2 games against Fnatic, but then bounced back. We've seen a different version of Rogue on mentality, on a mental side.
Oh, that finals is going to be
And
high.
we've got G2 who's just bouncing back straight through the entire lower bracket. So both these teams are in their top form.
And we've got a G2 who we expected to be a topside team, proving their 5-man roster. Everyone in this roster can be massive. But on the opposite side for Rogue, they've also shown us so much they developed. They've shown us that they can be clutch, that they can come back in a losing best of 5. 2 teams who have undergone such a massive evolution.
And you know that Fnatic is going to feel unbelievably frustrated with this. Like, Yamato made it very clear that not winning would be a failure from his perspective, you know? Especially when you look at the strength of the roster, you look at their achievements during the regular season, especially even in the first half of playoffs, expectations were that they were like, I mean, they were so close to 3-0 in Rogue, you know? So to see them now to fall short, especially to their rivals in G2, I don't think anyone expected that. And I think that the team is going to be super frustrated with how their season ended.
Certainly. And as you highlighted, spring has been full of surprises. But you now have a special opportunity, those of you at home or in the studio. Kia player of the series, at LEC on Twitter, Jankos, Caps, Targamas. Those are your 3 options. All good choices, incredibly dominant series. And I'm just ready to see what the ceiling is going to look like for all of these teams.
That's very good. Malrang versus Jankos, Larssen versus Caps.
Everyone's in their final form.
Yeah. Like, we're just gearing up for that one big final fight.
Versus Jankos.
Brothers. 8 players in that final don't have a title.
Yeah, that's actually insane. Of 10. Only Caps and Jankos.
Yeah, only Caps and Jankos have a title.
In the LEC. Yeah.
That is crazy.
Absolutely insane. Well, G2, they're moving on to face off against Rogue in the finals tomorrow. For now, let's hear from the victorious Targamas live on stage.
Thank you, Dracos. Targamas, congrats. Please, round of applause for G2 here today. 3-0, back to back in the loser bracket. So I want to know, what was your understanding of Fnatic coming here today? What did you expect from them?
Well, I think we just expected like that they're going to play TF again and that they're just going to do the same as they were doing last week, because it's kind of weird when you're losing the games and you just keep doing the same. I think it kind of shows that you're maybe not capable of playing that much stuff.
I see.
So I think we're kind of expecting at least them to play the TF again in game 1, and then after that, I just think we had so much momentum from the series before, and then the fact that we were like kind of smashing them. So yeah, I think we kind of expected what they were doing.
All right. Well, I want to say, if the earpiece is bothering you, you can just take it off.
It's
fine. Well, continuing on that, you mentioned the momentum that you guys are riding going to the loser bracket. How much did you benefit from this run? And also the fact that you could get eliminated every time you were playing.
Well, I think we just learned a lot from the first time we played Fnatic. I think they had better draft than us, probably. Like, when you don't play for 2 weeks and there's a new patch, there's always like some new stuff coming out. And then it's kind of like, you don't really know what the enemy team is going to do. So it's kind of a flip. Who is going to get like the better read on the meta? And I think they had like better read on which champs were actually more OP than the others, than us. So we just learned a lot from that series. Also, I think even if we lost, it gave us a lot of confidence, because we felt like we could win all of those games, like actually pretty easily, and it was more on us. I mean, that's always what you say, that it's on you when you lose, but we really felt like if we're just playing like a tiny bit better, we just smash them, like, if we were to meet again. So it just gave us a lot of confidence actually losing this series.
It's nice to have fans again in the studio. But talking about your run overall, you were playing for your life every time, especially when, after you lost against Fnatic. Do you think playing under pressure helped you?
I don't really mind personally. I think every time we're playing a best of 5, you always have like 3 lives. So it's like less stressful than playing best of 1 for me, because I know that if I mess up something, then I'm gonna have another game. So I think everyone in the team just feels this way. I think it's just way more comfortable to play the best of 5. And like, we're actually never in a losing position. So ever since we're in the loser bracket, we didn't lose a single game. So we actually never got really stressed in a series.
Riding the momentum here. And we could see the improvements on the side of G2, especially from the bot lane. I know this is something that has been mentioned. Do you think you peaked now in playoffs, or can we expect a different beast tomorrow in the finals?
I think we're finally showing like the kind of scream G2 that we had for the whole split. Like, I don't know, we just enjoy playing the game together. We just have fun on stage. I also think that recently our read on the meta was pretty good. So yeah, I'm just very confident going into tomorrow. I think Rogue also showed that they're a good team. And they taught us a few things as well in scrims when we played them in the last weeks. So yeah, it's going to for sure be, I think, more close than the past 3 series.
All right. Give me more about the finals, though. What can we expect tomorrow, and how do you think it's going to play out?
I think since we've been screaming a lot each other for the past weeks, we kind of know what the other team wants to do and how they like to draft and how they like to play. So it's gonna be fun. I don't think we had to show that much stuff today, since we played on red side all 2 games and we just won 3-0. So I don't know. I think it's gonna be fun because also their bot lane is really good as well, and I think they play more different stuff than Fnatic did. Especially Trimby plays way more support, and yeah, I just think it's gonna be for sure a different type of games.
Okay, give me a hint. I know you've been hovering Nasus a lot in draft. Can we expect any spicy picks from you tomorrow?
I mean, we never know, right? I think Trimby is also a Nasus adept, so we never know what might happen tomorrow.
Banger series ahead. Now, Targa, before I let you go, we have an audience today. We didn't have public since, I don't know, 2 years. Is there anything you would like to say to them? A lot of people were cheering for you. You even have some K-Corp jerseys here.
Yeah, I mean, for sure it feels really good. There's also some French fans and some K-Corp fans from last year that are in the audience. I don't know what they're doing in Germany, but they came, I guess. So yeah, just thank you to everyone who came here. Thank you to everyone who's supporting online, and we're gonna make you guys proud tomorrow.
Well, thank you for the interview, Targamas. Congrats again on reaching finals. Give it one more time, please, for G2 and Targamas. And we have more to cover about today's series with PGL, Shox, Caps, and Jankos. Take it away.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Bum, bum,
your mic. Welcome everyone to the LEC postgame lobby. I'm joined by Broxah, Caps, and Jankos. You were just checking if it works, right?
Yeah.
It does. It works. Wonderful. Yeah, we just saw the interview with Targamas already, but really cool that we get to talk to the mid laner and the jungler as well. So I'm gonna go across both of them. Start with Caps, maybe. Wow, another 3-0, and I'd like to know specifically about kind of the final moments of the last game, which was actually the game where Fnatic was most competitive.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, it started becoming a lot closer. A lot of the fights were not really going our way, or they would go our way and then they would get something back. So it was very intense, and it felt more like the usual Fnatic G2 games. So it was a lot of fun. Luckily, we got some Drake steals, some good fights in the end. And I'm just happy we beat them, right?
Yeah, Jankos, the Drake steal was pretty instrumental. It was also kind of the game where things were the closest, as I said already. It seemed also in the jungle, right? How, yeah, here it is, I think. Is this it? I believe it is. Talk to me about the Drake steal.
Well, I mean, I think there's not much to talk about, right? GP actually, like,
True.
I think GP smurfed really hard in this fight because he got like, I was trying to stun him. I was trying to proc like Braum passive, but it didn't proc in time. He queued the barrel exploded for like 10 million damage. And at that point we had 2v3, right? Or 2v4 even. So, I mean, I think overall I had to go for a steal. If I get it, we win. If I don't get it, I just die. It's fine. Doesn't actually matter that much. We fight next track. I think it was good still, but I also think that actually was quite well played from Wunder to do whatever he did there. That being said, I still think he shouldn't be allowed to do that if we would play the team a bit better, but it's fine.
Ah, okay, so I hear a little bit of, what's your read on that, Broxah? Do you feel like he was put in a position, Wunder, where he should never have been?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Wunder got a little bit too much room to play and just delete the G2's backline in that scenario.
The casters actually brought up Bin. Of course, they always do, but it was very close to the bush where he got that triple barrel. But you guys probably didn't think that in the moment.
No, we didn't. But I mean, I didn't actually see it in game either because I was on the back line.
Yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't have been, but yeah, seeing it behind sun for sure would have given me some pictures of that one because that one was not the most fun.
No, there we see the coaching team also. You brought so many people. Does that actually help you, Jankos and Caps, when there are so many people and their body painted and our Carlos is there? Like, does it help or is it distracting, Jankos?
I mean, I think people are fine. I don't actually care that much about how many G2 people we bring. I care more about the fans. I actually think that when the fans are here, it just feels so much different to play. There's so much more energy in the room. When you make good play, you can hear them. When you make, when I heard, when I stole the Drake and they were yelling, I was like, yeah. He got shot, yeah. So I think that it brings so much more energy, and of course I'm grateful for G2 that there's so many people supporting us in the studio, but at the same time I think the fans really make the difference.
Yeah, I think that's a great point indeed, and we're so happy that they were there. Caps, how much does it help for you? Because obviously this is what you're born to do, right? You don't want to play in front of an empty arena, you want to play in front of a full one.
For sure, yeah. I mean, it's as Jankos mentioned, like it's just every play you go for. You can just hear the crowd like 5 seconds later, like 2 seconds later, start roaring, and especially because when you go for a huge play, then there's a lot of downtime right after, where you're like, okay, we got the kills right, and then you just hear everyone go crazy, and it's what kind of made me want to be a pro player in the first place. I still remember my first like a huge stadium in Turkey in TCL, and this was kind of the moment that decided I was like, I want to go pro, and not having it for so long was really frustrating for me. But having them back now, all the fans, I'm super grateful. My dad as well, my mom as well here today, so it's nice.
They were in the crowd, it was lovely to see. Broxah, what was your kind of end opinion on the whole series for a Fnatic who first wasn't able to adapt, but then started to, but it seemed a bit too late?
Well, I'm going to be honest, I thought the series was going to be a little bit closer today, but you guys ultimately just smashed them into the ground, and I think what we needed to see from Fnatic was a bit more proactivity in the early game, because every play that these guys went for just worked out perfectly. The last game obviously was a little bit different. Fnatic adapted slightly, but there were still some things that, I would have liked to see from them already starting from draft to actually have more of an advantage in game.
Yeah, from you guys and your guys' perspective, from your kind of prep and what you saw from Fnatic versus Rogue as well, how much were they different in this series, and why do you think ultimately they couldn't win today?
I mean, I think they just didn't adapt a lot. And I think we changed a lot the last 2 weeks. We had kind of like always getting new things, maybe stealing some ideas from Fnatic. Obviously, always good when you lose to them. And I feel like they kind of just ran with the same ideas, same plans. And Rogue already like showed us kind of a way to beat them. We can kind of just copy that, right?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it seemed like Fnatic had the same game plan as they had 2 weeks ago. And when we go over like 3 different BO5s, including the Fnatic one, and we actually like adapt and learn, and we change our picks a little bit, we change our playstyle a little bit, it feels like we can actually like play the game. I also feel like in the first BO5 against Fnatic, we were a bit shaky on stage. I felt like, sure, they had really good drafts. We gave them too many strong champions. At the same time, we maybe were playing not up to our expectations. So I think that makes also a difference in the end.
I mean, there's such a difference. You call it out, but between the G2 we saw there and the G2 we've seen versus Vitality, Misfits, and Fnatic now, you are the Kia player of the series, Jankos, with 56% of the votes. Congratulations. It was a tough battle. Clearly, do you think it was the final Dragon Steel that pushed you over the edge?
Maybe it was the Dragon Steel. I don't actually, I mean, so I think I was playing quite well in this BO5. That being said, I also felt like my team was playing really, really good. So honestly, I don't care at all who gets the MVP. I just think all of this doesn't actually matter if we lose tomorrow as well. So I don't care. I just want to, rest a little bit and just play tomorrow. And if we win then, of course, I'm going to be very happy. But I'm going to be happy because we will be the best team. We will get to go to Messiah, but not because I got the MVP. I mean, sure, it's like nice flex, but it's fine,
Yeah, I mean, MVPs don't always make it to the finals, right? But you won the Kia Player of the Series here. So let's take a look at the bracket then. G2, we were memeing about possibly the loser bracket run, but this is the most insane loser bracket run I've seen in quite a while. 9-0, Broxah, and now tomorrow they are up versus the final boss, Rogue. What do you think?
Well, I feel like G2 has showed once again that, even though they're down, even though they lose that first series, they're just so good at adapting, finding ways to improve and really come back. And at this point, Rogue for sure is going to be shaking a little playing against this G2, because G2 looks so different now than they did in the first series against Fnatic. And both of these teams are also just so mental resilience. Like the mental resilience is really, through the roof in both of them. And I'm so excited to see what's going to happen, because I feel like a lot of teams have a hard time like actually coming back when things go south. But now both G2 and Rogue have showed that even if things are a little tricky, they can actually make the big plays and come back.
So what you're saying is we should get like 5 games, ideally.
Well, I'm kind of hoping for it.
Ideally. Caps, what do you think?
I think Rogue is actually a very strong team. I think, like I mentioned before, right, but we've been doing really well in scrims all year, and it makes us obviously very confident. But Rogue is a team that's actually like contesting us. I still feel like we can definitely beat them. I still feel like we're even favored. But they're definitely a strong team, and if we let our guards down, or if we play like we played, for example, in the first Fnatic series, I'm sure they're going to destroy us. So we'll just have to show up like we did today. Maybe a few adaptations. Obviously, Rogue has different drafts, different playstyles. But as long as we punish them when they end, then I'm sure we can take it.
Jankos?
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way, right? I think Rogue clearly showed that they were the best team in Europe so far, and I also have a lot of respect for Malrang. I think he is the best jungler I will get to play in this playoffs. I think that everyone else is actually quite much worse than him, and I feel like it will be quite a contested jungle matchup. And I also feel like he's just a good player, right? And Rogue is a good team, and they know how to play around lanes. And the memes about him just ganking is not necessarily true. I think the way he does things is actually quite smart. So definitely excited to play against him. Definitely excited to play against Rogue. The 2 games we had in the regular season, we went like 0-2 and we got smashed 2 games. I think that's a bit fake. I think we are much better now, and I think we can beat them, and I think we will beat them.
I know you dropped the word Giga Chat earlier, and that was all people were saying about Malrang, right? The Giga Chat Malrang after last week. Broxah, we've talked about it a little bit in Ready Check already, but now that you've seen how G2 has approached Fnatic, what do you think the opportunities are, and who to you is the underdog?
I feel like it's really hard to say. Now I have Cap staring at me. I feel pressured. No, but it's actually really hard to say.
It's fun to be the underdog.
I feel like both Rogue and G2 have looked so good in like the past couple of weeks. I would say right now with the momentum G2 is riding and the way they've looked, I would give G2 the edge for sure. But I actually think it's gonna. I think the jungle matchup is a big one for me, not only because I'm a jungle main, but I think it's a really interesting one where both Jankos and Malrang have been the most proactive junglers we've seen, and the early game is going to be so key and exciting to watch because both of them are bringing so many creative plays, getting their teams ahead, and that's going to be a key one.
You happy with that answer, Caps? That was good.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
I'll take it. Okay, nice. Now, Caps, one coming to you. obviously, this was a matchup versus Humanoid, and we branded this as you are the two mid laners who together had the 8 last LEC titles. Obviously, it's a bit skewed in your favor. Tomorrow is Larssen, the guy who's been chasing it so far. How do you think he's been doing? How do you think he's evolved? And how much trouble do you think you will have with him?
I mean, so I think he's playing well. And I feel like both him and Larssen have improved a lot throughout the years, right? A few years ago, it felt like it was usually easy matches when I played against them. And obviously last year, they both managed to defeat us. And even this playoffs, Humanoid won a BO5 against us. So I think both of them are playing really well. I think a big thing for me is just like playing with confidence, as always. I've beaten both of them many times before, and I will just look to do it again.
Mm-hmm. I know that you gave some interviews in the regular set where you said, I'm actually not that happy with the way I played necessarily. How happy are you now that you've done the 9-0? And of course, you've got the biggest task coming up tomorrow.
I mean, I think there's still works to improvement, but I think I'm at least better at like appreciating the good plays. And then sure, there'll be some mistakes, but I think I'm better at just being okay with that, because I think there will always be mistakes. And having the confidence is like the most important for me. As I mentioned, I've beaten them before. I want to beat them again tomorrow. And as long as my jungle smurfs again, then we'll win.
Okay, final note then. Jankos, you said it already, the fans are kind of like the most important thing. Also, the fact that this intro that happened today, which to me was so crazy.
Oh, it's so insane. I watched it on YouTube yesterday, like the Twitter thingy, like the intro, holy moly. It was really good.
But I mean, you guys stepping on stage with the, Trevor introducing you.
That's what you meant. Yeah, it was fine.
No, but aren't you excited to tomorrow also just get that epic start to a match? Because I can imagine, especially when you play from home, but then also here without fans, you set up, you do your tech checks, whatever, you sit down, you start, whatever, right? But are you looking forward to that kind of adrenaline that's going to come tomorrow?
I mean, I think tomorrow we get to play in front of an audience. Then we also get to play for everything.
Yeah.
Either like everything or nothing. It actually doesn't matter in Spring Split if you play second, it doesn't matter at all. And on top of that, we'll have a banger opening ceremony that I don't know what will happen, but I suppose there will be one.
Yeah.
And that just makes me feel really good. And that's all. I feel good, really good.
Awesome. I had to buy a little bit of time for them to make the end of day video because it was a 3-0, and that's what happens. But thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is G2 versus Rogue, our spring final. We'll have the LEC warm-up starting at 12, so that's at noon. We will have team videos. We have a DJ set from Wave. We'll have Between Two Iverns, and we will have a 1-hour ready check starting at 4 p.m. CEST, and the opening ceremony, as requested by Jankos, at 5 p.m. CEST. Time for a little selfie. The almost last one, and then maybe another one tomorrow with these two, or with Rogue. We'll see.
Maybe some of our other teammates, of course.
Oh, yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
I mean, we are the cool guys, I know. Like, if we win, you'll play the one
I
thing.
didn't have a mic, so I couldn't answer, but yeah, all right, here we go.
Do I bring mic as well?
Do what you like. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank
I'll
you.
let you guys go.
Thank you.
We'll see you all tomorrow for the spring finals. Good night. Dread it, run from it, but Fnatic versus G2 still arrives as a final spot, and a clash against Rogue tomorrow is on the line. It is the first time in over 757 days that we have fans in the studio.
It is my pleasure to present to you the ultimate European heavyweight clash. This is the longest standing rivalry in Europe, and both combatants are looking for a shot at the belts. The title, or as I would say, the crown!
Bot lane, they haven't warded whatsoever. Playing back. I think they know something's coming, but it might be too little too late. Hylissang gets the play off, but he's still locked up. He's still pulled back. That's the handshake in the first blood. Flakked finds the kill.
And now Caps is on the hunt.
Dashing forward, Razork. Big ulti roll away. He tries to get out the blast cone. It's interrupted. The lantern. G2 have well and truly leveled up since the last time these two teams faced. An absolutely commanding game one.
Now we've got action in the bot lane.
Hylissang, another hook gonna connect. That's gonna be the snare follow-up. Upset Perfect Guns to keep the fight going. Instantly, Targamas drops, and Fnatic are alive in game two.
Oh, night and day from game one. The bot side of the map for Fnatic, the jungle for Razork.
Kick back, Upset, easy follow-up, easy setup. Targamas, no aftershock. Might make it out to safety. It's clean movement, the kill misses. Shell shock, sitting in Fog of War. Knockback on the target miss is good. Randall makes it pretty tanky though. He's staying alive for now. Caps off to the side, trying to burst down. Nozang, watch out for the fight. He kicks out. That's the Faker flashback we were looking for. G2 still taking the fight. The double for Blacken. Absolute dominance in the exchange.
And I've just got to say it. Claps is back, man. The guy is playing like an absolute machine.
Hylissang goes in the initial engage. Broken Blade zones him away. Eyes on Wunder. How does he pull it off?
Here we go. This looks like it might just be it. Humanoid making it out to safety. Full control of the midway. Blacken the Gale Force forward. That's a mark on the Humanoid. Boom, baby. Aphelios damage.
Oh, they're going to do it. They're going to do it.
Oh, they're going to do it. Here it comes.